firing it up.
I'll just start my assets.
Yeah, I will.
We're firing up the thing.
Go to the bathroom.
Go for it. We're still in the fire up process. Loth can unmute himself now. Yes, chat. I did. In fact, I had to go through a couple different music lists. So we're vibing to well, I picked the ones that I know. So this is a Persona mix we've got going on.
Oh.
Because there's a lot going on there.
I think Hellion sounds like a good one too.
I have no judge of the music for other entries. Hi, welcome to Fail Portrayal, kind of. Sort of. Doing things. Hello. Chat, I put you in the corner. You're the cover art of Digital Devil Story today, chat. So, let's explain what we're doing while Dallas is away and can't interrupt me. Axe's birthday was this past weekend. If you haven't already wished Axe a happy birthday, you can give him a belated one. But we did do a special Magic the Gathering themed episode for
Hello,
Dallas's time period. Yeah, he's come back now. Which is, you know, that was a fun episode I really liked. So I think last week Axe actually banged it around a couple of ideas, and I think it was off mic you settled on SMT, and I was like, that sounds cool.
There's a lot of different ones, yeah.
Yeah, Magaten is a very old-running series. I put this in the description. The first game was 1987 and has been going on until releases this year. Soul Hackers 2 is this year. So there's a lot of stuff to go on, like, aesthetically over the years. And it also, all the demons and other, you know, demons, shadows, personas, whatever form we decide to call them in the different game lines, have a lot of mythological stuff going on, which I can talk infinitely about. I can talk literally forever.
I want to bring about of being that.
So
I guess to open this, there are two things to say about the beginning. It's like, one, it is a weird mix. A lot of designs are a mix between artists usually specific choices of their style, Japanese occultism, and then mythological research.
Yeah.
It is usually like a solid 40% of most designs are specifically about the Japanese occultism aesthetic perspective on it.
I not always with the actual designs of the demons, but fairly often. But you can see in a couple of these covers and even the original name, Digital Devil Story, I always also feel like there's almost always some kind of urban fantasy or almost like urban cyberpunk aesthetic. Like we always have some like interesting mixture of occult and tech stuff.
I've always coined it as like demon punk because it's partly
That's
like
as good a name for it as anything. Sure.
Because it's a mix between your people.
Sorry, that was me warming up my
along
hands.
the weird power curve of SMT is usually always up of a person being related to divinity in some way, or about becoming divinity and like being tied to it, or making choices about being above divinity.
There's a lot of. Sometimes I will say it feels like it's Babby's first psychological, self-actualization, but there's a lot about your relationship with the supernatural and your reliance on life.
You become the.
But Dallas, you say there's a name for this?
Yeah. Well, at least it is in. I don't know what the name is for the East, because I'll be honest, a lot of this got really popular in Japan. Around the time that Megami Tensei released. If you look at a lot of anime at the time, it's kind of the same like cyberpunk aesthetic, like Ghost in the Shield SAC aesthetic, in like the mid '80s, which is when this was from. But also demons are there.
Yeah.
Like City of Sin is a pretty famous one. Like
God,
there's a lot of like.
I think it was an old school. Yeah. Dallas mispronounced that one a little bit. I'm trying to remember. There was a fucking movie or something on like Sci-Fi Channel years and years ago that was exactly what you described. It was like, I don't remember. Maybe it was one of the something subtitled Exorcist. I don't know. It was we have like powered armor, but it's a cult, and sometimes the powered armor guys turn into demons that we gotta kill. I don't remember. I only recorded like an hour of it.
I think of it's Digital Devil Saga is one of my favorite ones, but that's really about people. It's a token thing of like that. There's an iceberg about it, but there's people that basically
We
AI
are
that
not here
turn
for the
into-
iceberg part.
turn
by
into
the way.
things, but
so
we'll
before
just
we
start with design because we're all Fate fans. So I'm
Yeah.
just gonna pull some things I think that worth showing
all
as
right.
a start. to
Well, you
this
got some
iceberg.
stuff, and you can either you can throw them up in this chat or DM them to me if you want to get the shock value of the other guys.
We're just gonna start with it. We're gonna
But yes,
start with
this is Fail Patrol SMT. And before we go anywhere, I do want to real quick say, so Axe has curated this list. I'm pretty sure most of the rest of us will have some ideas of something to pull up. Before we get too into it, I wanted to bring this up on mic, and the rest of you might want to chime in as well. So my experience with Magaten SMT, Magaten technically being a better abbreviation because it wasn't Shin Megami Tensei until like 2 games in.
4.
But was it 4?
I think so.
I think it was just 2 Digital Devil Sagas,
Don't
and then it
worry
was the
about it right
first.
now.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I would argue that, despite the fact that I've played a lot of games by Atlas in this universe, I am kind of a casual. I got
also make
into the
entering awesome.
series with P3 Fez, so in the Personas that everybody has played. But I have been a pretty dedicated Persona player since then, playing some of the side games. I've tried a couple of other entries in the franchise. I played a little bit of the first, I think it was Devil Survivor on the DS.
So
Didn't really get into it. I have a copy of the first Raito Kuzunoha somewhere around here on the PS2.
I think the retro games are fun as
I didn't
just
get
weird
very far in
Japanese
it and
noir
can't anymore
games.
because
They're
it's on
like-
PS2.
Retro games are fun, even though like they're jank, but I enjoy them as very much. You're playing a 19 like an alt noir 1920s detective as a Kuzunoha. Which
I
is
played the
a very
MMORPG Magaten Online Imagine for like one
you
day.
did? I wanted to play that once.
For like
forever.
one day, and then I was
It's
like,
not
it's
good.
not,
It's
it's not really
very
for me.
bad.
No,
It's
it's
not
not.
I wanted to play it for the aesthetic because it's the aesthetic
I
really
play
like,
it.
but it's
I
not
played
a
it
good
once
game.
too.
Yeah.
It's not one of the worst MMOs I've
Yeah.
played, but that's also not saying
The
anything.
problem was it was out and about in the late 2000s, which was my peak. Yo, I've just found this thing called Persona. It is my aesthetic now.
It's a shitty Conan. It's a shitty Conan ripoff, which should tell you anything.
Yeah, it's a
Also,
weird
what
one.
What we need is a Mega to play Nocturne.
Well, that's funny enough, Loth. Before you
get
signed
it
in,
on-
I did
get it
actually
on-
go and check because I had to figure out what platforms it was on. But they do have the Nocturne HD remaster, and it's like
So-
$15 for PS4. So,
Just it's not a good port.
well, I mean, I can't go back in time and play it, Axe. So,
Well, I'll show you how I played it because it.
no, you're gonna
seems
tell
like-
me to do emulators, and you're gonna get me fucking banned.
Look, Axe, they slowly improved upon the HD report.
Fair. I just think like the game sometimes doesn't need quick saves because
They
it's
ac-
just
you
save
actually
hours
have-
time.
And
You
now I'll just
actually
suck
have
it
the
up.
ability to choose what skills your demons get.
That's not
And
the
then
design.
also, I mean, unfortunately for Atlas, they have signed the dark deal with Nintendo.
Yeah.
And there's, I'm gonna tell you, there's no fucking way I'm playing SMT5 on a Switch.
Yeah.
not-
I brought this up earlier,
I can't
actually,
wait
in
for-
our Discord. No one hates content creators quite as much as Nintendo does.
So, as someone that's played 5 a lot, I wish I could play it on a different system because the Switch is holding it back.
Yeah, no, that's what I've heard from not just you, but from several people. So,
Yo,
Like
the
it's a
Switch
good
can't.
game. It's just the hardware needs to be better.
The Switch can't animate 10 legs moving at once. That's just not a thing it can do.
It also
Yeah.
can't animate like full very crisp models that actually have really nice animations.
but
No,
yeah,
it can
so
do, no, actually, as someone who's been playing a lot of Violet, it can make models look amazing. Backgrounds are horror nightmare filled.
Why do you expect
Shapes of
why do you think most of the
blob
backgrounds
clay.
in 5 are like wastelands?
Like, they're-
you mean that's not an aesthetic choice? That's a tech limitation?
It's
Why are there
it's
so
half and
much-
half.
Yeah.
Oh, have you seen the freeze frame of the first frame of the game?
Not
they left this in
right
the,
now.
I'm
guys,
sorry to
I-
diver- no,
guys,
I need to share that. I need to share this.
Go
They
for it.
froze
I wanted to
frame
just
They froze
While
frame
you
the
were grabbing
first
that.
frame of Violet and Scarlet, and they still have all the models in their default T-posing frame.
oof.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I was also gonna say,
Let's start.
go ahead and if you guys want to chime in while I am
Oh, yeah,
grabbing
I-
and setting up the
Lost can
graphic,
go first.
what your SMT experiences are.
I played 3 Fez as my first one growing up because I heard about this cool thing called Persona. Then I bought 4 on my own. Then I started buying the other ones like Nocturne and Soul Hackers 1, Digital Devil Saga. Oh, Digital Devil Saga?
Yeah,
the
it's
ones
Digital
where
Devil
like
Saga.
Yeah.
the ones on the PS2 as well, but
Those
Yes.
are my first ones I played, and they were very memorable to me. Like
I never actually finished them because I bought the second one first.
Oh, that
It was
sucks.
a weird
but it's
period
like-
of time
it's
in
a trilogy
Australia
version of
where
trilogy.
you could always find the quote-unquote weird Japanese games always on sale, but the one time I wanted to buy it, the first one was gone.
I remember
I do read-
my days was like I basically bought I bought both the Devil Saga games and Nocturne as like PS2 classics and just playing much of those for my high school years for like
Yep.
ever since I was a high school freshman for like years.
And one last thing, I just have this fond memory of as I was trying to buy some S&T games at the store, the guy who was behind the counter was like, "Hey, check this shit out. Pulls a copy of like the rarest Raido Kuzunoha game to get it in Australia." He's like, "Look at this shit I have."
By the way, I want to throw this out there.
Yeah.
I was just scrolling past. This game series has been going on a long time, which sometimes means two gaps in the naming of the franchises. So I didn't know this, but the first Devil Summoner was 1995, and then Devil Summoner Soul Hackers was 97, and then Soul Hackers 2 was this year.
Yeah, that's
Some-
always a big deal about
some
it.
jumping.
Because it's not even a direct sequel. It's technically connected. Like it's the same world, but that's it.
Yeah. And technically, the Reido Kuzunoha series is prequels to Devil Summoner, but anyway.
Yeah,
There's a
but
lot
it's
of there's a
yeah.
lot of universe stuff, but yeah.
There's-
So
just quickly, there's a lot of weird stuff in S&T in terms of what they do for their franchise. Like, hey, have you ever heard of Devil Child?
Demi Children. Let's not talk about that because I have nothing to bring up about
So,
that.
just-
not.
yeah, Dallas's experience
Yeah,
as people are
I think
bailing on us.
I'm probably have the oldest experience with this, mostly because I am old. So my first Shin Megami Tensei, I didn't know this at the time, obviously. My first Shin Megami Tensei experience was a port of If.
This is a weird
Um,
game to start
It's
with.
such a weird game to start. I didn't know this was a Shin Megami Tensei, and I hated it. I absolutely hated this game. And I never touched a Shin Megami Tensei again. Until 2 years later when I played a port of 3.
Three's still good. Three's
And
always pretty good.
I mostly enjoyed it. There were some choices that were made that I was like, eh. But I also then, I didn't really seek anything out. And then I played Persona 3, which is probably my third favorite game of all time. If you put a gun to me.
Yeah.
It's so close to being a perfect game, except for all the game part.
So,
Well,
wanna-
that's
I
why
wanna-
that's why we
I
developed
wanted to
FPS.
surmise-
Dallas.
I wanted to surmise
Yeah.
something about how I feel about it.
Wait, can I finish
Okay.
Yeah.
first? Thank you. So I've played every Megami Tensei game, barring I don't think I've played Megami Tensei, the original.
It's not.
I don't think I've played 2, but I've played every Shin. I've played
Oh, you
Devil
played 5?
Survivors, both of those.
Oh, you didn't play 5.
No, I did. I
Oh.
just didn't buy a release.
Oh, okay.
I didn't do that on purpose, but
Take credit,
that's
Dallas.
really funny.
I didn't know you'd play because I thought you liked Abdiel's design. But
No, Summoner Soul Hacker is probably my favorite game. I never played the original port of it. I played it on the
3DS port on Soul Hackers is actually a really good game.
3DS port.
It's a
is what
solid
I
like
played.
25 hours.
But I'm very mixed on the series as a whole. Like, I feel like
Highs and lows.
yes, that's a great way to put it. Like, there's some games.
I mean,
that are
and honestly, when you have a franchise that is been around for, we're coming up towards, 40 years, I guess.
and I will say this:
We're like
a
35
series
years in.
that is narratively iterative, because a similarly old series, Pokemon, I have much less mixed opinions about because they don't really narratively diverge much.
So I wanted to.
Yeah.
Honestly,
To start this, I want to surmise a thing before you guys can look
Yeah.
at the stream and get the start. Before that, SFT is a interesting series that it's a game. It's a series that's about humanity, concepts, and then I
Yes.
guess also moralities.
it's about emotions a lot.
It's
of
about
the time.
emotions and moralities and ideologies, but also about multiversal moralities.
Well, I mean, it's
So,
not, that's the thing.
Yeah, you can.
It's not about
Different.
like what I've always said, and what I like the actual metatextual plot, or not metatextual, the opposite of that. The actual like factual plots are very rarely important to understanding Shin Megami Tensei and or Persona games, because it's all actually about exploring aspects of human condition and human psyche through magical gobbledygook.
Well, and the Persona
finish.
part of the series is very explicit about that because it is
Yes, they
directly tied to Jungian psychology elements
so
that shadow the
so
Persona stuff
I wanted,
like that.
I didn't get to super before I start because I did put this in now.
Go
where
ahead.
you
Before we go on a
talking about-
rant about Jung.
SMT games are a lot of things that have very highs and lows about very different, like, to different decent character writing to being not much. It's a games that I've always described as like, if you looked at the weird occult rock band in like a garage down the street in the form of a game series.
That's a really good way to put at it. Like, there's once again, I mostly know
This is
from
Alien
Persona,
Man
but
Farm, the game series.
Persona.
They're always
The other thing is Persona like
It's
heavily
really clean.
Persona heavily takes from like tarot themes. Like it's, I know it is absolutely Babby's first occult because it was my
Persona-
Babby's first occult. Hey, do you guys
Persona's
know
more
I
that-
own tarot cards and read tarot cards now? That is a thing I
Persona's
do.
Way more
Yeah.
Babby's occult. Well, SMT
Well,
is
and
more
I feel like that has to do with the
it's-
context
they
of the
are
setting
more
too.
occult because SMT games are defined by a lot of the tech limitations led to them making very like having consistent difficulty choices because of tech limitations. And then they
I
kept
wouldn't
sticking to that.
wouldn't say they're Babby's first. Like, I'll be honest. I think
I think
very
Persona is a
surprised
bit more of
that
a
this
teacher, like a
was-
bit more the
I mean,
novice and nerd.
P3 definitely was like the starter
P-
pack for a lot of that stuff for
That's
me.
true.
I think
okay,
it.
so
I
your
mean, it
first was
depends on when
P3.
you.
Okay, that makes sense.
It depends on when you get into it. Exactly
P3
in
is
your life.
definitely when the series, like, you can see the game, like, not even just the Persona series, the games released from Persona 3 onward were much more accessible. The games before that are hard as balls, mean and cruel.
A
Yeah.
lot. Some, it
Atlas,
depends.
Atlas had a
It's
very
much, they are,
strong
as I've
reputation
played
for
these
that over the
games,
years.
they are games that if you don't know what you're doing, you will die and you won't understand why you're dying.
Yes.
It's why my idea of you should
Col-
look shit up and understand what you're doing because
Classic.
SMT games are games where if you don't know it, you are never going to know better. And that
Very,
maybe
very
kind of
classic,
shaped how I've told you, maybe
RPGs.
explained how I talked to you, Omega, very specifically about playing certain games.
Yeah. No, I definitely understand. And that's the funny thing to remember is that Atlas, co-produced. They published some of those Dark Souls games. What Demon
well,
Souls
no,
was them.
and like, this is not a flex.
Yeah.
I would not even put Persona down as like a particularly hard Atlas series.
Well,
Like, they have made
also-
some games
Well,
that
they're not-
are,
The other thing is that obviously
Brutal
Persona
games.
is like a lot of people's first SMT type series. You can tell from
Yeah.
the way gameplay has changed from 3 and 3 Fez, which is the version I got in on, but I understood the changes.
Yeah.
From Fez to 4 to 5,
Yeah.
etc. They have been making those games more and more quote unquote accessible by
4
actually
is
like
definitely where
letting
Persona
you
hit the
adjust your
mainstream.
difficulty and work out some of those other things.
It
And
also legit
I'm not
comes
afraid to
from-
say that I played the Fez and the original 4 in the easy mode with the 10 restarts because
That's
those
fine.
games are fucking hard, man. And I think
Well,
that's
and
the
the-
only thing easy does for you.
And I'll say
You get to
this.
reboot 10 times.
Omega, you might not believe me when I say this. I don't think that's a bad idea, mostly because I don't think the way they do difficulty in Persona games, at least in 3, I haven't really
I think it's fun.
messed around with much. It's not a very good way of doing difficulty. It's just
Guys,
number go bigger.
Yeah, it's just usually you just get dobbed out by the
I
RPG
really,
mechanics.
I get to just put a cap on this so we can start.
Yeah.
Or
We've had Queen
spoiler
Map on the
alert.
screen for like 10 minutes.
I really like how difficulty is done in Nocturnes 3, outside of how prices work. But outside of that, that doesn't make any sense. Most people don't understand it. But I think a lot of the difficulty of those games are defined by how much tech they had at the time and how much they had to condense for other things.
I
Though
don't
some
necessarily
of it I
it's
think is
it's
conscious
also
design
game
choices.
philosophy
Like
at the time.
the OG3, you could not control your party members, just
I'm not
because
thinking about, I'm not thinking about Persona games. I'm thinking about the actual mainline games.
well,
Well, no,
yeah, but
but-
there's still a lot of the
But
mechanics carry over.
I don't think it was tech limitations. I think it was game design philosophy. Because you have to remember, when these games were made in like the 90s, games were still at the point where games were needlessly hard
One
because
game's
it was still
made
coming
80s.
out of the arcade era where games had to be hard because games were short.
Yeah,
Fair. Anyway,
I think depending on which versions we're talking about, I think that SMT has covered just about every kind of RPG you can do in computerized form. Like, they have action RPGs, they have very traditional turn-based party
I don't think
games,
they've
there's
done
some
an FPS
tactical
yet.
ones.
They
Yeah, I
haven't
guess
done
they
an
haven't
FPS
done the
yet.
first-person immersive sim type RPG
But I don't think
yet.
they need to.
I mean,
I want
I'd
them to
fuck
do an
give me
FPS RPG.
Deus Ex
It'd be
/
awesome.
Thief the Dark Project in like Persona or SMT. I'll fucking do it.
Honestly, I feel like they could do a game. They could do a soul hacker kind of game where you're just a freelance soul hacker that does basically first person like.
You could
stuff like
make
that.
that work, but yeah,
You
most of
can-
the other
you really
RPG
can,
mechanics
you can
they've done.
stab and shoot demons, and that's how sometimes soul hackers actually. fight.
And you guys can tell me if that's more how like core SMT is, but the Persona games, at least from 3 onward, are very heavy into the dungeon crawling type RPG.
Oh yeah, no.
It varies,
eh,
but mostly yes.
Honestly, Shin Megami Tensei is just like Persona without a lot of the social aspects, and they're more just scripted storyline than
And
like.
then awkwardly, but it's usually not paced that well. But you can usually see that's where they had to cut stuff a lot.
Yeah.
That's just
But
the
yeah,
thing.
so we've had Queen Mab up on the screen
So,
for
like,
a long
I want
time.
to start with this is Queen Mab as in like the fairy queen, but also Mab like there's a like I said, it's like 40%
Yeah,
Japanese
there's-
cultism.
It's
so,
Queen Maeve.
Yeah.
well, they call her Mab in.
Yeah, well, Mab also, I can trust me, Dallas. Mab is also acceptable. It's
Yeah.
literally goes both ways.
Celtic.
I know. But
So-
yes, that can also be written as Queen Maeve, which is spelled with a D and a B.
I'm just
Okay.
gonna say the next ones because I don't think they're gonna
Well,
anyone else.
I'm not gonna lie. This woman just looks like a groupie from Poison.
Yeah, when was this? What's this version of the art from?
Rust,
This is
I believe.
from. This is. I can tell you this actually.
Like, I'm pretty sure this art's very clean. This has to be from either one of the newer Personas
Oh, this
or.
is the
like-
this is the SMT5.
Okay,
I
that's
have
the
no
SMT5
Persona
art, yeah.
scalings. This is all from raw mainly.
Yeah, I know.
games.
Okay,
This
that's
is the
fine.
SMT5 model. I gave you the model because I feel it was crisper than like the.
Yeah, so
Doctor
this
model.
is the most modern it's been. Let me see if I can.
But it's always been this design.
It pretty much has looked the same.
well,
just
no,
looks so crisp
not
in this one.
not according to the SMT wiki for sure. There's a couple of different ones. They use some different designs and like some sprites, but I think this is the. Is
Trying
this
to
the
find
oldest
those.
one?
So I'm looking at it right now, and I don't see that the other sprites they have.
The largely aesthetically though, it has the poofy hair, the
Yeah.
green skin.
Oh, right. There's one thing that's missing. She's missing her sword, actually. Because here's
Yeah.
the main design I also look at myself. It's also this one.
Yeah.
It's mainly this. It's never been. There's not really any alternative designs. There's different model engines, but it's mostly this.
Well, there's the one from There's the one from 2, but that from Shin Megami Tensei 2, but that was an overworld sprite, so that's not the same
I
thing.
don't know where. It's
Yeah. So this is that's the.
Oh right, yeah, the sprites.
Okay.
Yeah, from like.
So there's the model, then there's the classic art
I like the
where
sword.
she has a sword.
lot.
Yeah. But yeah, it's this. I mean, you can tell this series got its bones in the 80s. This is fucking.
Oh yeah, no, this is
Hair
very
metal
early.
arena rock
I want
as
to show the
fuck.
different iterations. I want to show the different iterations of Titania and Oberon, but I feel like that's not necessary right now. So.
Nah.
No,
I want to
this
show a bit something else as
stuff. But
so-
yeah, so I mean,
Soul Fate Fest. I wanted to show as a lead up to something that's one of my personal favorite designs. I want to show these two.
this is the thing we're talking about when like, and the reason why I think we can do this show. You
content-
almost feel like when you're looking at an SMT demon art, right? Like you see a picture of somebody on the internet and you're like, this is an SMT thing, isn't it?
No, it's why I
You can
use
always
it
see
as-
it, you can see the Kaneko design to it. Yeah.
It's why I have frequently on this show used SMT as a descriptor.
Yeah. And there are certainly, to cycle back to our normal topics, there are certainly some Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes that are very directly like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
that's an
This is-
SMT type
This was
thing.
this is my teenage years, or at least like by the beginning of my teenage years, and like it's very impactful, at least aesthetically. Where it's like there are things where it's like, even I think they're bad. I still like them for what they were.
All right.
Oh
So
no!
you wanna move on to
if you
these
don't bring
next
them up,
duo,
I'm
right?
gonna bring
We're
up.
gonna get to it. There's a lot of
This
stuff to
show
go
is
through.
called Fail Portrayal. We
There's a
need
lot
to
to-
put the.
I mean,
fail-
There are a lot to
I
get through.
just to double check, because I asked, almost said Loth there. That's the wrong one. Axe. Loth's being very
Yep.
quiet right now. I almost axed Axe earlier if he made to include a couple of goofy ones, and I took his word for it that by looking
Yeah,
through
there
the
are-
designs through the
there are a
years,
few ones that I
there'd be a
think are
couple of the
separate.
goobers. But I googled worst SMT demon designs, and I got some
No,
images right off the bat that I'm gonna
Chemtrail
show
is
off.
Weird, because Chemtrail.
I gotta show Chemtrail now that I've seen it. I can't leave the world
no,
unburdened
show
by this
Plasma.
knowledge.
Plasma's dumber.
All right, I'll pull that one up too. But
Plasma's
later.
dumber. Plasma's just
I also I want to I forgot to say this earlier, but I want to throw this out there. I put it in the description. Chat, I like to keep this video and this channel monetized. We're not going to talk about Mara.
Or Tiamat.
Mara
Or Diana.
Like,
okay.
Well, also, yes, we'll try to avoid showing any nipples.
Omega,
Axe,
I will show you the ones and we'll tell you, but like,
Yeah,
I'll
well-
show you Tiamat because I feel like we're
You
showing
literally
the-
can't.
you can
I
tell me
literally
before-
told you, Axe. People have gotten hit on it before.
I'm gonna show it to Omega.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
that's-
you're just gonna ignore me. I see.
it's fine. But like, we can discuss maybe the concept, but no, there's some stuff we're not gonna be able to show on
I
screen.
like Tiamat's design, but I feel like we can't show it. But
Yeah,
let's
see.
here. I really like the design.
To kinda
yeah,
answer
that's a
Omega
design that is
earlier,
interesting. I would need way too many black bars for that.
That's
and
fair,
so
let's not worry about them.
Mara is also just we're not gonna.
Well, eventually, there are ones that we'll have to show. Like you have to like. I think there are versions of easier to show, but we'll figure it out.
we'll
to
figure
answer
something out.
Omega
But
earlier,
we'll
I've been quiet because I've been eating.
Okay.
Because I've been eating and also laughing at the skip I found.
Okay.
That's fair.
But what I want to say is, yeah, we're not gonna touch on some of the like obvious ones. We also probably won't pull up like slime and go like hee look a slime.
There's not
Like
much to say there.
you know,
but
it's
yeah.
it's a guy.
So
We're gonna avoid some of the obvious stuff. Oh
this-
Jesus Christ! Hold on, that's huge. I forgot to
Yeah.
let me
so
resize
there's-
that.
Yeah, so I wanted to show these two together because a lot of SP designs are about. So the very first thing about this is that. We'll wait for the down screen first.
Yeah, hold on. I got the first one you sent me is actually way huger than
I know they were that large. I'm sorry about
It
that.
happens sometimes with grabbing Discord. Okay, that's a reasonable size for the stream. Let me make sure that's centered. And I'll grab the second one.
Gee, I wonder who this could be.
Well, I feel like it's a little more obvious in the second version, because this is one of the cases where a guy has gotten a redesign.
No. I instantly know who this is.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
So,
no,
yeah.
there- This isn't the same character.
Oh, no, it's still huge. I thought that was smaller. Hold on.
Oh, there's.
I'm like zoomed out.
So,
Where's his we colored version? Tamlin.
I was gonna bring it up later, but yeah. So
How does
basically,
that look?
this is Satanta and Cuchulainn.
Yeah.
It is a thing in Nocturne where if you leveled up Satanta enough, he literally evolved into Cuchulainn, which is funny.
I do also believe usually Persona games let you do similar, not just with Satanta into Ku. Like you can use them for certain setup fusions that
But
make
it's like,
sense.
I really like Satanta's design, and I think Ku's just supposed to show of like it is kind of works with that.
I
even
want to
though, like,
say
I-
though, what is the Japanese's obsession with like the skinny jeans version of Celtic characters?
The
like-
Twinks.
Yeah, like admittedly this is plate mail, but Ku is in, very form-fitting, body-tight plate mail,
I don't
which
get
is not
it, but
accurate
it's like-
either.
It's what they do with Celtic.
Because
warriors.
Japan, I don't want to cast
Like,
aspersions, but they go to how do I put this, extremes when it comes to body types.
There's
That does
another
usually
design-
make stuff a little
There's
more
another design of
accessible.
Cuchulainn I really like, but
It's
I don't know.
either the person is shredded as hell and looks like they're a bodybuilder, or they are the twinkiest man to twink.
There's also
And I would
this
say
one, which I
also
really
about
like.
see, that looks more
This one we're showing, but it's like
Celtic-y.
this is kind of an addendum to the list. But there's also we can show Luke his dad. Luke has a design. It is very
I hate
weird.
Cuchulainn's design. I'll say that.
That's
the new Ku.
No, not the Nuku. The pale, skinny boy with purple white
Jesus Christ.
clothing.
That's so fucking. Why are you so huge?
Sorry.
I need to like zoom in.
Jesus.
It's my bad.
That
Hold on. I got a separate paint window open. I need to like zoom in to make sure I'm actually getting the small.
You do this after the fact.
This
later, so.
this second Ku we can snap back and forth to. That one makes a little bit more sense. Like it's still
That
got
one
some
looks
plate
This is the
mail.
son of Luke. This is the son of the
Yeah,
god of light,
but
yeah.
like the elf ears and stuff. Fate's excuse of like, well, the reason why he's wearing a blue jumpsuit is he's supposed to be naked and painted blue. We just can't get away with that on TV.
I mean, I would like to see an actual Berserker Ku because the warp spasm is a whole big deal of a story. But yeah,
I just feel like the artists probably don't want to try and figure out what the fuck that looks like
it'd be fucking. It's very grotesque looking. Yeah,
because it's just
Do it, body horror. Body
it's described as
They've done
like
so
he
much,
turns
yeah.
inside out or other
His
bullshit.
organs leave it. His organs go out of his eyes and shit. Yeah,
horror. Yeah. Make a heart beating in his throat. Do
his
it.
hair becomes literal metal spikes.
All right. So I can
No, but-
I have the Lou one to pull up, but I cannot fit it on the
Yeah,
screen at the top.
that
so
would-
like
But you can show you can remove those two to show. But I just want to show like this is like a thing of I like what at least the iterations of like I like Satanta's design. I've always liked it. Kugelein's is whatever. It's very generic to me. I like the other design of Ku. It's the
well,
not much,
Satanta's design does kind of like with his slightly awkward bowl cut and his scarf is like it does kind of give him like a comfy like
child.
Yeah, almost smaller childlike vibe. Like, yeah, no, he's just chilling. All right, okay, that one actually worked size-wise for once. I've
Right, 'cause I didn't
readjusted my
grab it as a
perspectives to
profile, I
make
tried
stuff
grab
work.
it as a whole.
Okay.
But like, here's Luke, which I think is also referencing that he is a god of a certain ball game. I forget the name of
Lacrosse.
lacrosse. Oh,
Because he's got a fucking lacrosse
he's got a
scoopy thing.
lacrosse gauntlet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little...
It's like
So this goes back to the other thing I talked about earlier, where a lot of these games...
it's a myriad of their interpretations.
yeah, have some like oddly modern elements jammed in there.
Japan is also, how do I put this? Very varied on their knowledge and I don't want to say respect because that's a bit too mean, but understanding of cultural depictions. For example, they're very good at depicting Japanese, Chinese, and Indian mythology. They're often very accurate.
Yeah, a lot of the Hindu are very
Because
very,
they
very
know a
correct.
lot about it, yeah.
We can get to South America at some point, and oh boy.
Well,
I
and
have one to
also,
one
I
card,
want
but
to
we'll get
say,
to later.
sometimes these designs do, like, basically become other pop culture references. We should probably look at a couple different versions of, if I'm not forgetting my names right,
I mean,
Lilith, where eventually it just becomes Gozer.
I love the SMT4 design of Lilith but that's because it's a whole scarab thing. We'll worry about that later. But first thing, the background to original SMT is that basically the Christian god became so popular within the mind space of people that it basically decided to make every other deity be lower than it, as in like this is like original like biblical god, like the original Testament kind of god. That he basically turned all other deities of divine power into basically lower class entities qualified as demons, because that's how that translates. So basically, he became the only deity, and everything else became demons as they became lesser divine entities or just demonic entities. So in that case,
This is another thing that, like,
it becomes about basically about it's a
tropologically...
weird commentary about how Christianity kind of consumed.
Well,
Japanese
yeah,
culture.
that's an actual thing that happened with Christianization, was everything got recontextualized, or it got written out. But also, that is a recurring theme in these games, is there are
Like,
different
Christianity kind of
tiers
destroyed
of
everything else.
divinity and etc. You know, like, for instance, again, Persona's my big tie-in, but usually there is at least one big boy actual god kind of thing.
The thing
Not
about it is
always
they're not
god
really-
god, but like there's usually
Persona's
some
a bit
kind of...
weird where it's less an actual deity and more of the metaphysical exists, because so if you convince enough
Yeah.
people that it exists, you
Well,
can
yeah,
become
there's a lot of collective unconsciousness plays,
it's
but
more of
also
collective
some of the
parasite.
things that are out there are not just the collective unconsciousness. Like, in P3, Nyx is basically referred to
Nyx
as
is a
like
planetary- is a
an
planet
Eldritch,
entity,
and yeah, like
no, Nyx
There-
is literally a...
planet.
There's
we
some
could say,
weird-
Nyx is literally a stand-in for Yogg-Sothoth.
yeah, there's
Like,
some
or
there's
not-
some
no, sorry, I misspoke. Azathoth.
there's some
Yeah.
weird
Like
weird Eldritch extra stuff. Like,
it's literally if she wakes, the entire human existence ends.
feel
it's
like-
not
Yeah.
subtle.
Actually, considering how Nyarlathotep is the main villain of 2, I feel like that was probably something they.
Oh no, it's on
Three-
purpose.
No, I feel like that's
Definitely
something.
on
No,
purpose.
listen. I think when they had to, when they scrapped a lot of 3 to make it what it is, they probably kept that part in there.
yeah, I could see them having a rewrite, and then they rewrote it to fit. Because that's the other thing. I don't think the other SMT games lean into this as much because they have different ways they do characters. But
after
the
2, the writers left. so
the
they had to
okay,
change.
but I was gonna say was the Persona series, because of the way the player cast works, and their personas have very unique designs, which we also might want to pull up some of those because some
Oh yeah.
core Persona character designs
We'll
are
get there. I have
goofy.
something for
Okay,
that.
you got some stuff. All right. But with the Persona
Yeah,
series, you can
doesn't
tell that when they got to the part where everybody has a fixed persona except the main character in 3, they started doing sets of themes. So all the player personas, or the teammate personas, I should say, in 3 are all Greco-Roman themed. 4 is all, very heavily Japanese mythology and folklore
You're
themed.
Japanese but you're
And then,
Japanese, yeah.
5 actually shakes it up by going out of their
The
way to
narrative
pick,
figures.
rebels, certain narrative cases.
Yeah.
But the meta plot for 5 is a lot
He's
more.
rebellion.
Well, not just that. I mean, like the actual thing going on with Big Yeez, because I can't be sure I can say his name without looking at it.
Yaldabaoth?
Yabdaloth.
Yeah, that honestly ties back to the thing you brought up where SMT started X, because that's a lot to do with the layers of the false god and Gnosticism and
Because Because y'all
Well,
talk
yeah.
about
the
the
other-
demiurge. He's the
Yeah.
being of. He's the new order. He's the person that instills control of the world.
Yeah. And he
Well,
sucks.
he-
He sucks butts. That's okay. I shot him on
Yeah,
purpose.
it's to do.
I
with
liked
the
L5 because it actually felt like an actual SMT ending. For
Well,
once
it,
for
it
other
has
games.
to it has to do with the theming of each of the Persona games. Well, besides, when I say the Persona games, the audience can consider me ignoring one's existence entirely, because one is, as far as
I
I'm
don't
concerned,
care
a
a lot.
separate game.
I really like 2 as a duology,
It's
but
awful.
it's a very separate thing.
Yeah.
But but the Persona games are very focused on, like we mentioned earlier, aspects of people.
Yeah.
Where in 5, it's the literal case of like the need for people, because this is an objective fact as much as you want it to be the need for people to obey authority.
Yeah.
This has been, look up the what is it, the Milgram experiment, I think.
Yeah, I think it's
The
Milgram.
obedience experiment.
There's also this.
70% of people will obey unquestioningly, even if that order would
Yeah.
be to kill another person.
There's also, I believe, some of the Stanford prison experiments as well are basically
Yeah,
done that
those
way.
have been
It
kind
also
of contested.
ties
The
into-
Stanford
Okay.
prison
It also ties
experiments
into the
are
Japanese
kind of-
culture thing of how most people just accept that they're grinding their souls out to nothingness.
Well,
and that
yeah,
they
no.
hope-
That
yeah.
5 also has a very specific message for people in Japan. It just happens to resonate worldwide.
I
But
don't really. What was 4's main through plot?
Well, it's
truth.
about
True- oh, right,
Yeah,
truth.
4 was about
Self-identity.
truth. Truth is in the sense like your own personal truth, living your truth, but also truth of like, because the other big
Yeah,
theme
it's
was
just the
rumors
deceit.
and deceptions, people lying, people hiding, people
It
misunderstanding
reminds me
and
of thing
spreading
in
rumors. And
2
shit like
where
that.
if you spread a rumor, it
And then-
becomes
Yes,
true.
2.
but yeah.
2
then
also had.
three
I've
is
never played
about-
2, but 2 had a rumor. Three's
Three is
theme
about
is explicitly
apathy.
stated right
Yes.
at the start. Memento mori.
Well,
Remember, you
It
will
is
die.
and it isn't, because I think the actual theme of
Oh, it's
3
not
is
grief.
apathy and not doing anything.
It's apathy and grief as well, actually.
Like,
Well,
the-
yeah.
But it is.
Well, yeah,
It's
the-
explicitly about death, implicitly about.
The
apathy.
player's theme, the theme the player interacts with, is explicitly memento mori when you sign the contract.
Oh,
The fact that the
But,
disease when shadows eat your guts out is called apathy syndrome is also very. We should say this.
Well,
I
also
don't.
the fact
I don't
that
know how
you
subtle SMT games are. I doubt they're very subtle
It
because they
varies very
explicitly
heavily,
have
depending on
like
the situation.
calling yourself the law, the chaos, etc. Persona is not really actually that subtle. Gonna be honest with you.
None of them are very. I'll say this.
It's not about subtle, but it tries to not be subtle, but it's more about. It directly talks about the themes as in like they
Well, yeah,
are.
but like
factions
yeah,
even
in
the way
war,
they
which
name
is what
things,
are.
they
They're more about war
don't
factions and
be
not-
subtle
Oh
about.
no,
like-
SMT does that as well. SMT does the explicitly naming.
Yeah,
stuff as
so
well.
like in 3, you join CEASE, which is treated like an extracurricular club, but the victims have apathy
yeah,
syndrome,
yeah.
shit like that.
What
4,
was- oh, God, the villains were something too.
the
They were, like,
Midnight
the
Channel and all
separates.
that
Guys,
stuff.
guys,
Yeah,
okay.
there's a lot of
But
stuff
what-
going on there.
I can't.
Well, we do a lot of things. Okay, what else you got in the popper?
Okay, I'm trying to remember. I wanted to go into one of my favorite designs. Actually, it's one of the newer ones. Actually, but so
Oh, is it the Common Rider thing?
no,
Okay. We'll get to
Cloth
that
is
later.
just mining Twitter.
this might be a bit large, but this is my favorite
No,
design.
that wasn't saved in my folder.
It's just one of my favorite designs in the whole series.
I feel like
I'm sorry if it's huge.
remember this man, but I cannot think of his name.
I will tell you what you post it.
All right, let me. Okay, your size.
Okay,
correctly already.
what would Axe's favorite design be?
It's one of my favorites. It's not the favorite because I don't really have good singular favorites.
Well, as I post it while we wait for the stream lag, I will say this one feels more
It's
Celtically
from 5.
designed and
So-
more appropriately.
This is
Oh,
the king of the
okay.
mountain, Finn McCool.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that's right. That's yeah.
Finn.
I like it because he's just a fucking druid king.
I mean, yeah, it's very basic.
I like all the layers and like the armor and like
I
he's
mean,
a really
Locke,
cool
you just gotta-
animations, which probably adds a bit
Just
more
got to
to
start
it, honestly.
talking, just like how I'm starting talking there. Axe finished his thought. You just got to start. We'll let you get in.
Okay.
I know that you're eating, so you sound like a little like you're dying
No,
there trying
I
to speak.
finished eating. I'm still got the remnants of a sore throat.
Okay, all right. But yeah, I wanted to bring up earlier when we started this everybody else's experience with SMT because I'm sure you guys will like Dallas and Law specifically will have some stuff maybe in the back to pull up over the years. But yeah, okay. So this is Finn McCool, King Under the Mountain. This is a design that immediately screamed Celtic to me and was right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just like it because it's like every time I think about it, it's like this is how you show Finn McCool being cool.
He does look pretty cool, but some of that.
I do appreciate as well that one thumb is red.
Oh yeah, the one thumb. Yeah, also like the horns and the circlet.
Well, the thumb is red because it's the salmon thumb.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's so good. I never noticed that bit.
Well, this is the other thing that like. Another reason to do a fail portrayal type show is we can actually pull up the key art and like blow it up a little bit, because some of these games, you know, I played Persona on the PS2 back in the, you know, the 480 days, right? You know, some of these SMT games have been on like Switches or DSs, which have tiny ass screens. Like,
They're on phones.
Oh yeah. Also, I don't think this is easy to show on stream, but here's a GIF that I really like that basically shows it pretty. If it never mind, it doesn't load.
yeah, it did that weird thing with Discord where it grabbed the image.
I'll get it.
If you can find a link to a GIF, I can
So like, okay.
look at it at least. We can't really transfer it onto a screen. What, the end of the sword? Yeah.
Alright, so here's the GIF, but it has a subtitle on it. But here's to show the actual animation.
Little guy.
But like just to show it, it's a blade of light. So.
Oh yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I just.
It's very specific. Okay, so this is what happens when you have a lot of money and can pay your research team.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's like I feel like it's one of my favorite designs. Is that it's straight up what it is. You deal with him a few times. He does what he does. He has like druidic magic. He has a magic blade of light. There's a few things you do with him in the game, but the more point of it being is that I think he's one of the more like actually reasonable characters in this plot.
I just have a bunch of SMT.
I'm sure you do.
Don't mind me.
That's. I understand what you were here for, Loth. You were here to become the shitpost.
But yeah, so this is one of my favorite. I wanted to show this one like because when I think about SMT designs that I really like, I think of this one as being like I look at this and I think it's like this is like because weird enough is. As Fate fans, we can really compare certain designs, and I feel like
and I mean, we can definitely bring up the fact that the SMT art team. Remember that Finn is mostly known for having a sword, which is the one weird thing about FGO.
Fate.
Also looking like a druid because he was raised by witches.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he could come down from the mountains and be like, "Sup."
I think they've done a lot more with Fionn, like mechanically and character writing to kind of get him out of the initial derp place they put him.
Yeah, but like again,
early FGO writing was
Fate
very chaotic.
Wrote him as for the perspective of Diarmuid's myth and not actually Fionn's myth. Or this is
well, I don't know if they did that as much once we got to America, but I don't know if they were writing anybody to anybody's myth in America.
Yeah.
Part 1 FGO writing is very hit or miss until Nasu takes the wheel himself. But yeah, so go. He's a druidy boy. That's good.
All right, so now let's have a do a thing here. Do you want to start with? You want to go to Greece, or you want to start with the Aesir?
Let's do the.
Because if we go to the Greece, there's a few detours we have to make.
Let's do the Aesir first.
All right, so first things first, we're going to start with so this is gonna be a thing where I want you to put a bunch of side to side because we're going iterations.
Yeah.
So.
I'll see how many I can cram in. We're kind of restricted by my.
Let's briefly do a thing. I forgot. That's actually really important.
Here.
One of my favorite
chat.
designs.
I will have to banish thee entirely because I need to.
Actually, before that one, there's a brief one up to do. This one,
feed me the images.
I don't
okay.
think this might be a bit large, but here's another one. I really like.
I saw this in a Google search.
It's one of my favorite ones. Either like it's not much to it, but I like just how kind of elegant it is.
Well, I will say, let me make sure. This is really big. Okay, hold on. I have to readjust this size a little bit. This is very high res. Damn. Hopefully, I'm not artifacting it too much by shrinking it down a little bit.
Probably shouldn't be. Like I'll next time try to get smaller files.
No, it's okay. It's just grab. Listen. I understand how grabbing stock images from the internet works. Have you ever watched a Wanted?
I just didn't open like 20 tabs.
But I want to say, I'm getting a little sloppy here. We're forgetting entire feet and stuff here. Okay, I've readjusted that. All right, so here's this one. And I want to say, this is good design language because I was immediately like, yeah, this is like Mephisto, right? It is.
It's Mephisto.
Yeah, I was like, got it. Okay, good.
He looks like he's from like a German play, and it's great.
Yeah.
Immediately, it's like, huh? Gee, I wonder who this could be.
Yeah. Which, again, to be fair. Not all SMT designs will be that way.
No.
No, this is one of our modern designs.
But
it's sort of a DLC, so they had money to actually put into this.
You paid money for this. Well, it was money well spent. This
He's
is
also usually one of the
very
best
on
units in the
point.
game usually when he shows up.
Very on point and looks very crisp. It's good. This was good. Like, I appreciate when you can openly tell which guy.
Literally, a thing is that there is a DLC in For Apocalypse where basically you have a Summer Vacation DLC, but the joke is you made a Faustian bargain for it, so you fight Visto at the end for it.
Rip. Shout out to Loth moving on to Persona 5 meme shit posts now.
Yep.
But I guess actually on that train, there's like another one-off to do before we get to like ones that are actually like full sets.
Alright.
This is also like one that started as a DLC, but here is one that I figured because hey, might as well get all the Fate ones out of the way.
Sure, that's good for my cross branding.
Yeah. You can probably
we're
get
not
to
done
this
with
pretty
Fate,
quickly.
by the way.
No, we'll get there, but we'll probably get back to it though.
There are some Greeks and some
Oh yeah.
Norse and some everything.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But
Yeah. All right.
I feel like everyone can guess what this one is, but hey,
Yeah.
there isn't much to say about Mephisto besides that.
Sure. This.
Not about details.
I mean, it's very classical demon.
Which is what I like about it, because it's like that's not what you get usually as SMT. You don't really get classical. You don't really get a classical feeling thing outside of an SMT usually.
It depends. Sometimes they go super classical, i.e.,
Weirdly gothic, yeah.
we'll get to the
Here,
archangels later.
another SMT for Apocalypse DLC demon.
That became a thing in 5, yeah.
Man, the 4 DLC was a lot better than 4 itself for art design. I'll say
YouTube,
that.
don't look right here. Look away from this area. Don't look at that spot.
Don't worry, I believe her like special skill had to be censored.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
where she
shocked. I mean, I've been looking
It's literally
through
her fucking someone,
when
yeah.
I was trying to grab up the look at the different Lilith arts to do the comparison. The SMT1 Lilith art just has a nipple in it, so I'm like, we can't show you that.
Oh yeah, no, there's a couple of arts that I'm like, oh no,
Like,
we can't show that.
Yeah, we
The,
can't
the,
show TNI
again,
for
the fact
everyone,
that this
interesting ones, yeah.
some of these games, weren't out of Japan for a while or were very niche.
Well, Tiamat also has a vagina on its chest.
There's like it has a lot of that edgy late 80s early 90s anime where
Like I
like,
said,
hey, you
Japanese
want to see some
symbolism.
boobs, kids?
Again, it's
Yeah,
like, I've always said this. It is SMT games have always felt like actual like Japanese occult grunge.
Yeah.
In full game form.
By the way, we didn't say the name, but this is Cleopatra.
It's Cleopatra as like the mythological being.
Yeah.
Because she has a fucking like.
I still
Yeah.
prefer the Dante's Inferno interpretation myself, but we also can't show that one.
Yeah, bet we can.
I love that fucking game's art direction.
Did I make it
So
this what I
fucked
posted?
So interesting thing about this one is that you actually meet her trying to basically kidnapping ladies because she's trying to remake a human body by taking parts out from. different
But
women.
does she birth evil zombie babies out of her nipples?
No.
Okay.
I don't really care about
I
that.
got a good chuckle out of Omega. I'm happy. Yeah. Do I have shoulders? Yes. Don't fucking lie to me.
I don't know what's under the armor, man. Come on.
But this is another one where, I mean, other than the fact that she's very blonde, but it's kind of a
Yeah.
sandy blonde.
And she's
It's-
very pale.
Yeah, technically, while she real life Cleopatra would have probably been a little bit paler than you'd expect from an Egyptian
would've
because
been,
she
like,
was Greek.
I
she-
like
she
the
would be a little
makeup
more
to it, but
olives.
yeah.
Though
Is
I don't actually. There are some accounts when she visited Rome into the house of Caesar of what Cleopatra actually looked like. The funny thing is, just to throw this out there, while obviously they're going for a very like mythological inspired take with all the extra snakes and like the demonic golden eyes and stuff, at least to most of the Roman critics, we weren't like, man, that Cleopatra chick is the hottest ever. They were like, yeah, I don't know, she's kind of normal looking, but she's fucking smart. She speaks languages. That's what this Caesar guy's all about. She was a real smart lady, well educated, which is what got all the
She's
Romans
hot
horny,
because she's smart.
as opposed to, being like a literal statue. Though I do believe Julius Caesar himself did have a statue of Cleopatra as Venus commissioned, because he was a nerd.
That doesn't surprise me.
So,
Yeah.
as
all right.
one thing, I guess because we're Egypt, I actually had another Egypt one. So here's this one. This one's before Jank because it's only a 3D model, but Just remind me of one to be like, oh wait, I have this. Might as well get this here because we're talking about Egypt.
This
And then
bug
we're gonna go to
motherfucker.
Easter. It might be a bit large. I'm sorry. I just
No, this one, I do need to shrink it down a little to get all the parts on screen, but it's not a huge deal.
I think it's kind of accurate for like an interpretation of like an Egyptian thing.
Well, it depends on which one it is. You okay, Loth?
I'm just going through my old favorites.
So this is Khonshu, the moon god. I think. I think it's the moon.
Yes, it is the moon.
Moon.
There is a version of him where he becomes Khonshu Ra because of some criticism. But it's
Yeah, the Egyptians did that a lot.
The-
I mean, so I mean, other than the color, because he's got a sun disk on his head, that should actually be silver if it's supposed to be the moon
because
disk.
he's trying to also obtain Ra's power in the storyline.
Okay, but yeah, he's got a Kopesh, and not one of his traditional symbols, but it's Egyptian. And literally, let me show chat. I've got the fucking art splash of the man
and
himself.
also, the reason his skin is green is because they did Amun-Ra in green in his original.
Well, also he's
Right.
green because let me put him on this side. He green. That's
That's
an actual art block of Khonshu.
And then here's
Or possibly
Khonshu Ra.
Khonshu. There's
It's
we-
Khonshu.
we have a problem. We don't really, because nobody actually speaks ancient Egyptian anymore. We're really weird about how the vowels work. We don't know.
Yeah, fair. And then I sent you art of Khonshu Ra when he merges with Ra's power.
Yeah.
All hail the magic Khonshu.
I think of Moon Knight, but yeah.
It's
I mean, yeah.
not censored. Centaured. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. He's doing it wrong.
Got an staff too, but
Got an eagle. You got.
I do
Fuck
much
face.
prefer the Moon Knight interpretation of Khonshu because it's fucking bizarre.
all the Egyptians are just weird alien court. Yeah.
Well, no, Khonshu is a floating bird head attached, a bird skull attached to a body.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be
Dude, a reverse.
that's a trip, but it's Khonshu that took Ra's power. Just
Yeah.
what it
No.
is.
That's. Yeah. That's
I just
Ra.
feel like it's
Raw
accurate. That's what it looked like. It's like, you gotta respect it. Just like somebody just looks
Yeah.
like it, you know.
It looks a little too fish-like in my taste for the head, but
Well, I think it's a translation of the hieroglyphic, but yeah.
The
Eh.
proportions of some Egyptian artworks are very oddball,
But anyway, what's
very
so the
direct,
next one?
very stylized.
I just want to show this just to see like the variation they do. But now
Yeah.
for one of the first big ones, or like the actual full sets. We are
All
going
those
to...
he's, and you choose to be a hoe.
Alright, so-
Voting Jack Frost ice cream.
All right, so there's an order to present them in. So you start basically from the bottom up.
Oh, okay. So you've gotten the oldest, and we're going forward. Okay.
Yes. And the last one,
This will take me a second
I don't
to.
care for, but I wanted to show just for how different it is.
which one
Well,
is this?
so.
Oh,
you
is this
probably-
Loki? I'm guessing.
We're starting with Loki.
surprised you grabbed that one, but yeah. Okay. So hold on. I'm gonna basically build this collage in a separate window for a sec to make sure I've
Yeah,
got them
because
all
it's like
in the right
the,
sizes and
fourth
stuff.
one you don't need to put in there. You put there as a smaller thing. Like that's just the first two that actually more matter. Or I guess the
Yeah.
three that actually look like they actually look similar to each other. Like the last one as like the top one.
Well,
before.
so we should show the very last one, if only to
You
explain
should, but you don't
why
need to have
he
it
looks
together.
why he looks different. And we'll
Yeah.
get into that. But if you've played a Persona game, you should understand, chat, why a later Loki does look
A
different.
persona design is more. It becomes an aspect of the thing and not actually the thing itself, unlike the others, which is.
Well,
Loki
also,
itself.
Well-
I talked about this. All of the Persona 5's bajillion years old. All of the player character personas, the party
Well,
member personas, have their own
are
unique
different
art style they work on.
Yeah.
So-
That's how it is in every Persona game. Well, yeah, even one. Well, in one they kind of took a lot of the designs going forward because it's one, but yeah. No, I hate Loki's Persona 5 design personally.
I can understand that.
Uh,
I don't
They
really care
fucking-
for
I
it.
love the context in which Loki.
I
appears.
love Loki, the character that is Loki, without spoiling too much. I love all of that stuff. I just hate the horse.
The more I look at it, is like I only really care for the sword bit. The rest I don't really get.
But look, you
Well,
should have a
I
sword.
guess I'll have to wait till.
I'll say this. I completely disagree with Axe on some of the other ones, though. His favorite tells me things about Axe.
Well, also, everybody who's watched a fail portrayal should understand how Dallas works.
That's true.
I almost need a third fucking paint window. For this heckin' lineup. That's okay. Chad gets to chill out with fucking Persona vibes. Beneath the Mask is playing right now. Okay.
Nice.
So...
That's the other thing. Persona definitely has... I don't think there's even an argument. Persona has better music than SMT.
I think there are some songs I think that are really good, but I think overall it's fair.
There are a few tracks I'd argue with
Okay,
from
so that's
Nocturne.
not quite
because I
tight
have
enough together,
roasted
so
the
hold on
glasses.
while I scooch these
Kind of,
boards.
That's fair.
Slightly
there are
closer
some
together.
tracks that I loved. So,
See, here's the thing.
Alright.
I don't think I have rose-tinted glasses because I think Persona music has just gotten better and better over the years, despite 3 being my favorite.
Is really good.
We're not transparent selection.
But Dallas, baby, baby, baby.
Baby, 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 baby. God, if there's one song I don't like from that game, it's that fucking startup
Juice.
music.
Lotus Juice.
Hey, don't you insult the
love
name of
Lotus
Lotus Juice in this house.
Yeah.
I'm not insulting Lotus Juice. I'm insulting that exact frame of Lotus Juice that plays every time you open the game.
Oh, I see what you mean. I can just see bits.
Yeah,
and pieces
so
of
I
the
can
five
show the
design.
5 guy. He's very different.
But like,
I can't actually with the size of my
yeah,
paint
like
window.
it's
actually
not that
show him on
important.
screen.
But
But you saw him a little bit. You can see the corner of
Axe
here.
enjoys the Gimp Imp.
Okay, listen. I like it as a design. It doesn't mean I think it's like something I do myself.
It's a Gimp.
I mean,
suit
it is a Gimp
and an
Imp.
imp. It's a Gimp
Okay,
Imp.
okay. I'm gonna be real with y'all. In terms of like overall character design, I don't think any of these Lokis, I'll include even the P51,
look
are
like
super
Loki.
great. Because our first 2 guys are like, well, the first guy looks like a fucking budget Akira Toriyama villain.
Wait. Axe has done a disservice. He has not actually given you the first Loki design.
Okay, dig me something up, Dallas. I will say at least
I
the
forgot
second.
Megami Tensei
The
design.
first and second one here are at least thematically
Just-
similar.
just sprayed art.
You know,
Jesus.
I'm very curious as to why the third one went in such a different direction.
What? He's going through his
I
bondage
think it's from
phase.
Soul Hackers, so I don't.
I guess
only thing I
it's
can think
more
of-
cybery style, but yeah.
Look,
Is
I
that
love
they-
Soul Hackers as a game. There's a lot of bondage stuff in that.
It is meant to be cyberpunk 90s.
Is that like in universe the Norse god looked at Loki and went, okay, we need to lock you the fuck up.
If I'm gonna be honest, I think the second one, even though I don't like it,
Oh.
looks the closest to Loki.
Did you see what
That's
Dallas
fair.
put?
Oh, you finally saw the original Loki design?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we got
Loki's
it.
one of the
fucking,
main
like,
antagonists
the
of
fucking frost
Megami
giant dude.
Tensei. Well, no, it's because he looks like he has the fucked up face
Oh, right.
that Loki
So,
would have.
Weirdest thing is, in the original,
Put it here.
so in the
There you
original Devil Story stuff, the demon the main character summons is Loki, which
Yeah.
shows because it also ends up being about Loki. He's just a demon dude. It could have been Pazuzu for all we sake, and it would have been the same thing.
Yeah. Loki sounded cooler. I mean, okay. Once again, the middle art, like I think it was actually said earlier, I could see the kind of the frost giant heritage there or something. But also all of
Yeah.
these are just kind of weird.
The discount Blanca looking one is the closest to Loki.
Yeah. The 5-1 looks the way it does for reasons.
Yes.
It is about-
the
Don't need to get
final one
into-
is-
It's about being alive.
It's named Loki for a reason, and it looks like that for a reason. Those reasons have very little to do with each other.
Yes. There's a lot going on here, but yeah, this is definitely, like, I will say, like, art design wise, the third one in the line, the Soul Hackers one, we definitely started flexing our creative muscles. Like, the first 2 designs are very
My problem is like,
overly
I like
simplistic.
I like the face, the hair, and the wings. That's why I always
Soul
like
Hackers has a very bondage, like, I'm not even joking. It's not even just bondage. It's specifically, it is really Hellraiser. Like, I know I make that comparison a lot.
It's a game about actual souls being
Soul
devoured.
Hacker is very Hellraiser.
If you're,
Like,
you're
it's
playing,
very,
you're playing a
Clyde
hacker,
Barker.
Yes.
So I just interesting is you're playing a hacker group fighting a secret society of demon summoners.
Yeah, like, and it's an aesthetic choice, and I understand that. No, the reason I think it is because it looks like a frost giant who has had his face melted by snakes. That's the reason I think the second one works the most.
It's true.
Because isn't that what happened with I'm not making
Yeah,
this
yeah,
up,
yeah.
right?
No.
He
The
kept
snakes-
being melted by like the Yorman
Snake strip
hunters?
poison in his eyes.
Yeah.
No, it's not. He is the dad of Yarmungandr.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Because
And also Hell.
Norse mythology is wild.
Oh yeah.
And Fenrir.
Oh, that reminds me. We'll get to Greece. A few detours to do there, but
Oh no, I have a couple. I'm
We
gonna
are doing-
force some Greek stuff on you.
fair. But there are
Yeah,
two
we
I
started
wanna
at
do
Ace
first.
here though. So this
doing Ace
is
here
the Loki
yeah.
lineup. It's interesting to see the kind of evolution over the years. I'll admit, other than the bondage imp Loki, we're not really scratching that SMT itch I'm looking for. These first two designs,
No.
they're very low energy.
So here's-
Loki is very generic.
And now I'm gonna show this one of
Tab it
the
over to
order of it's
games.
not great.
Let's
Uh,
do Thor before that, because
yeah,
we'll
do-
have less
You do
discussion.
the first one, then the third one, then the top one, then the second one. That's the order of they came out.
Ah, okay. All right.
Yeah. We'll have less arguments with Thor because I
Thor,
think
yeah.
everyone agrees the best one.
Thor is, I think, I've always liked Thor, and like I think all the iterations have different ideas
Jesus
to them. And
Christ,
they're good.
this first Thor is fucking huge. I zoomed
I'm
out and it's
sorry.
still sucking up the whole thing.
I
Sorry.
enjoy the design of.
I'm just more surprised how you did this. Everything I try to save is like, give me the tiniest postage stamp version.
It's because I grabbed full size images and saved them, and then I save them as like a web piece, so like they're like full thing.
Ugh, ugh.
That's what they saved as. It's not great.
Okay. We may have a problem with the first Thor.
What?
Because all the images you give me are transparent, which turns to black backgrounds in paint. The first Thor has a lot of shading going on. There's a lot of blacks in there. So
Oh,
I have to
that's
show him
important because
in,
it also cut it out.
in the black back. It turns into black
let me-
background.
I can get it for you, Omega.
Yeah, let me get that. I can do that too. My bad.
Let me try and work with the
God
others in
damn
the
it.
appropriate name.
Got it for you. It's in chat.
Okay.
Or it's loading, but it has a white background, so. Oh no, it's still transparent. Okay. Huh.
I mean, well. Let me try.
That one worked. We just grab this, I guess.
Yeah, no, the one Dallas got me is just the same one with the transparent turns into black background. I mean, this one looks like it's probably transparent, but we'll see.
Oh, wait. So you're on Axe's team when it comes to Odin?
I love to put a good phone call.
Oh.
I got a phone call. Did you not hear my phone going off?
Sorry.
Dallas doesn't exist in this realm. Okay, no, these are all transparent
okay,
images,
so,
so.
what am I
I'm
being
sorry.
accused of this time?
I said you're on Axe's team when it comes to Odin's design.
I enjoy both designs.
Just like 3, actually.
We'll
Old
talk
and
about
Thor.
it.
All right, okay.
We'll talk about
Well,
Thor.
I don't think we can do the side by side easily because again, the only way to show you this kind of shading effect is to keep some of the blacks, which just doesn't work. So I'll show
Yeah.
you the first one recommended to me.
Oh Jesus!
The one
Yeah,
where
you
he just
just
looks like a DC comic character.
Yeah, basically,
does.
like there's some. I mean, the shading is really slick, which is why I want to try and preserve this.
Yeah, no, I think this is the best drawn art. I don't
It
like
also
the
would
design,
never translate.
but
I would say the other ones translate better in the 3D models, but better. But this.
oh
one
no, 100%.
Yeah.
But in terms of just a drawn piece of art, this is fire.
This is the dude. If you were a giant, the giant's he's coming to kill you. You're a giant. You're dead.
Or if you're a wolf. He killed the wolf, right?
I think
He kills Fenrir, right?
he might kill Fenrir after Fenrir eats
No.
Odin,
No, Thor kills Fenrir because Fenrir kills Odin.
and then
And I
he gets
think
eaten by Snake.
Thor dies from his wounds.
He dies with Jormungandr because the poison.
Right, no.
Yeah,
he
he
kills
gets
Fenrir, then dies with Jormungandr.
Snack.
Right, okay.
All right, so you guys have enjoyed that one, and let's just.
I think the ADCs are like really like the good spectrum of like how good or bad they can be of being like they're all distinct choices.
Well,
of these.
and there's a lot to be said for the concepts.
We'll talk about Odin.
So this one is black as well. Oh, it's also fucking huge. I'm doing this just because
Hey,
it looks sillier the other
Omega,
way.
That's better than the version of this that is just this but blackface.
It's true.
I didn't bring that one
would
because
be
there
better.
wasn't nothing to really add besides it being weird.
Yeah. The
Hey,
reason why I'm
you just
posting this
imagine
one
this
is
dude with
because I
black
will
skin
say I
and
feel
red
like the
lips.
illustrator was slightly lazy here. The backdrop of his cloak is just 000. It's all black, so it
it's
becomes a
usually-
very
it's
weird edit.
It's usually an animated, right? Usually what it was.
Yeah.
So, like, there was, like,
Whereas the
animation scenes
one,
above
the
it.
newer one, which is the one that I recognize from the Persona side, that has like
Also from-
gradient shading.
That one's a single one from 3, and it's infamously good for just how
I
memorable
like
it is
it.
in my mind.
Like
the one-
as
yeah.
as a piece of art, I very much enjoy the. I think that's SMT1 Thor.
This is like Soul Hackers.
Or,
This one's
or
Soul Hackers,
No, the original one.
The first
not
one
this
is.
This
I
is
hate
double.
this one.
Yeah, the original. This one's alright. It's like a double summoner. Alright.
This one's kind of dorky. But-
It's just the last one, but worse.
Fair, yeah. And then when
I mean,
It's-
I
yeah,
appreciate there's some extra detail here, like he's got the short hammer with the extra runes and the loop and stuff. But
I
like,
mean, it just
the actual-
quality-wise, it is actually worse to me.
yeah, there's not as much detail in this one, and the posing is not as interesting.
Yeah, the one from SMT1 I enjoy as an art
Oh, it's
piece.
still big. Hold on, I'm gonna shrink this again.
And I mean, it looks great in game
we got
because
this one, which I think is actually just really cool.
spoiler, there was no 3D in SMT1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the
this
current
is the,
modern
you've
Thor
probably seen.
one. Yeah,
Really
it's
good.
in.
I think he's important to fuse up into something.
He's one like in 3. He's like this leader. He's the big chaos demon for a while.
He's usually a pretty high tier persona in personas. He shows up as like this is a boss in Sai's dungeon, for instance, which is
He's
the
not a
last dungeon before you end the flashback.
He's not a capstone guy, but he's like one or two below
He's
that.
he's
yeah,
always
he's
like a
usually
high
like in
tier.
the 50s or 60s in Persona, I think.
70s sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes
This
a little
guy
high.
is great. In Nocturne, he's a huge boss fight, and then kind of almost doesn't really get up in power level. So when you fight him near the end of the game again, it's just a cakewalk.
Well, that's the point, I think. The
Yeah,
fight.
but it's still pretty neat. This one, I mean, obviously we can still say there are still some SMT-ass fashion choices here. The man is wearing a leotard and nothing else. Well,
he's got
okay, he's got some
runes on
boots
his arms and legs, and
Yeah.
he's got some boots.
No,
and
I think
got-
he's wearing a leotard and a speedo.
I think
He's
I
got a
think
lot
those are
going
separate
on.
Pieces.
Is there a thing of like Thor having like gold scale mail?
Not
No, I
scale
think it's
mail,
just the
but,
scales are the scale style is just that is a. There are actually, I think, some ideas of some Viking armor that is in that style of scale mail that they probably found.
I am a little bit sad that so far Dad of Sun is the only series that has done Thor properly in terms of hair color.
Thor was always kind of just like a big.
Well, no, he's a redhead.
True.
Everybody
Yeah.
takes kind of body shape.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like he's a redhead.
I'm gonna blame
that's
Marvel
my one-
Comics.
I do blame Marvel Comics for a lot, but here's the thing: they did it even a different fucked up. They did black hair.
That's the Konak. Konak usually just has black hair. It's the artist thing.
Yeah.
Usually. Theon's a different
You
artist.
say
You
it's
can
a
tell.
fetish, really.
But Konak has a very specific way how they do shading of.
Sorry,
like,
Loth's just
skin
black.
and, like,
Loth is
hair.
psychically assaulting me with Jack Frost memes on my other monitor.
I have a thing for that at the very end. There's a thing for that at the very end I want to show.
Okay.
But we'll get there.
But yeah, so we
Yeah,
moved through some
so-
iterations of Thor. I think you can tell that we kind of get a little. We got a little more budget in it. We got some better tools. We can kind of refine this design down. It's still mostly the same guy. He's got a horned hat and a cape and a hammer.
But I think this one really works in 3D, in my opinion.
It's really good as a
Yeah.
model.
And I also want to say, like I
Usually
said,
very huge.
the art gets technically better because, like I said, this has actual gradients of shading. It's not just his cloak is just black.
Well, and then to me, this feels very Norse mythology.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that aspect in others.
All right.
When this
Fireman.
guy is standing straight tall,
Foreshadowing.
he looks normal. When he's on his one knee like this, it looks a bit goofy.
I mean, he does look a little bit like I have just gone to the male strip club and we've just called out
So-
up next Thor.
So it's not great because it's like it's not a thing, but like here's just like he usually is like in this position.
yeah, this is from P5. He's hunched over. Like he doesn't always rise to full height.
Listen, he's also usually like at least like 15
Also,
feet tall.
once again,
he's usually, like, towering
the
over
call out
player.
of the he's part giant. But the call out of him as the chariot is also very appropriate in Persona. That's a thing
Yes.
we're probably not going to get into is like the relationships of different elements
That's not the
and
point here.
like arcana and other shit. But like we said, there's a lot of layers to this shit in SMT.
I'm
You
more
know,
thinking about-
alignments of like the different alignments as well.
He's also usually always like a chaos demon in like games that have alignments matter because it's always about might solves problems.
He is also usually in games very much the like this is the standard warrior pick almost.
And he's usually like the big warrior general of like
Well, he's
a
not
good
the
fight.
best because it's usually someone like Siegfried or
yeah, it's always like Siegfried or him.
Siegfried is
the other
usually
ones.
a very high level persona, yeah.
yeah, Siegfried is usually the capstone.
Yeah, usually.
All right. Anyway, fire me-
Unless the
fire me
person who has a personal persona has one.
All right, and
fire me
now
up.
we're
What's
gonna go
next?
to.
I'm gonna list some of my extra paints.
Odin. Oh boy.
There's like 3 of these designs, so this one goes from downward up because it's just how it's saved.
So Dallas
So,
doesn't talk to me
bottom
when
to
I'm
the top
not
then?
stepping away.
Yeah, because that you could see how you can kind of see.
Yeah,
the age
I can
from-
see the differences here. Okay, so
And I
we're gonna-
grabbed the sprite art, not the actual model art. The model probably look crisper, but for like the top one. You can even get different versions of them. I can.
no, this one I think is fine.
There's like an even older version of this one, but I don't
This
think they're
first one I
interesting. They
actually
look
have
really
to,
jank.
I think, blow up a little bit. Actually, he's a little small. Let's make
I
him
think
a
it's
little
just
bigger.
a sprite rip. So
Yeah, that's okay. We'll work with that. We'll set them all to the same size so we can fit them on my heckin'
hopefully
screens.
hopefully at least put them back inside each other.
Oh, I'm sure we can fit. That's not the right one. I need to open a Discord window. Just, you know, keep jamming out to Persona music. Get your jams on. And this is, you know, while I'm working on the sizing and compositing of all these together, this is another thing that I don't know a lot about. I know that sub-series of SMT games, like, you know, Soul Hackers, Devil Summoner, that kind of stuff, Redo Kuzunoha's, the Redo Kuzunoha angle of that, you know.
Those are all technically Devil Summoner games. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the different... Redo Kuzunoha is set in a different period, so it has its own thing. But a lot of the different sub-games in the core game have, you know, their own distinct aesthetics. I don't know if the core SMT games go for quite the way Persona does, with a very distinct aesthetic style, each game being different.
Some of them do.
No,
some
it
of them
just
don't.
it depends on who is the artistic lead because
Yeah.
when it comes to
Like,
SMT4, they had a different art team and then
Yeah,
it goes.
SMT4 is a very notable,
Because that is definitely, I feel like, somewhere along the way, maybe it was when they were making P4 after P3, they decided to make each Persona game not only thematically distinct, but also convert that into its aesthetic. Like, obviously, there's
Here's the
very
thing.
infamously the different color schemes for all the Persona games, and how the menus look different and stuff. And also that applies to the music, you know?
I think Persona 4 really started that because, like,
Yeah.
while they had a thematic scheme, there wasn't like a unified color scheme for 3.
And no, 3 is still predominantly blue.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Well, no, because there's 2 that are very much.
No, like the menu, the main menus and the icon colors,
oh, no,
like it's
I
all.
meant in terms of the Persona theming.
Oh yeah, no, that's not what I.
Oh,
they're all
okay.
like Grecian, but I meant like aesthetically for like the way their UIs are built
Oh,
and stuff
okay.
like that are all.
Yeah. Never mind. I see what you mean now.
Yeah. And like I said, even the music is, sometimes like strongly tied together.
That one you worry about later.
Oh, but you already pushed that one at the top, so that one's going in the collage.
Oh, that's
first-
just that one's a slight difference though.
Oh, okay. Well, I can.
That one's
Grab
for a
the
bit later,
second
there's a bit
iteration of
more
that.
to it.
Hold on, I'm getting
I
all
think
these
it's actually
guys.
just, like, changed.
I'm getting all these spear boys roughly the same size. All right, so
Good luck with the last one.
that's fine. All right.
Well, I didn't know
Bye
it's
bye.
that's actually more
Oh,
below than I thought
okay.
it was.
I do need to resize this one slightly. Do we need to do it slightly more? Hold on. How does that look on the stream? That's, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm working through like multiple layers of everything, so okay, there we go. Should have gone for the 50 to start, but let's rebalance everybody. So, Odin.
So,
Wait, you're missing the original.
So start one. It's not worth showing. It's not good.
Okay.
I
I mean, I could say the same thing about one on the screen, but
So the leftmost one is you can kind of remember to like one of the older Loki designs they showed earlier. Like all of the Aesir just had a thing of having cloaks on them and having the weapon and the armor kind of went okay.
Yeah,
But
big white cloak.
and then you get to the second one, which is I think I didn't see this one until a few days ago, but this one's actually kind of amazing because it very much screams Odin as like a man that is consumed by the thirst for knowledge.
I have one huge problem with it.
Which one?
He has both of his eyes.
Well, one of his eyes is differently colored. It's a little hard to tell in this size. I think they're going for like a thematic thing and not literally no eye. But yeah, it's a little weird. But I do like, he's got the cloak is just padded with runes and stuff.
Like it's his chest. Like he's nothing but runes.
Yeah.
So actually, I have one question.
What?
Why did you post a tokusatsu thing in the Persona post?
I can get Kokosaburo if you want to see the Toku thing.
I mean, this is definitely a.
No, this is a toku. Like
Yeah.
this is just a common writer.
It's for certainly has kind of a Western superhero theme. The last Odin,
Or it's more
which I think
Ultraman,
also blends into
Yeah,
some of the
there's like all
tokusatsu
kinda-
type stuff. Like he is once they went unlike for some of the Celtic stuff. For some reason, for Odin, they went with the skin tight bodysuit look, which
So-
is
This is because this is from For Apocalypse, where the villains of For Apocalypse is the thing called the Polytheistic Alliance, which is Maitreya.
It's the Legion of Doom, basically.
So basically, he is like the start. He is like him and like two others are like a villain group. for
Yeah,
that
Maitreya and Krishna.
Villain Krishna
Yeah.
and Odin. And Odin's the first one you meet, and he kicks your ass. And then like,
As Odin
Krishna's just
does.
always there, and then Maitreya is just kind of a Buddha, creepy guy.
I dislike the tokusatsu looking one on the simple fact that, I mean, it's a golden tokusatsu character.
Yeah, I wanna say-
can't
so,
put it-
I mean,
Also,
I
they
think.
fucked up Gung here a lot, and I hate that.
What do you mean?
Why does it look like a lightning bolt?
Why shouldn't it look like a lightning bolt?
Because Odin is not associated with lightning at all.
What in the games he is the thing.
Okay, that.
Well,
Yes,
so,
I'm
well, I guess
understanding
there's different games have different opinions on physical, but
In
Odin is
some of
also
the
magical.
games- Yes, in some of the games, Odin will have either a strong lightning attack, like one of the strongest lightning attacks, or a
Lightning
strong
ring, yeah.
lightning-based spear attack.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I always accepted
so-
that because usually it's like Odin is. You can't exactly because Odin is just magic. So
yeah, no, that's what I was getting
it
at.
doesn't make
There's not really
gameplay
a good.
sense for there to just be. I do magic attack.
The other way to do this is to do what like the Final Fantasy Odin usually does, which is make him physical damage. Or technically instant death, but let's not even get into what the fuck Zentetsu Ken is
that
supposed
one's
to be.
because of 6 and its whole thing of making it be. It was trying to make Odin a Japanese writing thing.
Well,
It was samurai
Odin
guy. for some reason.
also, instant death does make sense because that's literally what his legend
Yeah,
is.
true,
It's
but he
just
did it-
spear
True,
and
but
basically
the
killing
thing
But he
is,
does a
Dallas, I'm
Japanese sword technique.
yeah,
so.
specifically he does the Zantetsu Ken. He does
I
the killing
understand.
sword.
I very much understand they did it wrong, but they had the spear.
I at least appreciate that in 7, if you use the Odin materia and
No.
you're fighting a boss that is immune to death, he does Gungear and he just chucks his spear way up in the sky and nukes them from orbit.
I do think as much as I like.
So,
FF6
I wanna say
more
this,
as a
I
game,
don't-
FF7.
I don't hate the design, this newer Odin design. What it screams to me though is this is a very specific interpretation, like especially compared to other
This is
stuff.
like him at his the highest of his power.
They're trying to do something like either specific with the aesthetics of the game or something specific with the thematics of Odin to make him look this way. It's not how I would draw an Odin. I can still tell it's supposed to be an Odin. Like, he's got like a weird eye patch. He's got a crow. He should probably have 2 crows.
He's got Yugen and Mugen with him, yeah.
Well, I guess he's got a
and
4-eyed crow,
this
so.
I'm glad this didn't stick. Is all I can
It's
say.
the one also SFT5 because the thing about it is like this is one of the first arts I think the
Right.
new artist for 4 Apocalypse made. So it's one of their signature pieces.
So is then the newest one you gave me the 5 one?
That's the 5 model, yeah.
Okay, well
Wait,
then
they
let's
changed Odin
pull it up
again
for
in 5?
comparison. No,
they just
No,
they
it's just
shifted
upright.
the proportions of armor a bit. Like they changed it a bit. Like they made it more actual like armor because it's not a 2D sprite.
Like again, I'll be like Dallas said. Like I'm on Team Max. I like the first and third design.
Oh no, I like the first the most, by far.
I mean, for Odin,
I
the
like
first has
second
enough
most.
elements
I
that
just
like.
don't like the first one. The first one was kind of whatever to me.
Yeah, no, when they actually make the shoulder pad look like a shoulder pad.
Yeah, I think it's a nice glow up.
It's a little-
No, I'll say this. I do.
Yeah, I
think
also
this,
actually as a flame effect.
I do think this is better than the last one.
Yeah,
I
so
think
the
this is better than 4.
them actually making it a fully realized 3D model, like it makes it look like he's actually wearing armor. They've done some
Yeah.
stuff with his like pauldrons to give him depth.
I still don't like this as Odin, but I at least think the design.
I like
I'm
the
gonna
belt
say,
because
I'm
it's
gonna
the-
say, I don't usually do this, but with the 3D-ification of this model, I definitely feel that thing Dallas is talking about more. Like this literally looks a lot like a Power Rangers bad guy like
It's
prop
because
now.
the shading on the abs. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's the
It's
extra
the
it's the
abs,
extra
yeah.
shading and the depth. Like it makes him
doesn't
look
feel needed.
more like a
It's not
costume.
needed.
For
not
me,
needed.
it's you can't obviously see it that well here because it's just an image. For me, it's the mask up close. If you see the mask up close, it's like, oh, this is a
Oh, it's
Kamen Rider character.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the way
it's
his
weird.
mouth is modeled. And I mean,
He's designed as like a metal person. Is the weird bit.
the that does make me wonder things about other pop culture references. There's a very specific metal man in Warhammer Fantasy, but I'm gonna say this again. I don't think that pop culture references or allusions are wrong. They are certainly a sub theme. Again, at one point, I'm going to pick up the different versions of grab a couple arts for Lilith and show you. And again,
Axe, can I?
one of
throw
them is
something
just.
This is too good of a segue.
One
Can
of the
I
more
have
modern
you throw an
versions
art
of Lilith is just Gozer
tell
Gozerian,
me the name.
guys.
the car.
Sure. But
If you wanna
Dallas,
talk
I
about
didn't
pop
know that
culture
existed
reference.
because that's sort of like 1 or 2 games that like is a weird.
I know, but it's just so explicit that I can't.
Sure, I'll
not
do it when I get
mention
the other
it.
thing set up. So sure.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll send it to Omega then, because this is just.
Sure. I don't have it saved.
It's one art, and it's just.
Yeah.
This is them playing Russian roulette with. Will this man sue us?
So, the next thing I want to do is I want to do the Greek thing, but I feel like let's do one I think I need to make it like look at to see if it's doable or not.
Oh, this is very tiny, Dallas.
It's.
Do you have any other iterations of this, or?
There aren't any.
Oh my god, it is a literal postage stamp size. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do
I'll see if I can get a
500%.
better art.
All right.
I'm gonna like grab.
Unless you want me to do the actual sprite art, because spoilers.
No,
this
no,
is
no,
from
no, no,
Shin
no.
Megami Tensei 1.
Okay. All right, hold on.
and grab
I
art
will.
that is
I will
actually
throw
posted
this up on screen so
somewhere.
that
That's tiny.
at my 500% size, so chat can look at it while I collage together what X has given me.
Fucking tiny. Oh my god. Ugh. You also have to tell me if it's actually even postable.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, Omega, can you guess what this thing's name is?
I mean, I can. Do you wanna spice it up for the chat and give it to him?
Yeah, chat. Do you want to guess what this thing's name is?
Also, yes. Axe, that middle one is
Yeah,
probably
I'm
not
trying
gonna
to
work
find
without
a
an
version
edit.
that's more postable. One moment.
I feel what? Do you know which one the middle one is from? Which
That
game?
is from Soul Hackers and 4, but the 4 one didn't have nipples.
Okay, so if you can find
I'm
the
trying to
4
find the
version
one
of
that
the
doesn't
key
have
art,
it.
yeah, because this is again going to that thing where like this is not just the case where a couple of the earlier SMTs would sneak a boob in. This is at some point I feel like we are obsessed with adding tits on things in the 90s, and it's kind of.
Well, did you show him
Excessive.
Diana?
Yeah,
The literal boob
Yeah,
lady?
that's
Yeah.
that's where we're at right now, Dallas. Yes.
It just I want
Oh.
to show it because it's like the bits that aren't that. Are
It's,
the
I mean,
great.
yeah, seeing all 3 of these together, there's a very interesting thing going on here, but I cannot show that original version of that art.
Yeah, I can't find the other version, so that's unfortunate.
Which game did you say it was from?
Someone's responding with Chris.
Yeah, no, this is Chris the car.
SMT4. Let me find
Now, for those of you who aren't as obsessed with horror writing as I am, this is just Christine. Like,
it is, yeah.
they're not hiding this. This is just. What if we put Stephen King's Christine in this? It's the same car model. I think it's the same license plate. But it's. I just find that absolutely hilarious. I think Superman is also in SMT1. Or no, he's in Persona 1.
Oh my god. Sorry, there's a different coloring of Diana that's like even worse because they're all flesh colored.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't. I don't know
Yeah,
where. it
no,
is.
you
I'll
cannot.
find it.
You
I
cannot
mean,
put
I feel
that-
like this is that unfortunate problem that happens sometimes with the
Wait,
internet.
No, Omega, I got it. I got you.
Oh,
Hold on.
okay. He's found it. But what I was gonna say was that I mean, we can attempt to show that one, Loth.
Oh, okay. No, I found one, but it's really shoddy.
I have a pre-censored one.
Okay, we can try that one if Axe says he's got one. But
It's just-
I
the quality
kind
is
of
garbage.
feel like what's going on here is the problem we sometimes run into with the internet and the kind of audience that SMT I think attracts with kind of its edgy gothiness is there are like literally one of the posts I see is Twitter being like, "Oh, Diana got censored in SMT4." Like, yeah, no shit, because the tit hat isn't a good look. Guys,
Deal with it, you immature
just
children.
because you think nipples are edgy doesn't mean that it's like
Also,
a bad call.
I want to spoil it.
Okay,
I want to
so,
spoil that. That's not censorship.
Also,
That
like,
is
it
a
won't let me
creative
send it
choice
to you
by
because
the
it says too risque for some reason.
Oof. Okay. All right.
It's over
All right.
censored.
Dallas has
I have provided.
me with a it's bad, but it works.
It's really bad.
Oh, I have. it
Okay.
there.
Okay. Hold on.
I
Okay,
was
yeah,
trying
that's
to
just
cut
the-
out
that's
game-
just the
I was trying
art.
to cut the game parts out, but it wouldn't let me do
Yeah,
that.
that's the one I found. We'll go with Dallas's one because that has the full art. It's just
Thank you.
understand, chat, that it is actually censored and is very goofy. But hold on, I'm gonna
This is
start.
what I found on Google.
Also, one of them is also literally the Persona 2.
I said
design,
I
so,
looked
like,
up
it's just Persona design,
Diana
yeah.
art censored, and this is what I got.
Okay.
Oh god, is it? On the weird, that's like kind of terrific.
It's not horrific.
I
It's
wanted to
just
show
funny.
it because there were multiple iterations of her design.
I think they're being censored by King Dodongo faces.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And then, is there a particular order you want this arranged in, X?
You can. It's only the new. It's the one that. The blonde one is the last one.
Okay.
That's the rest are like those existed. It's like
No,
there's a very specific thing I want to bring up about this, but
troglodytes on the internet are obsessed with quote-unquote censor.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, as we talked about, kind of the themes of SMT and Persona. It makes sense. It's annoying, but it makes sense that like they would be like, "Oh, my edgy occult game got censored." Oh, yeah, it got censored because the.
Yeah.
Again, this is, I'm real with you. I am as mature and as horny as anybody on the internet. Just randomly slapping a nipple on something is not good. There's a reason why horror. There's like psychosexual imagery with horror sometimes because sometimes
Yeah, like
putting sexy
This
stuff
is-
in the wrong context is
if we
freaky.
want to talk about it, like as much as I said we can't show the Tiamat thing on stream because people get hit by YouTube over it, at least for that one it makes sense why it's like that. Because it's the
goddess of
mother.
birth.
It's
Yeah.
it's fertility. It's a bit on the
There's a
nose.
lot of fertility everywhere.
It's a bit on the nose, just being a giant vagina creature, but still, it like at least there's a
Still too
reason
much
for
horror.
it.
It's not Oreo, which is literally just a vagina, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but
Well, and again, that's why we're just not going to bring up Mara because we know it's a penis. That's the
There's
joke.
not much there.
You don't
It's
need
also
to.
because
Yeah.
it doesn't say it actually. It's also a joke because it's a Japanese pun. It's not even actually Mara from that lore. It's just a thing.
Well, it still works for that a little. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's okay. All right. Now we have collaged together.
So I wonder what the design because it's like my first design was like it was the one that didn't have nipples on it. For like the second one, just to bring it up, is like that's the one I
Yeah.
first saw. It's like what I had. Elvis was like
That's
not
still
weird to
little.
me.
I having seen that version, and I can like grab that image that Axe gave me as like and take it away as like a quick transpose, for example.
But it's like it looks fine because it's like you just like those like it's just like I just don't know why it's a bunch of boobs because it's like it's Diana.
it's because people are look
So
this
it's that.
this
okay.
cult this whole thing cultivates a very
It's
specific
weird, but
fan
it's like
base.
yeah. But like the first one on the left is from Persona 2. That is Maya Mono's Persona.
And
which is-
I almost feel like you can tell it's specifically a Persona design, not a
It's a Persona 2 design.
Demon-
very
well,
specifically.
yes, but it's a Persona design, not a demon design, because it has that kind of like
Stand aesthetic.
yes, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, we haven't really brought that up, but that's another sub theme of Persona. Is I feel like the Persona
have you
games
really like Araki.
have you watched have you read JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Talking about what Omega brought up earlier, that was my first exposure to tarot reading.
Fair.
was reading the original
Yeah.
run of Stardust.
Yes.
'Cause I read
And
that when it was coming out because I'm
what
old.
year?
Sorry, P3 was
93, I think.
Yeah, so that would be
for
when did Persona
Stardust,
1 come
I
out?
think.
But
Also, there's a Persona I have to bring up
so
with these
I
two.
just want to show the different iterations as it goes because on the most right, this is Artemis.
Oof. No,
Specifically
so
specifically, yeah.
well, hold on, let me about Stardust Crusader, sorry, real quick. Googled it. April 3rd, 1989 to April 27th, 1992.
Right. Okay, came out before I was born.
So
Yeah.
Right. It was whatchamacallit that was going on when I started reading JoJo was
as
Part
a
five.
beat to say it, the first two of the first one on the left and the center are Diana's. On the right is Artemis. For
Ignore
other
that.
reasons we're about to do after this one, of specifically Artemis, who is a DLC character in 5, who is designed specifically by a Saint Seiya artist. It's why she
Yes.
looks like basically a character from that series or from like that franchise.
Yeah. And
She has basically
it takes a lot of
obviously-
yeah. Definitely gives me the Saint Seiya or certain iterations of Sailor Moon kind of like
she's
You know.
a warrior of the moon.
yeah
kind of thing.
transforming heroine type stuff.
You fight her. Her DLC is you fight her, and then she wants you to help her fight an invincible demon.
Also,
join you.
I want to bring out also that DLC design, that last design. I'm sure Dallas agrees with me. Also, this is fucking DC Comics. Like I don't know
It's a
which
power-
which
yeah, it's like a
which
girl
like
name.
mashup fusion of like a
Supergirl?
Wonder Person, a Super
No,
Person, and
this
Huntress. This is,
oh my
but
God,
like
what's her name?
this is
this is-
something.
This is Donna Troy. I can't remember what her actual
yeah.
superhero name is.
Power
Wonder
Girl?
Girl.
Wonder Girl. No,
Yeah.
Power Girl is
The tits.
Clara from a different universe.
That's the whole thing. Yeah, but
But no, like
I
this is very much like
the point is
Some
like she
DC
has a special
characters did
attack
some
called
things.
Astral Saint Strike. She literally has like she
Yeah,
does
yeah.
a thing where she does like a 16 hit combo. It's kind of
Yeah.
stupid, but yeah.
But
feels
it,
like-
No,
and
but-
again, this is the thing we do keep referencing. There are gonna be these whatchamacallits, these pop culture references in here, because
it's also the same artist that did Owen, so you can kind of tell.
Fun fact,
Psychology,
I
going
really
back
like
and
the
forth forever.
redesign of Diana. Way more than the original.
the new one.
No, that's not Diana, that's Artemis.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
This is the redesign of Diana. Actually not post it. I will just send it to you. I like it a fuck ton more.
Don't mind me. I remember that karma was a thing in S&T, and when I typed in karma, that
You got
image was one of the
bamboozled.
first ones I see.
All right. Okay, so
can't
this
find
is a
Diana,
concept
never looked
art.
her
I mean,
Or
I'll
it's
Yeah,
concept
yeah.
art, I should say. It's not official art.
but here's
Oh,
a
all the
hypothetical.
best- Yeah.
It's way better than Boob Lady.
Oh, that I don't.
Yeah, this is more interesting. I don't know what that's in reference to, but
I think is that from like. I think it's from like Seven Divinity.
Looks she has like
Well,
Gundam funnels.
yeah, well, because fun fact, the Diana boob design that he has up there, that's not Diana. I have bamboozled you. That's Artemis, because Diana is just a recolor of Artemis.
well, yeah,
To change all of the clothing to red.
yes, technically. Which
Yeah, they
that's
do
true
that.
anyway. That's correct because they're just the same person.
Yeah.
It's the Romans just slurped it out.
The Romans did the Roman thing.
And S&T is not adverse to just doing reskins or recolors.
Oh no, they're not.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. So
Okay,
this
no,
was
that-
this
that's from
concept
Trin-
art.
That's from Trinity Soul.
Yeah, I
the
better say this
weird
concept
one-off
art came
design.
from Trinity Soul, which was
Hey,
anime
wait, can I-
first.
Can I
Yeah.
can I request, because we're on Roman goddesses, can I request an art be shown?
I was about
Because
to
it's one of my personal favorite Persona arts in the entire series.
sure.
Do you want to throw it in the chat or just beam it to me directly?
Oh god, there's so many pictures of
But
it.
also, I just want to say again, the you can tell the kind of differences between where the SMT design side is and where the Persona design side is.
Yeah,
And I think that the Artemis / Diana art, again, because they're basically the same art, that's kind of in the middle, where it's very weird and esoteric and slightly non-human, but still roughly human. And then you've got, like I said, most character Persona arts are just stands. They're cool. I don't mind that because guess what, guys? Spoilers. I like Persona and I like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
That seems to be a fairly common crossover.
Yeah, especially because, as we said, the arc that we brought up with introduced stands is really a cult. I mean, the
And
series has
P4
always been
is
kind of
just-
really a cult, but yeah.
P4 is just part 4.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think
true.
this is the best one I'm gonna get of it.
And both of those are also just yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
The goddess Juno.
Oh,
I love Juno so much.
I never actually. Wow.
My favorite
That's really good.
personal persona from 3.
Fuka? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Fuka's. Fuka, best girl. Although she will kill you. Unintentionally through cooking, but still.
That's okay, buddy. You get your courage up that
Courage.
way.
No, you need Max.
It's true.
Yeah, you
Well,
need max
actually, yeah,
courage
that's.
for her.
I appreciate that they dropped this, but on the one hand, it does
Oh,
kind of
God.
make sense that in 3, to date all your party member girls, you needed a maxed stat.
Yeah, and it's...
Yukari wouldn't
well, the
wouldn't
other
even
thing is, in 3,
date.
there's no let's just be friends option.
True. But if you guys don't
Uh,
remember or don't know, Yukari needed you to have maxed out charm. You needed to be the hottest kid in school. Well, she went into TV, so it makes sense. For the Mitsuru, I know this one very well. You had to,
Studying.
you had to have the biggest. Not only did you have to have max smarts, you also had to have done top in your exams at least once. It wasn't just enough that you were smart; you also had to prove that you were smart,
And
so that she
Fuka
could.
was
Weird, but,
courage
like-
for her cooking.
Yes,
which
because
is
her
just
cooking will
funny.
literally fucking kill you.
I mean, that what 3 is not as shy from doing that shit, because there was this one social link I never got to start or do, because it's like, hey, you need smarts very early on in the game. Otherwise, this
Yeah.
person just fucking leaves.
Yep. No,
It's very
there's a lot
odd
of...
because it's like it's designed as very much like dating sim thing instead of being like they're also your teammates, but it's like 3 is very toward like you're kind of don't have to be. you don't
Well,
have to like
I
each
feel
other
like they
because you're all
did
a
better
single.
later.
In like
with
the other
the
games,
friend
it's because
rule,
you
it's a
like
very
you're
ugly
there because you
transition.
like each other. And
I'll
you want
say
to work
this.
together. It's different.
Not all of those social links are created equally, because they don't really, like, 2 of them don't really go into the romance until pretty late in the social link, like Mitsuru and Fuka.
Yeah.
Which I actually prefer, whereas Yukari is kind of the standard protagonist love interest thing.
Well, I think it makes sense because Yukari has she's got kind of the first girl vibes. She is the first one in the
Yes.
team. Like she is the girl you meet right away.
And she has daddy issues.
Yes.
And the love
Also,
of Asana.
Mitsuru also has daddy issues. Fuka's the only one without daddy issues.
She just has.
Fuka has confidence problems.
Fuka has everyone issues.
Who wants to help me overcome my self-esteem issues?
Hey, sometimes I feel like I don't really exist.
I guess the P3 protagonist is like, yo, same.
No, I feel like the P3 protagonist just mood.
Yeah, big mood. Yeah, I know. This is
I
good.
love
So,
that.
and again,
Yeah.
this is Fukuyamagishi's persona. So
Yeah, this is
it's
Juno.
again,
Roman
you can tell it's
goddess
got the well, it's the Roman version of
So
Hera.
Omega, you can. I'm just gonna send this to you. You can put this in when you feel like it. But here's one of my other favorite designs.
All right,
You can probably guess what it is, but I
slap
love it.
me.
It's one of my favorites. But
I understand that it is your birthday stream, but we were talking about Juno.
that's fair. I'm just putting it there just to.
Yeah,
sort of-
that's fine. I'll pull it up in a
window.
second. But yeah, Juno, the Roman version of Hera, making sense again for the general themes of P3. And it
Specifically,
it
Akihiko had Caesar and,
absolutely
like,
has those.
It was like
Kaiser.
Caesar.
Yeah.
It was like Caesar and then Titan.
No, it's Kaiser, Artemisia, Cerberus.
No, what did Caesar become? I forget. It became like.
No,
No, no,
it
Caesar-
became Caesar. It's
His
no.
first one is one of the
Polytheistic.
Dioscuri, yeah, because
Yeah, polytheistic.
Shinjiro has the other
Right. Yeah.
themes.
and then there's Kalanemi, which is the
Was he
The
Catholic? I
kid.
guess it's Poland.
Yukari's is Io
because it's ISIS.
Io
Io
into
into
ISIS, right?
Good old best friend Junpei is Hermes into Trismegistus.
Yes.
Which is
And
because
that one is Trismegistus for a very specific
very
reason.
very because that absorbs something else.
Because it's not
Yes.
just one persona.
Yeah.
Yes.
Themes,
But that also
plots.
makes one of the most powerful party members.
Yeah.
Well,
so
and also
spoiler,
it does
all-
work with all the
of-
thematic shit. Like he's the magician.
all of the Ultimate
yeah.
Persona awakenings have to deal with death or loss in some.
Well, and I
love
appreciate
I love
that-
the FPS thing you could do with that one, where if you keep sending flowers.
I also like
Yeah.
the fact that I understand why they made it go the other way because they did other mechanical stuff with your party member social links, but I actually prefer the way P3 does it, where it's directly related to plot progression.
I wish they would, because I wish they treated as you getting full personas actually.
That's actually
story a bit,
I
because
forgot.
they write a lot. Well, my problem with a lot of like 4 and 5 is they don't really write it as you actually did the links at all, because they assume you did nothing.
The plot progression is also, I forgot, it's most of them are related to death, and one is related to rebirth or life.
And of course,
ages.
I appreciate your, as a player character, your like 3 iconic personas are, Orpheus, Thanatos, Messiah.
Yeah, just outright.
Spoiler!
Messiah.
We need to show Messiah because it's literally just Jesus.
Actually, we should show that whole 3 line because that's pretty cool.
Can we? Fair enough. I guess we'll do it before we get
can
to
bring
like,
that
the
up
actual
later.
overlap,
But yeah, you gotta.
Thanatos is my favorite design persona.
Yeah, I've always really liked.
Agreed
Thanatos.
that. Agreed that.
Thanatos
It's
is
the
pretty
same. He kind of sucks.
Well, he sucks in his game. You can get the DLC versions of him in later game, which are pretty baller.
Yes.
For which one?
I'll be honest, saying the
Thanatos.
more I send it, the more I actually love this thing. Holy shit.
That's okay. We'll pull him up. He slots right in.
He kind of sucks gameplay wise, but in other games he's good. Oh yeah, this boy.
So, I want to bring it up. There's a lot of really nice details about this, but can you guess immediately who this is?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Zeus.
It's Zeus. Yeah.
No, I figured that out.
So,
Well,
you can see I love a lot of fun things about this, but it fits Zeus of being like, one hand, it is the god of lightning and life and the heavens.
Yeah.
But also, on the other hand, it's also the person that destroyed everything all the time for his own whims.
Yeah.
Also the scythe because of Kronos.
yeah, he's got the sickle. He's got his thunderbolts.
No, it thematically is really good.
The ebony and ivory is really cool. And this again fits a lot of the aesthetic we talk about for SMT of like
This is from
this
5,
one.
the same art. It's the same era of Finn McCool.
I'm gonna be real. I'm a child. I really enjoy the original Zeus design, even though it's bad.
It's just a ball of plasma. It's just.
But
it's just.
it's not just a ball of plasma. It's a ball of plasma with a beard.
Well,
Yeah, I mean
it's
that's
just-
pretty
it's just a
funny.
it's just a weird rip of like what was this of like
It's
my
Zordon.
parents' name.
It's Zordon.
Well, I mean it thematically that also works for Zeus, like the godhead and the true form and all that stuff. Anyway, here's Ball Zeus. You get to be
I
him,
mean,
chat.
the best Zeus design is still Records of Ragnarok Zeus. The
I
frail old man Zeus.
But for
Oh, that one, yes.
Big Z here, Big Zam. God, I got you with that one.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, Big Sam. I like it for those reasons that you talked about. Axe like
listen,
the
I
literal
take-
two-facedness.
I take the plasma wall as like it's just a weird plasma version of Yahweh.
It's funny. It makes sense. But yeah, we're talking about the big sickle boy.
Axomega was in the middle of something.
He does really work, and it definitely has that aesthetic that we're seeing in a lot of those guys in 5. I don't know if this is intentional, but
This is from
at least so far, the ones you've been showing me from 5 era are very like reasonably humanoid and almost kind of like fit into a tokusatsu or supers type scenario.
This is from the original iteration of this design is from the remake / remaster, or I guess the remake of Train's Journey, where he is one of the main bosses for the side dungeon they added, which is basically a cradle of creation. That's basically you help Demeter. We'll talk about Demeter after this because I don't like her design because it's a very weird choice. But
Fair.
It doesn't make sense. Dallas will talk about it with me, but this is
Yeah.
a call for this.
I
Like,
think I've read
he
about
gets
this
a
one
bigger
being
role in 5
A bad call.
as just the head of the Greek pantheon. But I like about this one is, I guess the way to put it is like, he is a creation deity, but also not really. It's a bit of
Well,
I
yeah.
like he's a god of duality because Zeus's whole thing is that he's like 6 different sources of Zeus that were like got merged over the years. into
Yeah,
one thing.
Zeus. Thematically speaking, Zeus got a lot of extra parallels because there were a lot of evolving religions which were just like, well, he's the king of the gods, so he's in charge of whatever's the most important to us, which means that he was in charge of a lot of things.
Like one is a marble statue, and the other hand is like a thing made of basalt. Like a demonic hand and everything. So it's like one is like he's a demonic lord, and the other hand he's like the god of thunder.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember the archetype name. This guy looks like he'd fit in with the rock ritual archetype.
Megalith, yes, I was
Megalith.
just thinking that one.
Okay,
One
I
half is
can't
literally
hold
just
this
a marble
in any
statue.
longer. This is just Kamen Rider Double. I can't unsee that.
No, I don't. Kind of, but like, it misses the point.
I'm surprised Omega was started laughing at that, considering you guys have watched it.
No, but I love Dallas's outburst of just like, it's just this. I mean, it kind of is. I've just googled Kamen Rider Double.
Kind of,
Yes.
but like, I think it's just most Japanese ideas of.
I mean,
duality design.
honestly, I feel like Kamen Rider Double doesn't have the fucking like monopoly on the literally two-colored tokusatsu type guy.
Yeah, it's
like,
like-
there's some
No,
other
but,
superheroes that are like that,
I
but
want to say very specifically this.
I was looking for that!
Okay.
Very specifically
kind of.
this.
yes, okay, yes, there is a suit Dallas has pulled up. I can be your Angle or your Devil.
Yeah. It's the scythe, like I know it's in a different place, but it's the scythe, it's the, like, the same kind of, like, leg, like, if you look at the leg coil, I don't know what that technique is called.
Also, I guess also as a weird parallel. This is from here's a design that is earlier. This is from like the previous version of the game from like over like 10 years ago before Zeus design exists, which I think is also why it's paralleling to.
What the fuck am I looking
It
at
is
here?
just Kamen Rider
That is Persephone.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, Persephone and SMT is
Okay, I see
I
what
think
this is one of those cases where I'm like, I see what you're doing, but also you could try less
Also,
hard.
Her sprite is that it goes back together and separates. It keeps going back and together and separates. That's her.
I
that's her sprite
love it.
animation.
I love it
Because
but
it's the idea that
it's the
she
body
can
horror thing.
she can no longer be whole because she is now split.
Yeah, but like,
Because
okay, all right,
Her when she's a spray animation, it's where she like merges back together and back and forth.
all right, okay.
Adds to it.
Y'all, if you don't know what we're talking about, y'all gotta see this chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure to get
Persephone's
I
I really
up
like
here.
Persephone's one of my favorites. Just how
I mean, okay, it's very neat. I appreciate the effort. It is what I'm talking about though, where I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing. You could try a little less hard.
but you can kind of see like I feel like this kind of inspired.
Yes,
Zeus
I can
designs.
understand why they would have gone that angle. Yeah.
Yes, I understand. This Harley Quinn with a shader done up on one side is very.
That's what you call every person that has a black and white
No.
effect.
Look at the face. Look at the face.
Well, that's what you call everyone that has that face effect.
I mean, I wouldn't call this Harley Quinn. She doesn't have her hair's not right. It's one color.
Okay, I think
I
we're
also
looking
never
at different
noticed that her
images
parts
then.
like on her like actual living side is decaying, which is interesting. But it's like
Oh no, that's probably just the background nonsense. Unless like
probably
Yeah,
not.
it was a little bit of the pure
Also,
black being
don't
trimmed out, I
Google
think.
this. Because the
What,
third
SMT?
image is just porn.
oh
Thanks,
okay.
internet.
That's why safe searches exist, Dallas.
But yeah, just I want, but like I guess
Curiosity.
the show it is like yeah. Another I guess we're actually technically at Strange Journey designs. There's a few that I actually want to show that are like kind of just disassociated, and some are
Dallas
not
likes
actually.
me.
But
Fire him up. I like I said, I've got a couple of things while we've been talking about this that are sitting.
All
in
right,
my
so here's
Should we
what
show Demeter just to?
oh,
get
we're
that
right.
trio
Let's do
done?
Demeter first, just to
Yeah,
show her because
sure.
I think it's a
I
weird
need
choice.
to rant about this.
There, one part I like
Ah.
about the rest
Also,
don't
I
get.
mean, we showed Zeus, we showed Persephone, we should show Demeter. It works.
I always say also Spiriton links up. It's like she's holding a pomegranate in one hand and an apple in the other, which is like that's a
I
nice. touch.
see the one Dallas is talking about. That's stupid.
It's by a very silly hentai artist.
Though there is
I
technically.
actually do
super
know that
obvious.
artist because
I will send the thing afterwards because it's a separate thing entirely. So it's one of my favorite designs. They're just kind of weird, but not this one. But
Demeter
yeah,
is
the same person that did Zeus did Demeter in this case, so it's like you can kind of tell from like the styling. But
Yeah, I also got spoiled on what the meter looks like from googling Persephone. It's a choice.
it annoys me.
Just waiting for an image to
especially
appear
for
that I can
one
post.
thing.
in a
oh
place.
yes, Dallas, please just send one.
The what?
You're gonna send the image?
For Demeter?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I was waiting on
I didn't know
somebody.
I was doing it.
Yeah, Axe,
I
you
thought you had it in
played it.
hand.
You got it.
Oh,
okay.
One moment.
I do have it in hand, but
Who has it?
Somebody give it to me. I can't put it on screen. That's not
I'm posting
how it
it.
works.
Oh
Alright.
come on!
it's transparent background, but it still
Yeah, it'll
this
work.
isn't.
I'll
Yeah.
just there's no blacks to worry about. also got it to me at
Happy they
literally
were-
at the same time.
That's
bad.
funny. I hate this art so much.
Okay,
I don't
so
get it.
yeah, no, I accidentally left some feet in there. Whoops.
Oops.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Like
Chad.
I
I'm gonna
appreciate-
I'm gonna de-ball you.
the first thing is I appreciate a lot of the bits
it's
to
too
it, but
bigger.
there's one very important detail that is wrong about this.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there's
So
two
I
very
mean,
important-
y'all
One-
know me. I am a mythological aficionado.
Why is she a child?
Yeah, why does Demeter look younger than Persephone? There are
Why
literally
is-
2 other goddesses you should do this for.
You
Uh,
could
here's
Artemis.
the thing.
You could have
Yes.
Artemis be a child.
Or you could also, in the same vein, you could, because sometimes they do that. You could do Hestia in this style.
You could do Athena, even like someone like Athena.
How
like,
is Athena is the whole thing, but
it
she's a farmer.
especially annoys me that the goddess of motherhood, that is her main thing,
They made her whole thing about just harvest. It's only about
is
the
a
harvest.
child.
The worst thing is, like, in the games, or at least in Strange Journey Redux or I guess Deep Strange Journey and 5, her whole thing is that she is goddess of the harvest. She's trying to collect a divine egg, I forget what they call it, but it's like basically a divine vessel to remake a universe in. So her whole thing's about making a harvest. So her whole bit is about basically the new harvest, but and also like the skulls on her cornucopia laugh. But outside of that, it's like I don't get why she's a small child.
She is a lollibaba.
Yeah, but it makes the least
It doesn't make
sense.
sense when you have Zeus, who's comparatively much better.
Well, no, it just doesn't make sense because she's the goddess of motherhood. Like that's what doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No.
Like sure, like I don't usually give that much of a shit about like the childification of certain deities. Like they do that a lot with both male and female in anime, and it's just something I've come to accept. Like, why is this god a child? Yeah, okay. Or why is this
I mean,
character a child?
we
Sometimes it
can
makes sense.
say it.
feel like
It's
it's
the
meant to be
in
because of the
Japan
harvest
they
thing,
do
yeah.
have a very like strong obsession with like youthfulness.
Well, like, and at
for
least sometimes,
whatever
like, I'll
reasons.
use Fate for an example. Like, Wu Zaitan is at least an example that makes sense
no-
thematically.
they don't bring
'cause
that up in her lore,
I'm bringing it up because it's relevant, but her entire, like, one of her entire facets of her personhood was she had to be beautiful. She had to maintain youthful look. She wanted to maintain youth. Like, she was obsessed with youth and beauty and killing children, but ignore that.
I just thought that's more because the artist just likes drawing little tiny girls.
That's possible, but it don't. Like I said,
I mean,
they
but
may have-
but you
they
got to
may have
remember
been
there's
honest,
some
but
chicken and egg shit involved. Like, why did the Fate art team pick that artist for that character?
Like look at Benny
right?
Emma, it's
Yeah.
the same same artist, the same
they-
thing,
But
same
look,
9-year-old thing.
Wanted to go for that. Well, Benny
But,
Emma
like,
is a
it
tiny
makes
bird.
thematic
like-
sense. That's all I'm saying. Is like thematically, I can understand why would this character be drawn youthful because that's what she wants the most in life. She views that as her most perfect form.
Yeah.
Um,
But
this
yeah,
case,
the
it's just
the,
like-
the Demeter thing is just it's a wonderful piece of art. Like,
she's
it's
kind-
got a lot of
weird-
cool extra details. It's just.
Why?
Yeah, just draw her 2 feet taller. I don't even care that
But,
she's flat. Like,
the
just
bit of it is like there's a whole bit of like she's not written as the mother of Persephone. She's not written as anything of that. She's just written as the goddess of harvest, and that's it. That's like I feel like
yeah, that's one of those like one of those weird thematic takes where, and I'll admit this does happen sometimes when you're borrowing from like mythology or pop culture. Sometimes you run into issues where you want to use a character for something, but they've got some other baggage. I'm sure in Japan
Just the
that's
one
not as much of a
aspect.
problem, right, for them to pick just one aspect. But obviously, for a lot of us Western audience, we're like, hold on, you've missed some steps here. I'm sure there are literally several other mythological figures who are Greek you could use as an insert instead of Demeter. There's probably a wealth of extra nymphs and
I mean,
stuff you could pick on.
Yeah.
I know it's not Greek, but it's heavily related.
But also, the same artist drew Cleopatra, so like you know.
It's I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm like, so again, somebody.
Gaia, how about that one?
Yeah, I mean, you could run into similar issues because she's supposed to be the mother of Zeus and all the
That's
others,
true.
but like she's also the Earth. You could work with that. There's lots of things you can do.
There's also a gif of what she does, but it's like
You could have made
Yeah.
an Earth as flat joke.
you have to like open this in your own browser to see what I'm talking about. But like they do a whole thing with like the animation, but that's kind of it.
It's not.
Or
No,
Cybele.
opening in my own.
That
doesn't
would have
work.
worked.
Oh yeah,
Sybil?
Cybele
Cybele.
actually has an art. Actually, it's actually I like.
Kibble.
Or yeah, however you want to pronounce it. I'm not gonna.
I think I learned how to pronounce it from Persona.
I mean, my personal favorite nature god would not have been a woman, so they probably wanted to do the parallel, because I would have gone for Dionysus.
Dionysus is also a pretty good design, actually. He just looks like.
I love
There's a couple
Dionysus.
of fun
It
times.
looks like
Actually,
they just
we
got a
should
bunch
show-
of
we
Play-Doh
show that.
together.
All right, I'm going to cleanse the palette here with. Oh, it's still a little too large. You're fucking with me. I need to like get my two images like synced up size wise. I can shrink some space, but hold on.
Yeah,
Dionysus and
let's
SMT is
go.
great.
Yeah, hold on. Let me kill some white space here.
I forgot how almost similar to I guess Orpheus looks a little bit.
I believe that is intentional.
That is 100% intentional.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. A lot of these, there's a lot of intentional intentionals here. There we go. It's slightly on.
I'm just gonna.
Feet and legs. I forgot.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah,
I'm
no.
just gonna. Here's Dionysus.
Which is
and,
also, by the way, that's
Shadow.
Aegis's legs. She doesn't have feet either. But yeah, no.
Well,
You've got-
in Persona 3, technically no one has feet.
Yes. We could have modeled that.
That was the joke of, I think one of the first reveals of Persona 4, someone made a comic of, holy shit, we have feet!
It's
Yeah,
like
but-
what was it, Fire Emblem Awakening?
Yeah, but
The
Fire
you
of
can see
Awakening
the
phase.
art progression here. You've got Orpheus, Thanatos, and then, that's not to say that technically Orpheus and Thanatos are not directly related in the Persona sense because of plot shenanigans, but they are meant to be the protagonists' iconic personas that turn into the Judgment One, which is Messiah, which you can tell is very directly thematically related to Thanatos. 'Cause
Oh,
he's
hey,
holding coffins.
You technically missed one of the Persona 3's most important personas.
Yeah.
That of Wall.
Not the wall. We don't talk about the wall.
so
That's the best persona.
I have about like 5 ones left.
Okay, that's
It's
fine.
not that bad, but
Oh, I have a couple.
We haven't.
But,
We
like,
haven't.
nah.
We have not
Maybe
yet
we
hit
can.
the end where we have to loop back my 2.5-hour Persona music mix. All right.
fair.
Do you want
I
me
just-
to actually pull up these ones you posted? The Kibble and then
I put that in the
D-Man?
progressive chat.
yeah, you did.
I just enjoyed the design.
I don't know if
that.
that means that you're just showing these guys or you want me to put them on stream.
Oh, you could just put. I put them there for everyone to see.
Okay.
I mean, Thanatos is one of my
Easy to see.
favorite designs of all time.
You can
Yeah,
use this if you want.
it is. It is that wonderful peak design choice of like featureless face, but the
Yeah.
it's got like the beak, like
Yeah, the
skull
scary,
Yeah.
scary
thing
mask.
And those eyes glow red. Of course
Yeah.
they do.
Yeah,
Well, and also just the chain links of the coffins that just float and you're just like, yep, coffins.
The funny
And
bit
then-
is, it's
and-
like, go.
and then like the first quote unquote boss fight, you just see him whip the shit out of the magician's shadow.
The funny,
yeah,
There's a
the-
funny bit about how, or an interesting bit about how like Messiah is literally just if Thanatos is like got ripped off and then Orpheus merged with him.
Well, yeah,
Well,
it's
Messiah
the mergement.
is quite literally based off of Makoto Yuki.
Yeah, and Jesus.
Well,
I
and
like,
Gorka.
by the way, you've got the small detail. He's got the extra clasped hands because he's got his clasped wingy hands.
Yeah, he's on what looks to be like a sword or maybe a cross of some kind.
Dorkhood.
Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah,
as
it's
Dallas has
awesome.
pointed out, thematically, the point that your ultimate iconic persona in 3 is Messiah is because you are Jesus. You and become the Messiah.
You literally
Themes.
do die for
You
everyone.
become the seal that holds. the
Yes,
world
you
together.
die for everyone else's dumb sins.
And
Well,
it's
you-
quote
yeah.
unquote the reason why Elizabeth just outright pieces out from the Velvet Room to find a way to like.
Well,
hey,
it's technically even darker than that because you technically die for the universe's suicidal ideations.
yes.
The will of the universe to want to die.
But- On the plus side, you managed to hold on for a few months before you finally kicked the bucket.
That is very
After
true.
you did it.
God, that
A
moment
fun
is still
month.
like I love
I
all Persona games, but that ending is still the biggest gut punch.
It
Yeah.
still makes me cry every time.
Where
It's
you
a
just
fun
you lay on Aegis's lap and just disappear.
I feel a little sleepy.
Yeah. Have a rest. You did good.
All right, here's Kibble. This is the SMT
I
5 model.
if they ever go back and fuck with that, I will go to Atlas's offices with a box cutter and just be like,
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I
back.
mean, I don't think they will. The implication in the P4 arena, because that deliberately ties P3 and P4 together,
Yeah.
is that Elizabeth is going to figure out a way to unfuck this. It's probably going to take her a long time, though. The
Oh, yeah.
implication is she's going to be working
Because-
at this for hundreds of
Because
years.
it turns out there is the giant bowl of suffering or the giant bowl of suicide Erebus that exists that they say is every
Well, yeah,
human's
the
desire
the
to
seal
die.
keeps Erebus and Nyx from mixing. Now, Elizabeth is able to just fucking kick Erebus's
Erebus
ass
keeps
whenever
coming
she
back,
feels
though.
like it. But yeah,
Well, she kills it, but it only stays dead for like a few
Well,
minutes.
it's because it's the symbolism is because humanity still.
yeah, the
longs
collective
for its
unconsciousness,
destruction.
the destruction keeps coming.
Yeah, because Nyx is not inherently evil. The problem is Erebus.
It just grants a wish.
Yeah.
Well, no, it is a giant omnicidal planet that doesn't even know that Earth exists.
Well, kind of. The avatar of Nyx has things.
That's a bit different.
There's some stuff there.
There's more steps there.
There
so-
is some overlap to like
if you-
how conscious it is, but the actual
So
like
it's
if you
heavily im- it's-
if you do
it's
the
heavily-
bad end and Nyx descends, yes, Nyx just pops out of the moon and is like, no.
So it's heavily implied that the avatar of Nyx is not actually an avatar of Nyx, and it's an avatar of Erebus in the Persona 3 novel.
Makes sense.
Because I'm a nerd. Or it's being controlled by. It's an avatar of Nyx being controlled by Erebus.
That makes sense.
I do oh God, I don't remember the answer very well, but I believe the implication is that out of the two of them, Erebus is the one with more like agency.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nyx isn't even awake. Like Nyx is.
Well, yeah,
just
that's
a
that right.
giant-
The literal point is that Nyx is not, because that is the ending part of.
Yeah.
No, go away.
Is the giant red eye opens and it says, "Oh, uh-oh."
Sorry, I just fucking typed in Persona 3 to the gift search.
I'm gonna guess. Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna guess it's someone shooting themselves. Yeah.
We all know. We know the memes.
Persona 3 is
my
not a
God.
subtle game at
But
times.
Dallas.
Well, that's what
Well,
I
that
mentioned
was-
this earlier. I don't. The Persona games are not very subtle with the way
Oh.
they handle. Like,
Yeah.
remember, guys? Do you remember in P4 when our dumb idiot school children explained to Naoto what Teddy called all the stuff, and Naoto's like, "All right, here's this 50-page printout I got from the internet. Why the fuck are you guys talking about Jungian psychology?" And everybody is like, "Naoto, we have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. We are all idiots. We are stupid."
Like, we're high schoolers. They don't teach psychology in high school.
Anyway, here he is,
Dionysus. Yeah.
the D-man.
What looks like if you just put a bunch of.
This is what
Legos-
happens when you drink Greek wine without watering it down. You trip balls.
Actually, it's also when you It's actually based off when you put wine under a microscope.
Oh right, I forgot. Nyx is the moon. That's what it is.
Yeah, Nyx is the moon.
Yeah, you forgot.
She
I forgot
literally
what
when we do
moon
the
was.
final battle, the moon fucking unfolds and we're like,
Yes.
ah, fuck.
The moon is literally Yogg-Sothoth. Yeah.
The moon is gonna come touch the Tower of Tartarus and we're all fucked. And
Honestly,
then you are
so-
like,
Oh my
nah.
god, listen, here's the thing to listen. I think we put it way earlier in the stream, but there's a whole bit of Narhotep is the main villain of
Yeah.
the two duology. So I feel like before all those writers left because they didn't like the changes within the company, that I think originally they were gonna have it be that Gnarly was gonna try again to wake up his dad to destroy
Yeah.
the world.
And I can
Well-
understand that. And I will say this. Admittedly, they probably should get over it for those real-life reasons that Axe mentioned, that those writers are not at the company anymore and we probably won't bring them back. It's very similar to Hideo Kojima having to tweet out or when somebody asks the question of like, hey, Kojima, are you ever going to work on Metal Gear again? And he's like, listen, I appreciate your support and your sentiment. Let's all be adults about this and understand that's not going to happen.
So
But I want to throw this out there. The Persona fandom specifically is fucking obsessed with Nyarlathotep coming back. Every
Oh,
time
yeah.
any
Was
side
actually
game or
literally-
anything comes out, they're like, "Ooh, is this Nyarlathotep?" No, it's Yaldabaoth or it's fucking
well,
I kind of
Tsukiyomi from P. Yeah, we
I
thought
mean,
the
in
mysterious
Royal-
voice in
in
P4
Royal, it's
Arena,
Azathoth, which I really enjoyed, but yeah.
but
I wish they.
What's up,
well, Omega, it's either that or they're waiting for Philemon to come back.
Well,
The
true,
guy
Oh
who
that's
my
the other thing.
god.
I mean-
don't.
Yeah.
they might
Ugh.
actually do that just because the VA for Igor has died. So they might end up
That's true.
switching that around for a future game. But no, like, I remember the speculation on the internet. And again, I haven't actually gotten around to playing 2. I don't think it's easily accessible on anything right now.
Unless you
there's
emulate it,
recently
no.
been like a nice translation project that's actually mostly finished nowadays.
Yeah, I could look into it, but I don't have the time to play another old ass JRPG on top of all the other new shit I need to
but-
play. But what I was gonna say was, I remember when P4 Arena and then Ultimax were coming out. So in P4 Arena, there's a mysterious voice who like possesses people to get them to do bad stuff and like mocks you and is generally an asshole to you.
Yes.
And we're like, everybody's like, it's fucking Nyarlathotep. I know it. It's not Nyarlathotep. The bad guy of P4 Ultimax is there's a guy with a persona that's Tsukiyomi that manifests, and there's Hino Kagutsuchi, the fire god, because he's an asshole. Because it's still P4 and it's still Japanese mythology themed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just quickly as well, because
Yeah.
I brought this up before. P4 is just JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4.
Yeah.
P3 is just Majora's Mask.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
It is
Five-
actually
five's kind of its
very
own thing.
similar.
Or, and I guess
No.
five is just Lupin the Third, but teenagers.
No, 5 is five. Oh god, what is 5? 5 is a fucking like Reservoir Dogs movie.
I mean, five
Lupin
is
the
as
Third, yeah.
as X brought up. 5 is definitely inspired by shit like Lupin the Third, and there was a big Phantom Thief
Originally, it
craze
was
in
gonna
Japan.
It was gonna be a global road trip in initial designs
Honestly, it feels much more
because
like
the casino was originally gonna be actually Las Vegas.
in terms of the story notes, it feels much more like Reservoir Dogs, but just in reverse.
Oh yeah, no. Like 5 is definitely much more of a. Probably I would go with neo noir. Like it is. You are
Oh, 5
technically.
is so noir.
It's a picaresque.
You are it is picaresque. The game goes in understanding, hey, you're a criminal. You are going against society. You are rebelling. You are fighting authority, and that means that you
authority is
exist
the
outside
enough,
of
you
the
don't
system.
do that much illegal shit, actually.
Listen, the only
There's-
reason
there's-
why
there's no
actually the
law.
only
no
reason why
legal
what
thing.
you do isn't illegal is because there are no laws for
About
the psych
breaking
for the
into
P realm
people's-
bullshit.
Okay, yes, but you don't actually do any non.
You don't know that.
You don't
Also,
do non-magical
you
like,
do
legal stuff.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the stuff you do with Iwai and the airsoft shop is supposed to skirt legality. You are
That's
buying
skirting
fucking
the line, but
swords
you
and
don't actually
shit.
do anything that would have like get you in prison.
Spoilers for Persona 5. Shooting yourself is illegal in Japan still.
Well, yeah. But there's some other things that we like. Technically, we do some like spying and espionage. Like again, the whole point is the only reason why you're not actual criminals, and I think why you get to actually like not go to jail at the end of P5 is because technically all the shit you did that is illegal was in a bullshit mind space realm that we
It
can't
was also,
legally
sometimes
prove.
It was also false it's made by the enemy.
But guess what? All that stuff you do in the mind space realm, that's hella illegal. Like, we are violating all kinds of, like, privacy, and we're, like, fucking with people's sense of self and shit. Like, it's bad.
Fair, but it's also a thing of you're also kind of undoing something someone already did.
Legitimately,
Ah,
at
kind of.
points, especially in the early game. Like, later game, it's definitely much more of, like, okay, there's some greater force here. But some of the early game stuff you do is very morally questionable.
It's
like,
more of a questionable,
like,
but it's not actually. You're
yes,
not actually
this
like.
person...
You're not actually doing a crime.
No. We did an illegal
No.
thing to open a door in Madarame's house. That was a lot of trespass and
Like-
false
Okay,
pretenses
fair.
and
You're
shit. Like,
not trespassing. Fair.
These
Yeah.
people are dicks, but do they deserve to be essentially mind broken? And, like,
yeah,
what is the
the
technicality of, like, a mind control?
we get.
and,
I think the game
never
decides to
related?
resolve that one. We get over it just for the purpose of we realize the conspiracy is a fault. And we realize like, oh fuck, we're not the only guys doing this. There's the man in
Oh,
black.
yeah, no, I'm talking about all the stuff like with the pervy gym teacher and stuff.
Yeah, no. When
Well,
you're
that
when
can
you're
be
on your
several
first
steps
couple
before. You
busts,
gotta-
you're like, these guys are scumbags, but also we might be breaking their brains. Should we be doing this? Well,
The problem
our
about, like,
alternatives
that
is
is, like-
Anne's best friend tried to fucking kill herself, so fuck this guy.
The weirdest thing about, or the most interesting thing about the first arc of P5 is that it's also some of really the most written because everyone has a motivation for being there.
Well,
not
yeah,
Well,
being
no,
it's
it's well written, but I'm just saying it's
It kind of goes through there because it has to become
morally
not a
good.
motivation for doing it.
I mean, the main issue with P5 is the same with lots of other Persona games because you follow the year structure. Because it's got
I
the
actually
life
prefer the last arc personally.
the life because it's got the
I do
life
too, but yeah.
simulator elements. There's this issue of characters have to be introduced in a progression. Like, I think Haru is cool. I understand that the game does her a disservice by introducing her so late and then giving her such a big
Strikers
plot
is good
hookup.
because it actually gives her something. But
Yeah, Strikers is a very interesting sequel game. It's basically like what Arena ends up doing for the P4 and arguably the P3 casts, but in a different genre. You know, it's a Muso instead of a
I'm
fighting
kind of
game.
sad that it's like you
which
could
is way
tell
better.
Royal.
I mean, I have a lot of
and-
fun with
Royal and Strikers were
Ultimates.
being made at the same time because you can see.
Yeah,
like,
they
a lot
can't
of the same
reference. They
base-
can't. They don't
I'm
really
kinda
reference
sad
each
that,
other,
like,
but they
you
have some
couldn't-
thematic
It
ties.
could have made Strikers a sequel to Royal in a way. which is sad
They
to me.
could have, but they wouldn't have had the time, unfortunately. It's okay. It doesn't really matter. But
I'll say
Strikers,
this.
Strikers also goes back to that theme you mentioned earlier, Axe, because it is a literal road. It's about Japan, but it's a literal road trip movie.
Yeah, I like the end of.
Yeah,
I like the. I like the end of Persona because my favorite character finally becomes my favorite character because
So-
he was a different character the entire game.
So basically, to put it, is that
Oh, yeah.
Royal is basically a weird additional capstone to B5, and the Strikers is actually a continuation that actually completes a lot of the themes.
Yes, Strikers is a proper sequel in that it continues the arcs of these characters and puts them in new contexts and like builds on the previous game's arc.
Sorry.
Also, I want to throw this out there. I think that Strikers has possibly my favorite, the most metal awakening scene out of all the awakening scenes in a Persona
okay, so
so
I
far.
didn't briefly talk about a thing about Royal, so spoiler warning, I guess. But this just reminds me, Royal really like. I always liked Akechi as that fucking asshole that he's just fucking lying to
I
you.
guess she's great.
Yeah.
But Royal makes you understand that no, he is actually just the fucked up mirror version of you.
Well,
that
no.
he's committed to what he believes it, even if it's fucking stupid.
I mean, he's the victim in the entire story. He's the victim.
Well,
that's the.
I mean,
entire point of the first
I want to
story.
throw this up in something
Well,
that
you
you
don't
can
know that
catch
unless you
along
understand Japanese
and
context
get
of
the
how
stuff
they
there.
treat bastards very poorly.
It's implied by the. I mean, the reason why it's
There's a lot
not.
of heavy implication.
There's a reason
I
why
mean-
it's not explicitly stated is because that is the implicit implication of P5, but you pick up on it for the most part.
Also, isn't it? I don't think this was a royal only thing, but isn't it very heavily implied that his adopted whatever
His
the
mom committed
fuck-
suicide.
No, his dad or his adopted businessman person.
I don't know.
What?
They
I don't even know what
about
you're
his-
saying, Dallas.
No. Oh God, what the dude taking care of him
He didn't have one.
that he's working for? Sorry, not.
No, Shido is his actual.
Yes,
dad.
Shido is his actual father.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
His
But,
dad
and I
was
wanted to bring
abandoned and
bring this
his
up.
mom was
You guys, obviously, him being kind of the victim and stuff, it makes perfect sense because Shido turns into a Char Aznable reference, and what do we know? Char, Master Groomer. Boom, brought it back.
Yeah, no, it's very heavily implied that he sold him for sexual favors.
Yeah, there's some icky implications. Shido is not a good.
I never,
Shido is
I
a
never
bad
knew
dad.
that part actually.
Oh no, yeah,
I only knew that his mom committed suicide because she
I-
couldn't deal with
At
being
the very
basically
least,
left
even if it's
poor.
not explicit, I got the implication that Shido and Akechi's relationship is very abusive, and Shido has never not used Akechi for anything, basically.
it basically.
anytime
at
he
one
could
point
use
very-
Akechi
And
to
Akechi
get
didn't
ahead.
understand that he was being played the whole time.
What I'm taking from that is I should explain. It's the part where he goes he basically exploited him for his looks, and he would use those to draw in more clients. And I guess my brain might have taken that to.
I took
a
that as
different
because the whole.
place.
I took that as the whole detective persona.
I
because-
mean, you
No,
could
I
take
took
it that
that
way,
in a
but
very
that could
different
still
way.
be. I think the whole point is it's supposed to be fucking bad. It's
Overall,
like no matter how you would take that, you understand that this relationship is fucked up and bad.
Yeah, no, Sheeta is
Again,
to me the
So the
clear
funny,
true villain.
this is raw spoilers, but a whole fucked up thing about how I have a dumb thing. I've always called Akechi's actual outfit Spectre instead of Crow because it's whatever. Anyway,
Loth is getting very
there's a bit-
agitated.
there is a bit of I lost track of it.
He's dying. He's losing
Akechi was
juice.
given the power of the Fool by Yaldabaoth to be the inciting problem. His whole powers were just so because they knew if we give this power, he would cause a lot of fucking problems, not because it would actually do anything good.
Well,
So
yeah.
the entire thing is he was literally just meant to be the pawn.
I'll say this. The funny thing about P5 is when after you've played it through and you've gotten the real ending, you realize it really is just that Fallout New Vegas meme. The game was rigged from the start. At no point were you actually supposed to win. The whole point of the game.
The contract, you were supposed to lose.
The whole point of the game is that Yaldabaoth wants to create a new control mechanism in the world by reallocating everybody's faith. That's why you literally punch the Holy Grail at one point as a representation of everybody's hopes and dreams.
I photo punch that, yeah.
There's a whole thing that goes on there that flows together, and then what you actually do is no, Mr. The Man, you're the biggest. Actually, you're the biggest the man there is,
Bang.
so fuck
Bang.
you. Yeah, bang. I'm gonna summon Satan and shoot you in the
I'm
face.
not a part of your system.
I mean, that is what P5 is about, right? Like,
Problem is,
P5
like,
is about you
ironically,
sticking it
that's
to
also
consecutively
how-
bigger the
That's
mans.
also how like a lot of actual SMT games end, where you just fight a creation god to the death.
Yeah, it's we talked about this earlier. The mythological themes of P5 are much more SMT than normal. Though I'll admit, I do like P4 because Izanami is fucking eldritch as hell.
I also don't know. I feel like it also is implied to
didn't
actually
say
be the
P-
actual. I think it's
Don't
implied to be the.
spoil it too much.
Look at this.
I haven't
I think
played
it's
P4
implied
yet.
to be the actual
Christ,
I haven't
Izanami.
played P4
The
Let's
game
yet.
is like
Dallas,
5
please
million
stop,
years
stop.
old.
Dallas, please
We'll
stop.
get there.
It's not about the plot. It's more about just the actual thing, like on the back end. So let me just finish this. I think it's actually implied to be the actual mythological Izanami. because
It's
of-
not. The way the Midnight Channel works is
Because
very
you're
unclear
in-
on purpose.
in like an actual you're in like the rural part of Japan where like that mythology would be more stronger.
Yeah, but there also are actually the thing you're in is you're not at the point where you, because there is a literal point in Japan where the path to Yomi is supposed to be, and I'm pretty sure Inaba is not there.
I
But
think you go there in like
it's still-
Golden or something. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of the extra versions like to tack in extra mythological or like explanation shit. I still remember I played P3 Fez where they added an extra week where the nurse/occult guy is a substitute teacher and he just
All right.
he just teaches you how tarot works because I guess maybe
Yes.
some people in the original version of the game were confused. Because I'm pretty sure that
Gotcha.
was added for Fez, and I don't know
All right,
why.
so,
Also, the
we should
whole
probably get to
Arabic
another-
thing was
Yeah.
dying,
We've
actually.
had some art at the same time. I've been thinking about just grabbing fucking
So one thing
chemtrails
about-
and
I
throwing
have
them on
one I
screen.
wanted to You're lost, yeah?
No, I said that's why I posted that GIF earlier.
Yeah,
because
we need to pick it up.
We've just been
Okay,
on
so
GIF for a good
here's
while.
what I just wrote my favorite scenes. They were just fucking weird. I love it.
You guys
yes,
went
I
down the
recognize
rabbit
this
hole
one.
of
We
P5
did.
But
and
this
stuff.
does
We
bring
did.
up a point that I think Dallas wanted to mention earlier about certain regions' mythology. This one's gonna get very weird.
Oh, right.
I don't know why, but this is one of my favorites. They're like Dallas might hate it.
All right.
I don't know if I'll
Boy
hate
has
it.
to do a
It's-
little bit of
Well, there's a
creative
difference
work.
between me hating a piece of art and me thinking it's a very bad interpretation.
Fair. I've always just liked it as a design.
Also, is it South American?
Yes.
It's Aztec.
Oh God. Here we go.
Okay. It's not
Then yes, I am going to
enough.
dislike it because there is not a single one I like.
Well,
I've always just liked it as a
Green.
design and
Gotcha.
less as a thing, what it just described, which is the sad thing about SMT, because usually I like what it just actually is describing.
You
I just-
certainly said
just
the
wish
words
the
of all time, there,
Persona-
Max.
Atlas is. I just wish they would read a fucking Aztec history book or Mayan history book or Incan history book.
Well, some of those don't exist technically, Dallas.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, you just read, learn.
Read, motherfucker.
Read, motherfucker, read.
Quetzalcoatl isn't a Digimon.
We're not showing those because there's not really much to talk about there.
I do definitely feel like, for some reason, Quetzalcoatl is like the one that Japan misunderstands the most.
Just a
I know that
Coatl,
Quetzalcoatl is
usually.
weird.
It's a Kotal. Yeah, in a lot of the interpretations, they just show a Kotal.
This is the Coatl part, surely.
I mean, technically correct, but Quetzalcoatl also made those. So
Okay, this.
whatever.
I apologize for some weirdnesses I tried to write around, because Axe apparently likes black void cloaks, which is problematic.
Sorry that it doesn't work. Like I don't.
Okay, can you give me the name? Because I want to make sure it's actually Aztec.
It's.
this one.
Yeah,
I have.
it's
Here's every has a white background here.
Tsitsi Meadly.
Oh, Titsamente? I think that. Yeah, that is Aztec. Aztec.
Okay, here's a version that has a white background you can use.
I mean,
Okay, that's
yeah,
better
this-
because that shows the
this
context also where the
definitely
shape
goes
is.
into the category of what I mentioned earlier. Like, this is not a bad design, technically. I
It
don't
is-
know why this is Titslimitze.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be with the different suns, but it's
But
very.
they're missing the most important part of Titslimitze.
Which is.
She doesn't have a face. She's a skull face.
Fair, yeah.
I mean, I like I said, this is one of those ones that screams to me like specific interpretation. Like you've got the multiple suns. She doesn't technically have a full face. She's got
it's also
weird
from Soul
metal
Hackers,
plates.
which has the same thing as like you the Loki design.
Like I understand why they
Well,
didn't
yeah.
put her snake penises in.
I assume the Soul Hackers type vibes is why she's wearing a shiny red leather coat.
I thought it was like
kind of a
rubber,
thing.
but yeah.
It could be
also-
a latex or a rubber. Yeah.
Also, the faces on the knees.
What do you know about face?
They're missing those.
I mean, I will say
And-
it's because
and
she doesn't
knees
have
in
any
general.
knees. Yeah, but say
Yeah.
they're
They're
basically.
missing a lot, actually.
I mean, this design is certainly interesting because it's like, okay, all of her detail is in the upper part. The bottom half of her body doesn't fucking exist. It's just space. Fuck
Which
you.
is kind of the opposite of like, because the whole thing is she has hands for feet, and she has faces on her ankles and knees, and then 2 giant snakes for penises. Look,
I also
Aztec
feel like-
gods are weird.
Yes.
No, I'm not even making it up.
No, yes, no. Tits.
I'm not exaggerating.
No, I agree with you. That actually sounds like a design
Yep.
I'd probably have seen in like an older SP game, which sounds
This
like a
is
good one.
this is what it looks like.
I pulled up one of the codex arts of her. Yeah. And her, by the way,
I feel
is
like they
kind of
could've made
vague.
I feel like they could have made like a version of that.
we
honestly.
Like I said,
we apply the
art
feminine
that
for
is in-
certain
the art
grammatical
in
reasons,
SMT
but
is not a badly designed art. I can see why you like the art because on a standalone thing, it's good. I don't
It's not a
understand
good translation
the
of the actual
correlation.
face thing.
Yeah.
Like they got her hands in her hair, hands in the hair, and then they kind of just stopped.
Like honestly, I could more see this art used as, I guess, for like a cosmic deity or a cosmic demon in like some other like any kind of like.
well, so let me
cyberpunk.
read you the first paragraph on Wikipedia, which is I feel kind of like where the depth that the SMT team did in Aztec
varies.
mythology. Tsitsimitli or Tsitsimimi is a monstrous deity associated with stars. They were depicted as skeletal female figures wearing skirts, often with skull and crossbone designs. In post-conquest descriptions, they are often described as demons or devils, but this does not necessarily reflect their function in the pre-Hispanic beliefs of the Aztecs. So if you read that paragraph, that sounds like what we got here. You know, the weird
another-
bone white
another bit from the-
hands, a skirt,
another-
the stars.
Another bit from the internal, I think, descriptions in the games is they were associated with the stars you see during the solar eclipse. They were interpreted as this is until attacking the sun. They have a double role in Aztec religion. They were protectresses of the feminine and protectresses of mankind. They were also powerful and dangerous, especially in periods
Yeah.
of cosmic instability.
Yeah, so it feels like they did not necessarily like look up reference art, or if they did, they don't really care about it. And again, maybe this is like similar to the Loki thing, where like this is Soul Hackers, so we're creatively reinterpreting it.
It's the future of the '90s. You're
Yeah,
playing like
so,
hackers,
because like there is some red in this art, and certainly like there are some vibes to this, because you know there's the open skirt and the kind of flowing in the red color, and there's the hands and the hair and stuff, but also it's still like Dallas said, it's not quite on the right area.
Yeah.
It feels like we were not trying to necessarily make a direct interpretation, and we just kind of moved around a little, which is okay.
They do that a lot with Aztec specifically, or Mayan.
yeah. So let's go with one that I think is actually just a cool direct translation of something.
But I do actually like the art. I will
Oh
say
yeah, that's
that.
fair.
The
I
art-
agree with you that I think it's not a good representation, but I think it's a good art. That's the
No,
way
yeah,
I say it.
I do agree with that.
Oh yeah, by
So-
the way, for everyone, it is past.
Yeah.
Daily
Login
reset.
time, yeah.
Time to log in, everybody, for a new day.
I already
Where is
did.
it?
Day to
I had
login.
it earlier. I had to go fucking find it again. Where is
I
it?
have 4 days
Here
to
it is.
complete the story. I can do it.
You don't have to do grinding. I at least did $20. But Omega, as someone that played someone that's played the Dresden Files, I think you might enjoy this one.
Okay. Okay. In that context, I'm pretty.
Did I hear as someone who has played the Dresden?
No, someone that
Files?
has enjoyed the Dresden Files.
I mean, I have well, I don't know if you call it. That depends on whether or not you
Also, the
interpret
Dresden
game
Files,
mastering as playing. But I have actually run the Dresden Files RPG. It's a beautiful. I prefer the non-accelerated version of the hack. Loth is fucking dying on his phone. Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot this guy's got a transparent.
Sorry.
Let me. No, it's my bad. I forget. Okay. He also
I mean,
needs
if
to
you
be
do the
shrunk down a
background, it's only
little
one
bit.
art. You could just
Yeah, but I like to show the transparency because you get to see the lines better. I do need to shrink him a little though.
I can find the model for it. Get that a bit easier. could actually press the buttons on my keyboard right.
Can we all, brother? Okay. All right.
I don't have a GIF of it. I don't have.
No, it's fine. I got it.
So,
Oh, is that the French werewolf?
yeah, this is the Loup Garou.
Yes. Or as the image is saved as Rougarou, but, you know, LRs.
I don't know why some people say this is like one of the silliest designs.
I
I'm like,
really liked it. So what?
People,
Problem is,
people criticize this?
So Dallas, what else something interesting I originally thought about the Loup Garou in like before 5 came out?
Yeah.
I thought Dowsai was gonna turn into one.
Oh,
The
that
one
makes
kid.
sense.
I thought he was gonna turn into one because it looks like if he turned into a werewolf.
Yeah, no, that I could track that.
Squishmallow.
I didn't know what they were gonna do with Dowsai. What they did with it was kind of something I didn't expect.
That's fair.
But yeah,
did
I
not
mean,
expect that.
They really don't really do much of it. But again, like I said, a lot of it's like 3 where a lot of the character beats are interesting, but they're like kind of just sprinkled
Like,
around everywhere.
Yeah, like I mean, I can't really say much about this design because it's just a werewolf.
No.
He's very French.
Yeah, he's a
actually, in
little.
the game, too.
I feel
No,
that.
yeah, in the game he is
I feel that
obscene.
with
He's very
the
much a
vibes.
French
Kind of
soldier.
hilarious.
He's a French soldier, but werewolf.
Well, that works. I
Like,
mean, and
he's one
that's
step
where
away
like.
from just going hun 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 hun.
I mean,
like,
the
does that
and
sometimes.
the Loup-garou and the Beast of Gavaudan, that's like some of our oldest actual
Yeah.
ass werewolf mythology, so it makes sense.
No, it's, yeah, other than like the weird Norse.
Oh,
shit.
actually, here's the fun thing. There's a small trivia bit about it from an interview with the designer Mazuki Doi.
No,
As
okay.
Luke writer, he was inside with the legend of a tyrannical French feudal lord being punished by being transformed into a werewolf.
Yeah.
So this is
I
Beast rebuting
really
Beast
like
then.
this character. But once again, it's just a standard, like, this is a standard werewolf transformed
Yeah, no,
in
no,
his
yeah,
clothes.
no, it's
He
werewolf.
is a-
It's-
His special name's
it's-
also called Sopho the
This
Claire.
this gives me like classic Hammer horror Universal Monster
Oh, yeah,
Universe
no,
type
this is-
Yeah,
vibes,
for sure.
which is an aesthetic that SMT doesn't usually dive into, but does
No,
work
but it
very
does
well for it.
sometimes it works.
But listen, SMT does horror comedy really well in a fucking good
I
way.
100%
really good at-
agree.
Yes.
What?
Yeah. He
I
was.
100% agree. Like,
It's really
they're way
it's
better
really
at
good at
comedy
being
than-
campy and fucking cheesy, but also brutal as
Yes.
fuck.
Like, SMT to me, and maybe this is different, when it's trying to be super serious and, like, quote-unquote deep, which I feel like it does
Hit or miss.
sometimes, I think it misses a lot. But when it is just embraces the silliness, I think it's great.
When it's trying to be campy and just being kind of really dark, it's
Which
really
is
good
why
at
I
it.
love Summoner Soul Hacker, because that game is fucking weird.
Oh, it is meant to be weird. A lot of shit is just weird and it's creepy.
Like, you have to teach a demon how to use the bathroom.
not
Yeah,
great.
he's a wolf guy. It works. I like it. It's this
Yeah.
is just.
It's just.
I
like,
mean, this
well,
reminds me of some of the other ones we've
talked
talked about, where like, yeah, it's not too flashy, it's not over designed. It's just yes, Wolfman. I got
He's
it.
got some cool
Okay.
animations where like he
This
just
is a
lightning
very
breath.
standard early encounter.
Also,
like, well designed.
he's like a solid like 12 to 30s or something like that. He's also lightning based, which you wouldn't expect, but like he has a whole lightning word is lightning breath.
I mean, that's cool. I don't know.
Okay,
what
can I
is.
bring up one, because I really need to get this one off my chest.
Sure, how many is it?
It's one. It's just another example of they cannot Aztec.
Sure.
I
Oh,
need
yeah,
to, because this is
I hope
one of
it's
the
not-
worst ones.
I hope it's not the one I think it is because I don't know. I was trying to avoid using her.
I don't think this is a girl. I don't.
Okay.
I don't know though.
Slide it to me, Dallas.
I'm trying to avoid. I was trying to avoid Ixtab, the goddess of
No, it's not.
suicide, and the goddess of filth. I was trying to
No.
avoid those two.
That reminds
I
me,
don't believe
Loth
it's-
posted
oh, it
one
might
he
be the
wanted
Goddess of
to
Filth.
see multiple times ago, but okay, all right. This is.
Oh no, right. It's female, or it's not male or female. It's both.
I mean, that makes sense for what I'm looking at here.
That thing.
Oh, Mattel. Yeah.
Oh, this thing. Right. Yeah, this thing.
So
I need to talk about this because of the.
Well, its
what
face
it's
is an ass.
referencing.
its face is an ass.
Yeah, there's that.
I mean, so if we want to talk about, like, let's be real, there's a lot of weird, fucked up body horror shit in Aztec deities and their depictions
Oh,
and
yes.
stuff. So that part is on brand, but I assume you've got like a codex description or some like wall art somewhere.
Well, it's really funny, actually. It's very, very funny. This is probably the most normal Aztec god ever designed because this is one of the creator gods.
Okay. Right.
A standard transcription of them is it's just two people chilling out.
I guess I just wanted to be a bit weird about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm seeing this is definitely somebody thought. Okay, this is a cool myth to
Yeah.
use, but this art doesn't go anywhere. What do we do? Let's SMT
No,
it up,
these
baby.
are just two people. Like, I mean, there's some weirder designs, but just because of statue size, where it just looks like a head with feet.
Yeah.
But that's just more of like they made a short statue.
And I mean, maybe that's what they were going for with
Honestly,
parts
it reminds
of this.
me
but-
of it reminds me of the random sometimes where you have a thing where it's Shiva and Parvati fused together, but that's a Hindu
It's
thing.
just, to me, it's really funny that they took the most normal-looking Aztec deity and were like, what if we make this one extra weird?
I never thought about that. Yeah, they made it where it's like two people merged together.
Honestly, this looks not quite, but parts of this look more like Tsumitli than Tsumitli did. With the
Yeah.
fucking hand legs and shit.
Yeah. Well, it's also a Konaka design, or like I think it's
Well,
like,
like-
Konako.
Like, this is the, yeah. These are the two creation gods of Aztec. Like,
I
they are,
don't get it either. It just
they fucked and then the universe happened. That's literally,
Very,
Don't-
very,
that's
very
what their
common
belief
creation
was.
myth, by the way.
yes. They banged and that was the Big Bang.
All right, see, I have a few left. Let's see, there is.
It's just so interesting.
I also
man.
have re-grabbed
if
Noodle
I
Dingle.
came back to Buttface, man.
Yeah, I also,
Yeah,
by the way,
no, we're
Loth,
just
I
talking- we're
grabbed
just talking
I don't know
like-
if this one's doable, but like I've always really loved how
The-
weird the one is. I've always...
This is another Aztec one, and the funny part about it is they made it weird.
Are you sure? Because this is named after not that. The name of this thing you've linked, Dallas.
For what?
Oh, no, that's right. This is different. You didn't send me something. Ax sent me that. That's right.
This
That's back
is-
and forth.
Yeah,
Someone-
I was like,
Okay.
I sent you.
All right, sorry. You
Great.
you guys are both DMing me, so you,
Sorry.
Dallas, and Loth are all warring for the top spots in my Discord DMs right now.
This is a Semitic.
You one DM.
I know, but see, I don't get a lot of DMs, so it's like you my top three are you, Dallas, and Axe right now in that reverse order.
So this is a I sent you like a pre-Babylonian thing. I'm not sure kind of what it is. I've always liked the design. I always stuck. with me.
Well, go watch my
What's it
Space
called?
Ishtar one. It's for
What's it
Ashura.
called?
It's Ashura.
Ashura?
Yeah.
Ashura.
I've always just liked the line design to it.
But
Oh, this
Ashura
lady,
is just Ishtar and Astarte and Inanna again.
Yeah, it's a
She's cool.
from the game she's in. She's like one of the main guardians of like
Have they done-
there's a tri-alliance of mother goddesses trying to remake the universe,
Makes
and she's like
sense.
one of their main leaders.
Have they done Zoroastrian stuff in SMT?
I think they have to have
I
done
don't think
something.
I don't
They
think they've
should
done
do
Inramanu.
Zoroastrian stuff. Well, not just Angramanu. Like, Zoroastrian has some weird fucking people.
There's probably a lot. There might be like one or two like somewhere, but I don't remember.
This is another one of those cases of simple design of just like, yeah, this is simple and esoteric. Like,
It just also
I
has,
would not
like, a
necessarily
really
say
nice
this
blade.
is specifically Ashura without the context, but like, yeah, no, there's some art designs here. We're doing
Also,
stuff.
usually the way she's designed is that like her limbs are pouring reverse gravity style out of the ground.
Oh yeah, no. That's with this kind of pattern, I would have expected there's some like weird, like hypnotic shit they're doing.
Like,
That's
she's, like,
something
the
we
point is,
can't-
like she comes out of the ground.
That's
like,
something we can't
fluid.
really show you in the fail portrayal format without like me grabbing like internet videos and shit. Is that a lot of times these guys will have both animations for action. Axe has posted a couple
Oh.
gifs just in chat, or like
Actually, a funny
static
bit is that
animations.
She's also the way she's designed is also a reference to an actual Toku thing.
Yes.
It's a reference to Data, which are weird data-based aliens in Ultraman, which is a
Yeah.
thing. But I never noticed. I didn't know that till literally as I'm checking right now.
So,
So like she's
I'd like to
partially inspired by
apologize-
like a weird thing that's about information-based aliens.
I'd like to
Yes, Loth.
apologize briefly for the phone call I had. I had to explain to my old dinosaur of a stepfather how to turn off his PlayStation 4. And then also explain to him why I'm not going to consistently travel up to their place for 3 days' time for family visits, and I'm just only going to go the 1 day.
There's the description they give of her in the game she's from.
But yeah,
Uh,
phone calls are
that's-
phone calls.
Axe, you're actually very much incorrect.
Huh?
I'm messaging something to Omega.
Oh, what do we got here?
I want you to show this.
Of Data?
No, just something you mentioned earlier.
All right, I don't know what this actually.
I just don't
though.
remember what Zoroastrians is in the games or not.
Well, it'll be very, very funny.
Okay, because I just forget.
Let me see what
Because
my
there
roll
is
is.
a
I know they
Zoroastrian-
did some. I
there
just
are
don't
a
remember
couple
what.
of
I
Zoroastrians.
just forget which ones they did.
I think this guy is fairly important
Probably.
in
Sorry,
Nocturne.
I know this has nothing to do with what's happening on screen or stream, but I'm just gonna post this to you guys here in the question chat, and you can answer me this if this looks like a feasible or fun thing to do.
On short notice, no.
Fuck that one.
Oh, Arimon. Right. It's been
Yeah, do you know what Arimon's name is?
Arimon's the head of the
No,
Zoroastrian.
Arimon is Angramanio.
Oh.
They're the same person.
Okay, I'll be direct of you.
Yeah, Aramon is.
I don't
big evil dude.
remember. I
But yes, I see.
Right.
I see. I
I
see
just-
what you're getting at, Loth.
Arimon is Angramanio.
I-
So, yes.
I'm sorry. I forgot about Arimon.
No, it's okay.
I mean, I
understand,
don't know if
but-
I ever actually managed to vocalize it, but I was like, I feel like there's got to be an Aramon somewhere in SMT somewhere.
So he is from a very weirdly enough. He's only very specifically. Actually, I feel like you probably want to show the second form, which is actually a better showing of it, honestly.
Oh, the Gundam? Sure.
No. What?
I'll,
No.
I'll just put it here.
The
But
monkey.
it's like
The monkey version.
yeah, Arimon. Which I think is a better showing of it. Honestly.
Right, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, when you get to the second phase of the boss fight.
I honestly, girls, you're both correct. Wow.
Yeah,
this
it is a
dude-
monkey
this guy
Gundam.
is just
I
like
just did
fucking
realize
huge.
that.
Yeah, this is some fucking Evangelion shit right here.
It is. Which is
Yes, no, that is... I actually really like Arimon. Just-
No, this is
I
this is
forgot
sick.
about
It's just
Arimon,
like
but
fucking
It's, like, it's really good.
yeah.
It's like also this is from like their mobile game, but just like I think this is actually just called Angermanu in the game, but it's
Well,
like,
no, it's in...
like a fucking
it's
stellar
in,
thing.
it's in Nocturne as well.
No, I meant this design, not the one I posted.
Oh, that design. Right.
I didn't know this designer existed actually, but it's like I don't know
Yeah,
what
no.
that's about.
Well, these two designs of Arimon are just from SMT Nocturne.
Basically, in Nocturne, each of the three people had different ideologies. Had to basically had a patron demon or a patron entity. One had Baal, one had Noah, as in like a cosmic space whale. It's a whole thing, and then Arimon.
Of course it was.
Oh god, Noah's design is so weird.
It's
So let's not talk about Noah.
Noah's,
Yeah, we're not gonna
Noah's,
do-
Noah's the whole thing. It's meant to represent the emptiness of the universe.
Let us not talk about Noah. 'Tis a silly thing.
It's a giant whale.
But like
It gets
No, like
worse.
it's not fucking on frame. Hold on. Meh.
Its second form is worse.
Chat, you're being stepped on by Aramon right now. How do you feel?
But like,
Oh,
Arimon,
dude, I
feel
love
like
that design too.
The guy looks like Cell to me, but I feel like that's fitting because it's still like kind of just grotesque.
Well,
Oh, look,
I
it's
mean,
a Chimera Ant from Hunter x Hunter.
like,
There's
if
a
you
lot of
think
things
it-
this
like,
is.
I mean, first of all, Angramanyu is very hard to conceptualize.
It's a conceptual thing usually, yeah.
It is the literal evilness of the universe.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's one of those like weird esoteric badness vibes. Like I feel like I don't know. Has Magaten ever tried to tackle like Ame no Mikaboshi? It's
Maybe.
a very esoteric Shinto concept of a god before like a lot of the Amatsukami, who's just like a weird guy who exists in space and is malevolent sometimes.
Actually, they let's see, Amatsu Mikaboshi comes up in Raido Kuzunoa, where all of there's a bunch of different stuff involving.
Right? Yes, I think I remember that actually. Yeah,
Because
it's,
basically, in the first Raido game, one of the very minor Japanese deities possesses the head of the Japanese army to basically make a zombie army.
yes, the titular soulless army.
Also,
okay,
this
good.
guy is hilarious. I'll say that.
Which guy?
Arimon.
Okay.
He's hilarious in game. Like he mocks you through his entire boss fight. It's
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of great.
So basically, the person who made the Pact of Arimon, his ideology is about, I forget the name of it, but it's about true law, about making everyone becomes a hive mind of where everything is in order, like a metronome, like pure stillness and equality.
But he's
and-
very much the campy felt. Like here's a direct quote from him. Amuse me with your strength before eternal silence is upon us.
It's a world of silence and tranquility, but it's literally just that pure. Yeah.
Listen, guys. I mean, it befits the fact that he looks like an Evangelion, guys. Guys, if you have a cosmic plan that is like everybody comes together as a single entity, or we're gonna achieve the perfect form of the universe, or whatever, it's bad. Don't
That's
do
just
that.
Dead Space.
Don't do that. That's bad. Don't be
Here's
talking about
the
that.
That's just
description.
Dead Space.
Here's the
Don't be talking
description of
about
what it is. It's Tsushima right here.
Yeah, no. I fucking love.
It is interesting because it is a reason decided by a cult leader who
I
caused the new universe creation event to happen.
I love the final sentence in this picture. Its demonic sponsor is Argument.
Yeah, that's the
I mean,
plot
yeah,
we
you'd have a
talked about.
patron unit for it.
All right, okay. Axe, you got another one fired up, or I've got some
Yes,
stuff
I
in the
do.
backdrop to grab. Loth, I have not forgot that you posted a thing earlier to share, and I've got a few of my own still chilling.
It's one of my
I-
more favorite ones. This one-
I
Oh,
need to
that's
show my.
fine.
so this
Showing
is
Mananango
this one just-
is
my mind.
not that important.
Yo,
It's
okay,
just
what's
a,
this one?
hey, they put a Filipino demon in here.
Oh yeah,
Interesting.
she's really cool. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
No, this one's neat. Yeah. Hold on, let me
So this is
make sure we are going to be sized in a way that I can frame in the heckin'
so
stream.
there is some context to this lady, but we'll get to it. Yeah, Blur, I understand. Like, law endings are always kind of weird about, like, they're very hit or miss of being like, it's about complete subjugation, but peace. Or complete nothingness and stillness, and there is no
Gee.
ability to have error.
The only thing
I
Blur
lost
has
track
said so
of
far that
myself.
I like to argue with is liking Noah and Isamu, because that.
I mean,
that's
I like
the most
Isamu,
fun
but
thing.
he's just kind of a fuck up.
All right.
But
Thank
so
you
this,
for rescuing me. It's time to go Joker mode.
I mean, he was just a loner fuck up. His entire ideology is about being alone and miserable.
I like.
I
this
mean,
one.
I want to say this in just a metaphysical context. Thinking about it, this is kind of out of nowhere, and not related to what we're getting into with this art here.
Anyway,
but I feel like probably part of the problem SMT has with that aspect is that usually there's a strict law and chaos axis, and we forgot that D&D, as stupid as it does, has a good evil axis, which creates 9 areas.
In some games they have it instead of good evil, it's light or dark.
Yeah, but fundamentally we're slightly missing that issue because that's kind of the thing that gives the other areas the depth. Pure law or pure chaos kind of sucks.
That's
So
the funny thing about
adding the moral judgments back and forth.
interesting that in 3
Which
it's
we're
not
not.
about law or chaos, it's about specific ideologies.
That is probably better, but okay.
That's what I put as Shijima is like, it's a person's ideology.
Which
And then
which
So
which
this
thing
is
would
from
be?
Strange Journey. This is Maya. She is one of the leaders of the Tri-Mother Goddess Alliance. She is the Hindi god of illusions.
She looks like Voldo.
I have seen this design in I think a few other SMT games, and it's just good. It's
Yeah.
I've
like
seen this design in a bondage dungeon.
it's vaguely humanoid, but also
No, you
just
haven't,
straight
Dallas. Shut the
enough
fuck
that
up.
your brain goes, what?
She's
You-
made of rock and sandstone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, cool.
No, this
Thumbs
is
up.
pretty good. Dallas
No,
is trying too
I-
hard to be Dallas.
Jokes aside, it is a good design.
She's
So I had to tell you to shut the fuck up. You tried too hard,
also
buddy.
known as the Mother of Illusions and Maya of the Night. kinda thing.
Yeah, no,
Mother
this is
goddess,
this is
yeah.
very interesting. I like this kind of esoteric stuff.
Here's her description from the.
I feel like I like the weird armor plates on her body at points, but I also kind of feel like it's a little weird. It feels kind of like the artist was like, shit, we can't draw naked demons anymore.
The one problem I have with this is the wrists and ankles, the balls.
The
Why?
the ball bangles are a little weird. I kind of get what they're going
I
for,
never
but
really
it's
know-
still
Yeah, I never thought of that. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
Like the weird castle plating on her bits.
I'm
I
fine
don't-
with
Her
that.
face has
It
always
still
just
works
been. I've always
Oh no, the face is great.
Face is great.
Yeah.
Oh, just sorry, Omega. I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yeah.
For when the stream is over, there's
Okay.
a thing I want to watch with you quickly.
Sure.
That's it.
Oche.
But I just think she's one of the more
Yeah, it's pretty
memorable
good.
designs. Strange Journey really has a lot of better ones in my mind of just being weirdly unique or very specific in
Like-
concept.
She's weird, and that's what makes it good.
Yeah. All right, so there's only 1 or 2 left. Yeah, there's only about 2 left now.
Oh no, what?
Dallas beamed me one. I can pull
Oh
it
no,
up.
I'm
if-
moving you a couple because
The first
That
one he
one's-
beamed. One, Dallas, this shocks me not at all that you want to show this.
I
So-
mean that's one of my favorite designs.
Yeah,
so,
no, fair.
So I wanted to show. So here's the last ones to do before a big ending bit where I think Dallas gonna send me much to say go or not. But here's the first one I want to show.
Yo,
Actually, wait, no,
this is good. This is good because Loth posted a meme about this earlier.
Also, it reminds me. There's also what I forgot to post. This also this one, but I feel like we should show. You can pick which one you want to show first. But hey, I forgot. we'll get back to Fate now. Here we
All
are.
right,
We're back
well,
to Fate.
I will do this other one first because I got it ready. The first one because I got it ready first. Fool! Trumpeter dudes as he pleases.
I love this. I
I love
love
the
this
trumpeter,
art.
but like, literally,
Unironically, this
there
is
is
probably
art.
my favorite.
There's a lot of
art.
So
promotional
which one is this trumpeter from? This one specifically.
the biblical trumpeter. As
No,
in
no.
the
I mean,
trumpeter of the
what
end.
game is this from?
Not
A lot
A
Trumpeter
lot
three,
of them.
Three.
Okay.
It's
Well,
originally
this
from
art,
3.
because this is.
Where-
I feel like this is slightly different than how Trumpeter is portrayed in Persona.
It's
Oh,
different.
they upraised it.
posed.
They upraised
It's
his model a bit
different
more.
posed.
Okay, yeah.
It's different posed. It's slightly tilted, but it's still the same overall art.
Okay.
So basically, it is. There's a lot of promotional art about all the fiends. It has all the 4 Riders of the Apocalypse, Mother Harlot, Daisojo, Hellrider, and the Trumpeter of the End.
And not all of those are
hold on.
equal.
Actually, you forgot the best fucking fiend. Matador.
Right. Why the fuck I forget about Matador? Matador's great.
Matador is a baller.
Basically, the fiends all kind of scale. There's a scaling of it's like Matador, Hellrider, then
Yes.
the 4 Riders.
Correct.
Then you have Mother Harlot, and then, or actually no, it's Hellrider, Daisojo, then the 4 Riders, then Mother Harlot, then the Trumpeter.
I
in
find
that
it
order of
interesting
scale of
that
power.
most of
Swap-
those are
swap
categorized
Hellrider
as
and
as
Daisojo.
death in Persona, but some of those are not. Trumpeter is
Well,
usually Judgment,
they're
for
all
instance.
fiends. They're all beings that are like specifically sorted with death or
Well,
the end
Fiend
of
is
time.
Judgment usually,
And,
which
and they're
is
also
for its
they're
role
also
is
just all skeletons.
Yeah, they're all
accurate.
But, like the fiends
I
are basically,
hate I'll be honest. I hate Mother Harlot's design with a passion.
I like the
I kind of like it, but that's fine.
Well,
basically,
we'll-
there is
well,
basically in,
Spoilers.
in
Access set
SMP3,
PM'd me that one,
they-
so we'll get there in a
basically
second.
in SMP3, in the global release, it was basically the version of the updated version of this game's gonna do like Royal, Golden, so on,
Yeah.
like FES.
There's-
Basically,
yeah,
it
was
came in
not
with
bad.
an added dungeon and also a bunch of things of added things to fiends, which had menorahs. If I'll collect all the menorahs, go meet Lucifer to become part of his army.
Yeah,
I can
Yeah, he's
imagine
doomed.
that's not how menorahs work.
Yeah, I was about to say having to collect menorahs must be funny as a Jewish person.
It's really silly.
Or they're more
I was like-
they're more just used as like special Semitic count.
I was just like, why?
They're just
Oh,
used
I
to count
But
defend-
all
yeah,
the
a Trumpeter is a baller. I love this boy.
Yeah,
no,
no.
Trumpeter.
Honestly, let's be real. If we're playing an SMT game and you're a skeleton, I probably like you. It's very
His
hard to
boss
go
fight
wrong with
is
just
a-
a skeleton.
His boss
Actually,
fight
let
is a fucker, though.
Oh yeah, he has mechanics about when he hoots the horn, those with the highest health and lowest health will die. So you have to organize the health of your party, or you will
That's
die.
another thing that I should say is fun about the SMT side of things is Persona does do this sometime where the shadows are bosses, but a lot of time the specific shadows you run into are specific weird gimmick bosses that have their own unique designs, whereas SMT obviously I think leans into no, this boss is just Trumpeter.
Oh yeah, no.
What do you-
Matador is like the biggest vibe check in S&T history.
Immediately, he maxes out his agility it's an agility buff, so you have to have buff stats or be immune to his elemental attacks, or you will just die.
Yes.
Uh,
First thing he does, instantly max speed and accuracy. It's awful.
Which is the
I'll
same
be-
thing.
I'm just forever annoyed of the interpretation they chose to use for the which
Mahalo?
interpretation of revelations they used,
Uh,
because I prefer the other interpretation.
oh,
Alright.
the other fun thing, it's in S&T 4, but they added another fiend called David, a tiny skeleton with a violin.
Oh yeah, the Pied
All right.
Piper.
I shall now
Yeah,
bring
it's-
forth Mother Harlot. There you go.
They use
Yeah, look at her.
conquest. They use conquest instead of
For White Rider, yeah.
yeah,
Black Rider, yeah.
pestilence.
I mean, I thought Black Rider was Pestilence still. 'Cause they-
No,
Okay,
it's pestilence, war, famine, death.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Or
At least
conquest, war, famine, death. But conquest and war don't
And
make sense.
I will point out there are some issues where I can understand some people, especially if you're not native English speakers, kind of have some complication. Death is the pale rider, not the white rider.
Yes.
It's
And
it's
And
a little
pale, yeah, and
Is-
a pale
is-
horse. Well,
Sorry, is the White Rider still on the horse that is just covered in eyeballs?
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, I can still see that being Pestilence.
Anyway, Mother Harlot is on screen.
Look at that boy! Look at that big headsy.
So it's the seven lords, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. The reason I don't like this is the derpiness of the crowns on the heads.
I mean,
Like,
it's
it just
kind of
looks
They
a
do look a
goofy.
little flimsy, but I don't care because just look at this boy.
One thing I appreciate they did, I'm not sure if they did it in the other games, but in SMT3, if you normal attack with Mother Harlot, she has 7 attacks.
They all
She-
attack. They all
It's pretty
bite.
funny.
They all bite.
Also,
They're all
chat,
not
if you
as
want to get your
powerful,
fucking,
yeah.
post-feet memes out,
Yeah, this
I
is
thought- I was
definitely
expecting
foot
Nero
fetish thing.
memes, because
you can also do that one. But yeah,
She always has
What
the
the
goblet
fuck?
when she drinks.
Sorry, I'm just looking at how badly they fucked up with certain Aztec things still, and it's just.
Oh yeah. Oh my god,
What
just
the
because you reminded me, I also one of my favorite ones is Hellbiker, which I sent you.
Yeah, yeah, this
one of
is-
the-
I mean,
one of the
it's
latest
just
models.
Let's be very honest.
It's
That is
Ghost Rider,
just
but-
Ghost Rider.
But it's
It's
good.
Ghost
It looks
Rider?
good though.
But the
It
best
is.
part about the SMT Nocturne remake, they gave the fiends voices, and Hellbiker is just Macho Man.
Great.
Well, not literally, sadly.
Yeah, no, it is.
Wait, when was that
Here
done?
we go.
Wait, when was it done?
The remake.
When was the
well,
remake
no.
done?
Sorry, Loth,
it
you're
was done the
misunderstanding
entire
Dallas.
time.
It is not literally Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh yeah, no,
That's
it's
what
not
Dallas
literally
meant.
Macho Man.
Okay, yeah, no,
Sorry.
that's what I meant. Because, like,
They gave him the voice of Macho
no,
Man.
because I'll say this: if he was alive, he totally would have done that.
Oh okay.
They're like, oh, you want me to be in a video? He was in Spider-Man, the Spider-Man video game.
Which one?
He was also in
The
the
first
Spider-Man movie.
Well, he was in the movie too, but
Yeah, but
he
they
was a bigger part in the video game.
got him to reprise Bonesaw. Bonesaw is ready. I've got you for
you for 5 minutes. 5 minutes of playtime.
Uh,
I practiced that voice way too much as a kid.
what's so iconic too? Fucking
It's
great.
like-
The
I like-
Raimi
Hellbiker's
Spider-Man movies are
great.
great.
He's not always the best unit, but I always like Scarf and the bike. Just
Yeah,
like,
no,
this is a biker dude.
Hellbiker's
He-
usually
he
a pretty
rode to hell.
mid-tier unit, but he's good. He's cool.
I got a really good
I like it.
Hellbiker in my last Persona 3 run. I eventually fused it into the big fire guy. I can't remember what it is.
He is a
but-
boy.
Surtur?
Yeah, sir. That's right.
There is usually always a classic end
But
game.
I got a Hellrider with like a bunch of shit on it.
Oh yeah. Also, Mega, just to do the thing. Actually, I guess that could show Surtur's design because it is just a fire giant. I don't know.
It's probably not that interesting. He's
Right.
cool, though.
Macho Man Randy Savage was in Duck Dodgers. I do remember that.
I mean, I'll just send it to you. You tell me what you think it is. Just what you think of it.
Yeah, sure.
I'll just
That's
put it in the chat.
hilarious.
I'll just put it in the chat too, because see what I'm talking
Omega,
about.
if you had to guess, what is Bonesaw's last name?
Oh god, it's gonna be either really
Soul?
mundane or stupid. Like he's either like Bonesaw Jones or like he's like first name Boney Bonesaw Cutter or something. I don't know. Tell me.
I think it's kind of in the middle because it's Bonesaw McGraw.
Ah,
Hey,
Yeah.
Dallas, what's the video I linked? It is.
I mean Surtur's cool. I guess we could pull him up.
I just think it's like
think he's
just a
neat.
decent design.
Yeah, I
It's
remember
a fire
this boy.
giant. He's got a sword of flame.
Because as Axe pointed out, Surtur is usually a fairly endgame
He's
unit.
usually like he usually has like one of the best fire moves. Usually, he has like
Yeah, he's usually the
usually.
best fire user. Or
Well, usually the
unless,
highest.
once again, unless there is a person with a personal persona that has a fire.
Or like in SP5, even like other SMP games, it's like yeah. That is-
Yeah.
Sub-Surtur.
SMT4 was summon this guy a lot just so you can get the highest fire spell.
Because Agion is great.
I have a
Nice.
lightsaber. What about you?
It's just
Okay,
like
I'm gonna
hey,
be honest. I don't think this is Randy Savage. I think this is Lobo, like from the animated Superman cartoon.
Oh, I can see that.
Does
actually.
It's pretty similar.
I'm about to say,
It's
doesn't
pretty
Lobo
similar.
sometimes sound pretty close to Macho Man?
Oh no, it's very close. But the difference is, Macho Man Randy Savage constantly sounds like he's trying to pitch his voice up. Like you have to go like this, like you out of breath.
Oh, okay. So sorry, Dallas, I don't quite know that, but you can.
That's
see
fine.
what
I
That's-
know
that's
an
okay,
unhealthy
Dallas.
amount
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Macho Man Randy Savage.
But
This
Dallas-
is my problem, not yours.
No, Dallas, but when you look at that, you just go like, "This is exactly the voice they needed to give help."
Oh no, but honestly, with Lobo, it's even funnier because it's even the biker thing.
yeah.
So I'm
yeah.
okay with that.
Bobo, yeah.
All right.
Like, I think,
So keep firing off. Let's keep going.
all right. So after Surtur, I have like one left, but I think after this one, I feel like this one would. Dallas, do you want to do the 2 voices of God first?
Yeah, let's do those.
Do those two first, because the one I have left is the Angel of Judgment, and I feel like that doesn't make sense unless we sober Kaba and the Voices of God first.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yeah. Okay, so this is
Both of
4.
them, I meant. The two. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Spoiler: Metatron is my favorite persona in any Persona game.
One of my favorites, personally, too. So let's just do both of those.
Yeah.
Well, the greatest thing about Metatron is that he hasn't really changed design ways, and that's because he doesn't need to.
SMT is the second best interpretation of Metatron ever. And that's only because I believe in Supernatural, Metatron was played by Tim Curry.
What is your opinion on God, I'm
Sabaton?
fucking no, hold on. I forgot a person's name and I really shouldn't.
Describe it.
No, it's fine. I'll just Google it.
Oh wow, this is actually very nice.
So, Dallas, what is your opinion on Alan Rickman Metatron as portrayed in Kevin Smith's Dogma?
Ooh, that's a good one.
It's a pretty good one.
I mean, Dogma's a terrible movie.
Yeah. But parts
But
of
it is also Alan Rickman, so that he's at least third place. I'll say
So,
that.
I'm just gonna put this here because I don't.
Yes,
I think I like the art, but it's not a good angle of him.
We work with what we got.
But I think it's like weirdly enough because I think the this Persona 5 rip is actually a better angle on him. Oddly enough.
Yeah, the problem is that it's the whole info screen that got copied.
I mean, I can do a thing. Actually,
What was that
at the moment.
remake called? That's a remake of 3, right?
It's just called HD Remaster, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna look up the voice.
Of what?
This is
Hellrider.
if I just like when I cut it out, does it work better?
Dallas?
Does it still work?
We can make that work.
Are
I can
you
at least
doing that?
show it really quick as a
Yeah, I
comparison.
posted it in the progression chat.
Well, he posted the clip.
No,
He wants to know the
name
actor.
of the person.
Oh, okay, my bad.
But
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
just
sorry.
the name is just Nocturne Remaster. Okay, so let's
Yeah, this is
grab
the
this. How
Nocturne
big is this gonna be?
So Sandal
My
Farm.
bad.
Okay.
I missed out
They're
one.
technically
Okay.
brothers too, actually. The fun bit.
So here's
Well-
the different angle from.
Axe,
P5.
all of the Archangels are siblings.
Okay, I meant Sandal Farm and Metatron are like twin brothers.
Oh yeah.
You okay over there, buddy?
I was looking up alternative Jack Frost forms and found this instead.
Oh, Loth, I have it.
Oh, is it the Rise of the Guardians thing?
Actually,
what the fuck?
also, so guys, just as a preview to the last thing I want to show at the end of the stream, I'm going to show this to you guys just briefly. This is going to be the thing at the end.
Yeah, all the Jack Frost boys.
All the Jacks in the series, but we'll get to that later. But that's for at the
There's
end.
so many of them.
There's so
Yeah,
many
we
of them,
still
I'll
haven't-
explain what they are.
Fun fact: we still haven't gotten to the, in my opinion, worst persona design or demon design ever.
We'll get there, but we're nearing the
I'll
end.
get there.
Like,
Well, we're nearing the end of Axe's program. We might take some requests from chat, and like I said, I
No,
got a
it's
couple
on.
things on my back.
basically,
pocket.
I have the last thing after all the angels. I have one thing, and then all the Jacks, and that's
Yeah.
it. That's all I got.
You have the big finish, and then we'll probably do the like post credit scene with all the other bullshit we got lying around. All right, so
I have
yeah,
some bones
I got
to
this is the man pulled up here.
Sandalphon, and then like that was you said Metatron. I'm gonna grab that too.
Can you grab Metatron? I'm
Sure.
busy.
So this is Sandalphon.
They grab. Oh, I like what he's from Metallic with.
Sorry.
For some reason,
That
I
is
always
very
I don't know
funny.
I don't know why. For some reason, when I hear Sandalphon's name, I always think of the Evangelion version.
What the?
What?
Sorry, I need to. I found the weirdest voice actor through this. So the person that voiced Hellraiser also voiced Zhongli from Genshin Impact, Torbjorn from Overwatch,
Overwatch.
Hisoka
Torbjorn.
from the Hunter x Hunter dub. Yeah, no, and the main villain of Miraculous Ladybug, and Cabal from Mortal Kombat.
Also, Dallas, do you remember the best thing about Metatron in 5, or in ST5? Fire Shinai's eye lasers.
It's true.
It's great.
It's always been eye lasers. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Well, and a spear, but
But hold on, did you say Hellraiser or Hellbiker?
Hellbiker. Sorry.
You said
He said
Hellraiser, but he meant
Hellraiser.
Hellbiker.
I meant Hellbiker. Sorry.
That did confuse me for a second. I'm like, man, he's been around for a while.
No, this is though I believe the actor who played Pinhead is still alive. I'm fairly sure.
I think so. I think I still got him
But
grabbing,
yeah, just
doing.
show the two
stuff.
brothers, just to show the two twin brothers
Yes, yes,
together.
hold on.
and-
I have to-
Sandalphon doesn't look as cool as Metatron.
You've given me
I
a
think it looks
very
better- I think it looks
an
better in
older
the
school
3D model,
image with lots
honestly.
of patchy stuff going on with Metatron.
I think it looks better in the 3D model,
So
honestly.
I have to
Yeah, like
repair.
Axe, look, from Nocturne. It's just, there it is, the eye laser.
Well, Sandalphon. The problem is Sandalphon is gold, and gold to me always looks worse than silver.
It's like gold
His
and silver
armor.
inlays. Like it's weirdly. The weirdest thing is like Xenophon looks like he's designed like he's like Metatron's the Mark 1 unit and Xenophon's marked as like the Mark 2 unit.
Also, it's very clear that they understood the mythology, misunderstood the mythology, because Sandalphon and Metatron have nothing to do with each other.
Well, it just says they're like in legend. They're like the twin brothers. But yeah.
Also,
no.
why does Sandalphon on the side look like he has extra sockets to put like an additional set of arms? Like you could just slot them right in.
I guess it's
would be
weird, but like
fine.
it literally like in some of the description it says like the twin brother of Metatron.
Uh,
Yeah, that has
Sorry.
nothing to. That's not real. I'll say that.
But that was what
has-
we were talking about before. Look in the progression chat, that picture of Odin I shared.
No,
That's what we were laughing at.
that did make me giggle. But no, Sandalphon, I don't know what Sandalphon does much, but Metatron is known as the voice of God.
I believe
Okay.
Sandalphon is the guardian angel of children.
I think
Angel-
so.
Yeah, like here's a description from one of the games of him. They have.
Angel of Heavenly Hymns.
Sorry, Chad. I'm doing some art restoration of Metatron here.
He's like Metatron is literally the most important. Is like God's
He is.
right hand.
Deciding the gender of a child
Technically.
in the womb.
Yeah, this is some weird shit.
You, boy, you, girl, you, be confused.
I mean, listen. If you get into the metaphysics of like religion and spirituality, these are the questions you have to ask. Does God play dice? Which I believe the most current version of that quote is God does in fact play dice with the universe, and the dice are loaded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Metatron is associated at times as the King of Angels, also known as Shaddai.
Yeah.
Have bucket
shit,
fill in.
man.
All right.
Omega is like that art of like Metatron fighting you.
Yeah, you'll notice he's got some patchy areas in the black side of his
Ooh.
robe there, but
There's a lot more,
I patched
like-
that up a little bit.
yeah.
This is an older art, which was very clearly like scanned from a sketchbook or something. So
Was,
Yeah.
you got some slightly different
You can
shading
see,
and
like,
stuff.
they're,
But we,
like,
we patch it up here.
Same,
You can see
like,
the main of the
bottom line.
design.
I just always loved the pose that Metatron has because it's very much the you are meddling with forces you do not understand.
Be not afraid.
Yeah, no, this is the be not afraid child pose.
Weirdly enough,
I mean-
usually one of the biggest meetings of Metatron is like mortal of a demon's heart. Step away from this path or be eradicated.
Well, yeah, Metatron is.
A voice from heaven talks to you and says, "Don't do this shit."
Hey,
Well, I mean,
spoiler in most Talmudic mythology or Kabbalic myth, angels usually don't talk to humans when things are going well.
Well, and that is how, to go back to P5, that is how the archangels are treated in P5, is all of them are lined up and summoned by Yadlaboth as, like, the last
Demiurge.
boss run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like,
I
up
think,
including Metatron is the last guy. He's like, hey,
Yeah.
stop it. And you're like, no, fuck you.
Like the thing about it is like why I think all angels should be look kind of fucked up and creepy is like angels were never meant to be good things to see. They were meant to be the arbiters here to kill you.
Well, yeah, I think my favorite quote, I can't remember what it was. It's from some, like, high fantasy series, but it was basically a confrontation between Uriel and, like, a corrupt grand bishop, and he's like, you can't kill me. I am a man of God. I serve the house of God. And he just looks at him and goes, the Tower of Babel was a house of God, and we burned it to the ground. Like,
Uriel is also...
angels are not nice people.
Well,
That-
also
that
especially
is a good
Uriel is
point.
not a nice... Like, a lot of times
Uriel
Uriel
is the
is...
flaming sword of God.
Yeah.
Like, that is his epitaph. Is
Actually,
I am the
that
He is,
reminds
he
me
is
of
usually
portrayed.
portrayed as God's black budget guy.
Hey, Omega, you want an interesting thing about? Reminds me. So, right, remember Sanguinius from 40K?
Yeah, I know about Sanguinius.
Oh, his entire design is based off being an actual, being like an angel.
Sanguinius!
He's meant to be
Yeah, I know. I
like
know
the
Sanguinius
viciously
works.
beautiful, but also the person that will destroy everything.
I think the only angel that has ever been portrayed positively
What is
Gabriel.
your will, my lord? Heretic burger. Heretic burger. I'll show you guys that later.
Oh
guys
yeah,
haven't seen it.
that's sad. I want to see my son.
I think the only positive archangel like description is
I
Gabriel.
don't know. I honestly don't know why Sanguinius was not his favorite son. But whatever.
I mean, I think Sanguinius was his favorite.
You know what was it? It was Horus.
Well,
Well, Horus may have done so. He may have changed his tune at the end there. You don't.
Oh no! I
I
know.
mean, I
but
feel like
listen,
by the time we get to
because he was
the
his
horse
favorite, he
heresy.
got away with a lot of shit he really shouldn't have.
But also I guess that kind of makes sense. Also, the fact that he was his favorite was why Big Amps didn't feel the need to tell Horus everything. He thought he could leave it be, and Horus was like, "No, you must tell me everything. I must know. I must see. Father, you must explain it all to me." And Big E
See,
was
this
like,
is why
No, listen. That's because Lorgar poisoned him and then put him in a machine that forced him knowledge into his brain.
This is why it is clearly.
Literally,
better
it's all
to be-
Lorgar's fault. It's all
It is
Lorgar's
why
fault.
it is better to be an orc. We see something, we shoot it. That's it.
crumpet.
There's
"About
no
to send you to
politics.
go. I'm gonna send you to light a gork and mork, my son."
It's brutal but cunning. It's cunning but brutal.
Orcs
Although
are
I
indeed
did
fun.
have a, this was a
Yeah.
thing I used to run when I played Warhammer
Anyway,
and tabletop for like
next.
a weekend. I had
What are
an
you running
I had an
on?
orcish army that followed Khorne, because the only thing they knew about Khorne is he wanted them to kill stuff.
Kill him fast, kill him
So it's
hard.
like- We like that. We'll do that.
Yeah. Orcs can't really follow chaos. They can't really articulate things that well.
I just imagine Khorne just like looking at this and he's like, oh Jesus Christ! I
Yeah.
don't associate with them. I'm not associated with these
Corn
people.
is really, he's really the most. Besides how like he was like doing mass murder, he's really the most sophisticated out of all.
No. There is a good chaos deity. Nurgle loves
Only
everyone.
Two gods we
Yep.
follow.
I,
Yep.
I,
Nurgle
Nurgle-
loves
I know-
Nurgle's very simple.
I knew you were gonna
Nurgle
say it's grandfather Nurgle. Yeah.
Nurgle, Papa Nurgle loves us all.
It's Uncle Nurgle, man.
He wants us all to be his children.
He
No.
wants us
Grandpa.
all. Listen, he likes you the way you are, and you better stay that way.
Look, I love Nurgle.
Well,
personally.
no.
Don't walk.
Unfortunately, Nurgle.
No, he definitely doesn't want you to stay how you are.
Yeah.
No, he does. It's like I want you to stay specifically the way you are right now and never change.
Yes.
Never change.
Yes. True.
Unfortunately,
I
you've
said that
misspelled
out
that.
loud,
There's a
but
K.
I was
Kane,
talking over by
Corky
Nurgle.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's just very fitting.
But you know what? You know what, chat? This quiet offense, Slanesh. Base cannon. And you
Slanesh
play
is
the
always
base
the most
cannon. You
terrifying
play the
one.
base
Slanesh
cannon
is
next.
a,
Side seat.
Slanesh is a bottom, and he knows it.
Slanesh though was created by
The-
a bunch
Dallas-
of murder fucking.
Dallas, I think the problem with Slanesh is that Slanesh is
It's
a horrifying quantum superposition of being a top and a bottom at the same time, and you don't really know what you're gonna get.
He is the switch.
All right.
They are
Okay.
very something. Yeah.
Somebody said WOG in chat. Okay, let's keep going. We had
Alright,
for some reason we have been eternally stuck at like 3180. I because we stopped making progress, I stopped working on the 40k fail portrayal. I still have that slideshow.
I'm
somewhere.
really
We'll get
sad
there
that we.
somewhere.
At least I've at least learned more about 40k, so at least you can have something to contribute. But hey.
Yeah, I mean, I can do the short version without prep. I think my slideshow of trying to explain just how fucking bonkers 40k is to chat would be.
There is it
good.
is literally
Oh,
like there is a
I-
dimensional iceberg there.
I would
A
like
warp bird.
permission to do the slides on what orcs are.
Hey, if
there's
you
a-
could
there's
give me the
actually a
slides,
few
I can
layers.
show you my slideshow later. We can
I
theme,
have
but
grown to
we
like
got-
blood axes.
we got some work to go. But yeah, let's pull up our next one. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to pull something out of my fucking back pocket.
Okay, let's see. One last one is like I guess we're here, so let's just do.
Oh, do
Satan.
the angels and then Lucy.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna grab those. Let me 1 moment.
Yeah, the angels and
I gotta
Lucy. I
grab
think we
those.
should do.
They need to all be as a set. Is the thing.
Because it's the thing is, SMT4 is what I like to call a very polarized in how I feel about its design.
So Omega, the problem is you need to show all 4 of these as a set. It's not great.
Listen, I'll do another collage.
Yeah.
I can
For
slay them
once,
together.
this is actually something that is a set because it's
Okay. Well, you've posted an image as a set, so
they do the fusion thing.
It's not. Yeah, and then after you show those, there is a follow-up that you would do afterwards, which is this one.
And then after that, we get to Lucy.
Oop, no.
And then we get to that one, which is
Wrong
kind of a
color.
disappointment. And then this.
I hate Lucy so much.
It's such a disappointment.
Specifically SMT4 Lucy. I should
Hallel,
say.
I like Hallel's
Well,
design,
so
but that's the thing.
I did indeed Googleify just wanted to see what the internet thought worst SMT designs were.
Did you see a lot of them that says except SMT Lucifer? SMT4 Lucifer?
Yes, a lot. There are a lot of people who are like, yeah, it's bad. We don't like that one. Okay, this might
We
look a little
know.
weird because we got there's some
So-
black outlines that got a
So,
little weird. But let me
so
blow
like
this
the
up a little.
second and they see after the first set of 4, do that set of 4, let it be there. The other 2 will be afterwards. Let those be separate.
Omega, I'm going to send you something that is
These
not
framed up.
uh,
Okay, they're not perfect.
that
Hold
is
on.
not related to Persona, but it will make sense. I promise.
Oh yeah, Halo. Yeah, it's these assholes.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them to
These-
frame together and
in
kill some of the white
SMT4,
space. Hold on.
They gave different designs to the Archangels because they're meant to be kind of alien.
Well, some of them.
Well, at least these 4 as a
I mean,
Archangels.
yeah, these are very different than how they look in say Persona,
These
which
are
is
very
the
much like
original
majestically.
designs.
What the fuck?
I mean, this straight up. This is some Bayonetta shit.
Yes.
Like these are the
After
Cardinals and
Angels,
guys. These are the
I
4
really-
bosses in
I
Bayonetta
really
1 I had
like
beat up.
these.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
they're
they're rad,
really
but
like
like
these.
yeah.
They're like horrifying, but also like awe-inspiring.
Particularly Michael is my favorite personally, which is the
again?
hands pointing
The
down.
red one?
Oh,
No, the hands pointing down.
Oh, that's meant?
That's Michael, yeah.
Okay, I thought the guy with
The spear-looking thing was Michael, considering there's
No,
a
I
guy
think
That's
that's
Raphael.
with the
Raphael.
spear of Michael.
Raphael. I think the one with
So-
the woman's face is
Dallas,
Zuriel.
should I
Okay,
be
not
bringing up
Gabriel,
this
that's Gabriel.
this thing you've shown me now or later?
No, that's when Lucy comes up.
Okay, all right.
Trust me, it will make sense.
Okay, all right.
We'll get there. But so people are very divisive about this, but I really like these just being like, it's horrifying, but that's the point.
I like Eldritch Angels, so I am a sucker.
I
for
like these too. Because
Yeah,
I
no,
like,
no.
Because like SMT feels like this is where all the angels should not be pretty unless they're pivotally trying. To
I
fuck
mean,
you up.
I will say this. I understand if people, because I know that there are alternate designs, right? There are much more classical looking ones that are like how they look in Persona. Sorry, there's a black splotch there. So I can understand if you're like, oh, they changed the designs for like thematic stuff. But as a design on their own for Archangels, no, this is perfectly fine. I mean, I told
Well,
them,
so
play the shit out of
I
it.
Blurb-
love these designs.
Blurb, I think the reason they kept Metatron the same is because Metatron in
The robot.
in Talmud and Kabbalic mythology serves a very specific purpose in heaven. He speaks for God when God is not.
He is the head
Present.
robot of the giant great computer.
So it makes sense why he is considered separately.
Also, as to point out, he does look like these are more biomechanical, but
Yeah.
Metatron's original design is very robotic. The original design for the Archangels is just wing
They're
guys.
just dudes.
They're just
Guys
angels.
with
They're just,
wings.
they're like kind of just
Some of them
whatever
have
angels.
swords.
Different colored people
Yeah.
with wings.
Like it's not an incorrect interpretation, but it's very
I
low,
also,
low
the one thing
flare.
is, I don't feel like they put these other games because this is a fucking nightmare to make a model of.
Oh yeah, no, yes.
I
So
wish they did because these are fucking awesome. But hey,
the next 2 images, are those supposed to be together or one at a time?
actually yes, because the first one
Okay.
is that is Merkaba, the chariot of God, and the second form is Merkaba Stage 2.
All right, so I will collage
Oh,
them together
Merkaba.
before showing them on.
Merkaba, the chariot of God, which
on
is basically
Scram.
when you get a human that is chosen to be God's champion
Yeah.
for uses of all 4 of the archangels. You get
I'm
this.
Mekaba is such a weird thing. This is the one time where I feel like my own spirituality makes me a little weird with like.
I never
the
understood
concept in
Merkaba,
it.
but it's what they chose as like the divine champion kind of thing.
Well, Merkaba isn't like. It's
What does it do?
literally a school of thought. It's not a
Okay, that was
concept.
actually smaller than I thought. Hold on. We'll pull it
Merkaba
back up.
mysticism. Merkava, first of all, because
Merkava.
I know Japan doesn't do V's.
Oh, my bad then. I'm sorry.
It's Merkava or.
When it was dubbed in the game, they used the B, but I guess that's because. That's
Well,
part
no,
of the
it's
game.
pronounced Merkava, but it's spelled Merkava
Oh, okay.
because Hebrew is that.
Gotcha.
BV
like-
ambiguity
it's-
very common.
It's an entire school of Judaism as opposed to anything.
So basically,
Mer-
there you go.
Merkaba is weird because yeah, as Axe said, it's a human fused with the archangels, but it's a human male that you know throughout the story. And then when you look at Merkaba, it's like, why don't you give him tits?
It's because it's kind of I think it's meant to be androgynous, but also alien.
Well, if
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going, because it is, like, Merkaba is chariot mysticism. That's what it's called.
Yeah, it's called the Chariot of God. So yeah.
Well, no, I'm
least
saying
it's a-
Merkaba.
By the way,
concept.
YouTube, I want to clarify: these are non-binary presenting nipples. These are androgynous
they are,
nipples.
Actually.
They are
They
not
actually.
not
There is no
not
gender
tits.
here. There is
Yeah.
just death.
Yeah, it's.
Also, I don't think
Chadashe-
YouTube will figure the fuck out, but we'll see.
It's Chadashe Ashkenaz, I think. Is that? Yeah, it's Masacha Machaba. Hello.
I'm sorry. Sometimes when I hear Hebrew, it just sounds like someone's got something stuck in their throat.
Well, that is part of how the pronunciation works.
It
There
is
are
very
different
Finnish.
language. If you ever want to track down, I think it was it Wired's YouTube channel that did this? I think it might have been. There's somebody who does like breakdown of different like accents and stuff in like movies and TV versus realism. A lot of different accents and a lot of different language groups will move different sounds in different parts of the mouth and have different emphases.
I mean, so I guess it makes sense because the main tenet of Mechaba is that Ezekiel saw a chariot pulled by heavenly beings driven by the likeness of man. Each structure being composed of 4 beings called living creatures, chayot. So I guess it does make sense.
What I remember in for is that it's meant to be their divine champion to basically uphold their the kingdom of Mikado, which is the
The
kingdom made of
problem
angels,
is, it's supposed to be a
fight Lucifer.
chimera.
and kill it.
It's supposed to be a chimera because it's supposed to have the face of a man, a lion, an ox, and a cherub.
Weirdly enough, there is another entity
I've seen
like
those
that
stuff.
that already exists in the roster. But yeah. But
Oh, and
second
an
phase
eagle.
the second phase, I think, is just
Which
artist-
also
the
is just
artist
that's
had
just
fun.
a
The artist-
combination
the
of
artist
the thing Dallas is talking about. That's just a combination of the animals that are associated in like art designs with like different archangels and stuff. I've
Yeah.
solved that Uncharted puzzle.
Yeah,
So,
it's,
and then the thing on the right is, I don't know how to describe it besides it being just kind of an angelic amalgam.
well, no, that is a very specific symbol. I can't remember what it is, but that's a religious like iconography. That's a very common.
It's meant to be like
look.
the higher form of the thing.
I think it's called like the Ophidian wheel.
And SMT4
That sounds like a thing.
is weird with how they like presented and
Ophinia.
Here's Merkaba, and then I'm assuming Axe is linked the other half.
Yeah, this
as
is
well.
the stage 2 of the fight.
No, I mean the other half. You've linked for Lucifer, right?
Oh, we're getting to there. That's afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
We're
Yeah,
building
we'll
on
get there. Oh yeah, yeah.
that. Yeah, Ofen and more
Yeah.
wheels.
Let down. Actually, before
Spheres.
that, I feel like we
Wheels.
should show one thing before we get to that one. One thing.
One thing since you look at me. Na, 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 na. God bless you, did you?
That is one of the hardest songs to karaoke ever. It's like the end of the world and you know it. It's like, oh shit, this song has so many lyrics.
Yeah, besides this one part, you just gotta like belt them all out.
You only remember the chorus.
As opposed to, embarrassingly, I can recite most of Lose Yourself.
That's fine. I used to be able to quote the entirety of the Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie by myself.
Anyway, somebody give me the juice.
To be fair, I think that does have my favorite Aqua Teen Hunger Force quote.
So we're
in all
going
of
to
it.
start with this.
Death of the Bible.
Okay.
We're going to start with this.
Yep.
Just to set a basis of what to expect.
The mighty Jimmy.
Now, one moment. Now, give me a moment as I go set up the other thing. This is going to take a bit because it's got to be set. So
The drum solo of life.
All right. So, here's as the meme goes, chat. Here's how it started.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
A classic.
Yeah, Lucifer. Very sensible Lucifer.
Yes.
Sorry, what?
Oh, we're doing Shin Megami Tensei.
we're doing this for
no,
like 4
Yeah,
hours.
he knows.
I
There.
commented on that earlier. It's
Yeah, when
still
you're
hey, it's still going.
Yeah, we're still
Yeah,
firing up.
Shin Megami Tensei, Lucifer.
All right, so I have the set ready, so we'll
Okay.
worry about that. So, what do you guys think about this? I guess just I could
Yeah,
show
we
you
don't-
like there's an angel version, but it's just this, but not demonic.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
if you,
it's,
That was
I
a
prefer the angel because
For-
Lucifer is not Satan, but yeah.
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 for
Saying
They-
something very else.
the well, yeah, there's a lot of different methodological interpretations of names. The one I remember most about this split that Dallas is talking about, Lucifer versus Hell-El, is what the other guys usually called. That was a big deal in 4 because that was very, very... Those were like the high tier that went into each other, was Lucifer into Hell-El. I think that was one of the bonus ones that you could do with Margaret as
It
well.
was its angelic form, yeah.
I know it showed up in the anime as one of the things that Margaret did.
Well, Hell is the morning star, which is what Lucifer is named after.
Yeah, it's one of those slightly silly
It was.
trends.
They do a whole
relation
thing about
issues.
how
It's also the penultimate demon that the main character fuses all his demons into in Devil Survivor 2 at the very end.
Can I show my favorite interpretation of Lucifer?
Sure, why not?
From an SMT?
Sure.
Is it 3?
Because no, it's 2 actually.
Oh.
Well, a very specific one from 2.
All right, you're posting it over here.
Ah, fair.
Is it Cypher?
No, it's yeah, no, it is Cypher.
Oh yeah, it's Lewis Cypher. Who like basically a lot of the SMT games have Lewis. Like basically in SMT2, it has Lucifer as a person guiding you along and stuff. Also, in Strange Journey, there is a lady. Basically, Lucifer takes multiple different like person. Like always, he takes the shape of a blonde person throughout
Yes.
cosmology.
Okay, you're over explaining.
Which, to be fair, is very consistent.
I'm
from,
gonna be real. I think when you just say, because again, talking about how SMT is not subtle. Lou Cypher is like that's the name of a trope on TV tropes. Like that is the most.
That is a Batman villain.
That is the most basic bitch anagram. Next thing you'll be telling me that Alucard is Dracula backwards.
Omega.
Oh, Omega! I love that you said that because
Omega,
of what I sent you.
It's never subtle because I believe for the European version of Nocturne, it wasn't called Nocturne. It was called Lucifer's Call. Just outright spoil that part throughout the.
I mean, yeah.
But yeah,
sure.
no, it's a very basic bitch anagram.
There is a whole
trick.
bit in like 3 where Lucifer goes between like different ages.
Yeah, he's an old man and then a young boy. It's
But yes, so.
All right,
Keep 'em-
here's his 4 designs.
Here's
You go from
SMT4
1
Lucifer.
to 2, and then 1 is in between because that's a glow up of the first one.
Okay. All right. So.
It's a
hold
lot
on.
to take in. It's not
You've
great.
seen what, and now you can post what I said.
Yeah,
earlier,
I'll
and you
probably
understand
tack that
why.
on later. Okay. So. Is the
Well,
order
no,
to
I
collage
think
this
the
together
second
just
one's
like
better than the first
1, 2,
because it's
3
actually
on this?
doing something.
Is the way you want this arranged is just 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. All right. Give me a sec, Jim.
It's
No.
not.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's
Give
not
me a
great.
give me a second to work my magic here.
Yeah, it's fair.
I actually think the remake.
Sorry, I saw
version's
one of these.
worse.
I saw one of these up close. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's very much gross. Also,
Ugh, get
there
worse.
is one more design that is a spoiler for the 5th game, but I don't care because I really like it.
Also,
But-
Jesus Christ, talking about how we bring up the Yu-Gi-Oh to SMT pipeline on this occasionally.
It is gross.
Oh yeah.
I definitely get some of that
Yeah.
from this line.
So there is
Look.
a thing of this reminds me of Medusa. Actually, I need to go show Medusa from SMT4 because she gets a glow up that's actually really good. Because originally she has a really dumb art that's the same artist as Lucifer, or initially in the original 4 game, but in 4 Apocalypse they gave her a glow up that's actually good. So, I will.
You're about to say something, David?
Sorry.
Oh, I already forgot what it was gonna be.
He forgore.
Yeah,
Okay.
I forgot.
All right.
Paul for gore.
Oh,
Okay.
No,
Let me
I-
see if this
I
is
actually had a-
sized correctly.
Oh,
I
he just
actually,
doesn't
I actually did have a slight question in that. Is this primarily like there is a lot of design cross pollination between SMT and Persona.
It's the same company.
I know that, Axe. I was going to ask if this was purely just SMT or if this was.
No, this
Axe
this
has been-
specific one is purely SMT.
Axe
Well,
is this line is Axe has been leaning more SMT, but obviously I've talked about this. I'm mostly
I've shown
Persona,
some
so
Persona
this-
stuff here.
yeah, we
let
brought
me
in
show
Persona
some
occasionally.
Persona stuff because I have a bone to pick with some Persona 4 Personas in a minute.
I don't really care for them.
But,
Yeah, I bet you do. Which
I'll just
which
say real
variation?
quick, then I am still riding high off the P5R end.
So
And
We bandied back and forth about P5 a little
I mean,
bit.
I guess we
earlier.
could show Adam Cadmon. I really like Adam Cadmon, but that's the whole thing.
But yeah, so
So-
here's Lucifer. So
Why?
this
I don't get it.
once again, this strikes me as we're trying to do a very specific style, and I gotta be honest, Chad, I've shrunk this and blown this up and shrunk this and blown this up. You can't quite get just how gross this was, me looking at this full size. I had to make them all
I
fit
have
on the
to
screen
say
at the
one
same
thing.
time.
So the weirdest thing is the thing in the arm is the person he fused with.
It's weird. And then
Which-
but then he
and
hatches
it
out of his
then
little
bursts
arm
out.
egg.
The weirdest thing is, I actually weirdly
weird
like the second form a little
gross.
bit about how all of his clothing turned into wings and
I
shit.
do like
it's
the second
grotesque,
form
but I just don't
more.
really
Yeah,
like
I'll
it.
say this: the second form I think is better because it's just okay. We're being fucked up and weird.
This is fully a monster. Like, this
Gives
is fully
me
body
God.
horror.
I don't know what other franchise this art style looks like, but it reminds me of something else. Like
and then in SMT4 Apocalypse, he became Aizen in the last arc of Bleach. He just
God, yeah, he did. No, like, oh my God, I hate this art so much.
I don't get it.
I need to show you why I,
don't
hate
get
it
it.
so much.
But it's like the bit is it's meant to be it's a person's body fused with him to make him this, but also not really. So like I
Oh my
don't
God,
get it.
I need you to post that picture.
yeah. Let me just make sure the sizing. I got.
It is the root of the reason I hate this.
The bit to
I
me
know
is
what
it's like
you
it's
meant.
meant to
I'm
be
working on it.
literally like the invert like an inverse to Merkava, which is weird to me, but it's like that's what they were going for.
My framing. Put it right there. Fits right perfectly. Yeah.
What the?
This is what Dallas has provided me. So it's on screen now, Dallas.
What in the those who slither in the dark is this?
So, this is. I don't know if anyone's seen this, and
Who
if you
is
haven't,
this?
don't.
Who is this?
This is the main villain from the original Helsing TV show, who looks exactly fucking like Lucifer 3, to the point that he also has a giant arm bulge that instead of turning into a person, it turns into a gun. His name is Incognito. He's very stupid.
Ugh,
Hmm.
I am in
yeah.
pain.
I hate this
Like
so
when you
much.
said his arm turns into a gun, I'm like, yeah, okay, Helsing, and then
No,
you were like, his
no,
name
no,
is
his
Incognito.
arm doesn't turn into a gun, Omega. His arm bursts a gun that he then holds.
So gross. That's
Also,
still
he's
not.
apparently the god Set. Also, I think.
And can we just shoot him in the head and move on?
No, Carlos, I fully agree with you. The opening song to the Helsing TV series is a fucking banger. It's one of the best anime openings of all time. The actual show is terrible. I've never
Also,
watched it.
I'm gonna
Now
disagree
we're
with you.
talking
No,
about
these
actual
are not.
JoJo.
These are not JoJo. Neither the ends of this are JoJo villains. Not in the traditional sense. I guess the fact that they've got weird fucked
This
up
is someone
skulls is
trying to
very
make a
Iraqi,
JoJo
but
joke.
no, it's not quite there.
So
I just want to throw out
yes.
this just real quick. So let me get my thoughts on this. So like I said, 2 is okay. It's gross and weird, and I don't understand why it's so gross and weird, but at least it like works.
I
The
appreciate
first one is
reason.
just like this is a weirdly specific get, but this reminds me of late 90s to early 2000s Call of Cthulhu sourcebook arts.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
you're
Like
right.
it's just so like loose and sketchy but creepy. And then Lucifer 3 here is just you're trying way too hard. Why are you fucking golded out like like what?
It's literally it's a glow up.
His
Oh, it's meant to be a
name
glow
is-
up of the first one, but because it's like it's before.
It's a literal
because-
glow up, but it's
because
dumb. It's weird.
It's so weird because it's like it's meant to be because weirdly enough, Merkava and Lucifer in for Apocalypse are more treated as like joke bad endings of being like because Lucifer's case is meant to be treated as like the pompous guy obsessed with being the bringer of light because he's trying to make a demon army to go destroy the
I mean,
kingdom. Yeah.
I definitely get those vibes from this art. This looks like a guy who's way too fucking full of himself, but also
He
he literally stole Matador's wardrobe is the problem. He stole Matador's wardrobe and then
I
coated it
don't
in
get
gold.
the outfit design. I
Don't.
really don't.
Also,
But-
I get the arm thing. I understand the arm thing. It's just this is like you remember the loose cipher? How you said that was the most unsubtle thing? No, the arm bulge is the most unsubtle thing about the right arm of God.
It's his left arm too, actually. It's something.
It is his left hand.
It is his left hand, but still.
Hey,
it's
guess.
just-
I mean, you can do the obvious joke. Guess which hand Lucifer jacks off with.
Yeah.
Guess which hand he ate a person with?
Well,
Same
no.
thing.
Listen,
So,
I'm not
on
here
the
to kick
upper
you,
end,
Lucifer.
I want to do something I actually really like. So here are
Oh,
these two.
if you're saying you like the true light, I can't be associated with you anymore.
What do you mean?
The fucking Gundam?
Okay, listen. Listen to me.
Okay. Alright, I'm no longer associated with this man.
I like the true dark dark one, but
It's still a Gundam.
but listen,
Oh yeah, no, is it? It's
listen,
on
let me
screen now.
finish. Okay, listen. The point to this is that it's if Lucifer. Okay,
Wait a
guys.
second. I
you
think
both
I
next to
punched
each other.
something in 5 like that.
All right. So, okay, let me finish. There is a. I like this because of the reason behind it. So basically, in 5, Lucifer killed Yahweh and took the divine power.
And
So
the
basically-
divine power was a Gundam.
Well,
No,
okay,
basically,
no.
Lucifer became God.
Well, also I want to throw this out there. No, I follow. With Metatron being mechanical, there's a lot of reference to the God
No.
Machine and stuff like that. Like I
This is
I
Lucifer became
get-
the God machine.
I get what we're putting. I'm picking up what
understand.
Axe is putting down. However, Dallas does have a point. Yes, this is a fucking Gundam.
Like, I
Yes.
know I make that joke occasionally. No, this time I'm serious.
It's fair,
This-
but I just like
this-
it for what it is. I don't. I get it's kind of jank, but I like it.
Listen,
remember
Axe,
the
that's
guy's
okay. I
name.
know you like mecha stuff and you like SMT. It's all right to like it, but
No,
I
oh
just
my-
love how Dallas is like, okay, blah blah blah, the true light, the blah blah blah, and you're like, Axe is like, well, and you're like, you like the Gundam, and I'm looking at the art Axe has just posted, and I'm like, yep.
But the true.
This guy looks-
That's what we call dramatic irony. That's where I had all the information.
The True Dark looks better though, in my opinion.
I
I'll
can't
pull that
remember
one up
the
in a
guy's
second.
name,
My
but-
Discord is
What's up,
freaking out
Lila?
really quick.
I can't
Sorry,
remember
I memed in the prog
David, shut
channel.
up, please.
the-
That's all.
Fuck you,
Hold on.
David.
Yeah.
Fuck
Loth,
you.
Loth, go ahead.
This guy looks like that one weird guy with either long blue or bright blonde hair from fucking Darkstalkers as a mecha.
No, I found him. He's a fucking Digimon.
It's
Yes.
not a
It's
Rapimon.
fucking Angelmon. I mean, that kind of fits
Hold on, I gotta-
relatively because it's like it's meant to be
Balance
literally
right.
it's if Lucifer became the divine machine.
All right,
It's literally the point.
all right. I'm gonna try
It's
and
got fucking metal
break
wings and
the
everything.
internet less.
Sorry for yelling at you, David, but that was after like 2 minutes of trying to say something.
Well, also we did the classic thing where somebody was like, "Loth, go ahead," and then we just keep speaking. Okay.
Yes.
Can you
That is a
hello
classic thing, and
Discord?
I'm
Can
going to
you
fucking kill someone
correct
for it.
me? Fucking open. I'm gonna open like 9 versions of this second image because my Discord to browser communication is not going well.
So Omega, I'm gonna send you 2 personas that are ultimate personas in Persona 4. I think you can
oh,
guess
yeah,
which 2 they are.
After if you
I'm
get the other one
guesstimating,
out,
yes.
there is like one
Yeah.
one last thing I wanted to show, and that's
All
kind
right,
of it.
yeah,
besides
I got
end
the
it.
dark one now. Oh, this one's smaller for
It's
some
not
reason.
as good quality. I'm sad. I'm sorry about
It's
that,
okay.
but I like
I'll,
it more.
I'll stretch it slightly.
looks the
I think-
same.
Well, what's a better? I think it's a better color scheme.
It's black and gold, which I think.
I actually prefer the light one because if you're going for angelic, why would you be? Never mind.
I do want to point out, Dallas, this is a thing that I think originated with P4G specifically. Is I'm reasonably certain this is a tier 3 persona.
Okay, that's what I just asked in text chat. If it was.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
know. I've never, once again, never played Persona 4.
In Golden, they gave them a third tier that you can get to, and it's just.
They also
why?
did that in Royal.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah.
that. But Golden started that.
Yeah, yeah.
Here, I will
And then the
cross
other one
post
I need
what
to do is
what Dallas suggested. Here, I'll show you guys. It's that one.
Ah,
Oh.
yeah.
And Dallas showed me the other one that I thought he would.
I mean,
It was indeed Fire
there's
Hat.
reasons to show them.
Okay. Hold on, let me clear up some of my tabs so we're just melting less. Whoop, nope, bring that head back.
That's the thing, because our talk about Lucifer reminded me of the same artist did this. Also,
Okay.
Also, the Lucifer glow up, but I think it's actually a better performance of a glow up. But we'll get there.
Well, yeah, so let me
You
slap
get
these two
someone
images
first,
together.
so- Ow, I hit.
Did you say
I
ow,
am
my
not-
hip?
Personally
I've
familiar.
been sitting weird. Sorry, I've just been sitting weird for my hip.
It's fair.
Fucking
I have not
old
personally
man.
been
Ah, my hip.
caught up with the P4G stuff because that was on the Vita. But soon, next month, P3P and P4G will be available everywhere.
Wait, I thought
It's
P4G
already-
was
it's already available on
on
Steam.
Steam.
Actually,
Well, yeah,
P4G on
P4G was on Steam, but like it'll be
Still is.
actually everywhere. And
Oh, yeah.
P3P will be available as well. So they're bringing them all out.
Also,
Make
like,
it
Blurb, you are right. SMT5 has great music, and just no one acknowledges it.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
I have
no.
it's on the fucking Switch. How am I going to acknowledge the soundtrack? I'm not going to play it on the Switch.
the theme for themes for SMT. Oh wait, SMT5. So I was gonna say SMT4. Never mind. Ignore me.
Poor SMT.
So yeah, this is a more flexible. You've got like the concept art here, and then the as X called
Basically,
the glow up, the
it's just a
redraw.
glow up, but it actually doesn't look jank. Because people complained about the original producer design looking terrible.
I mean, yeah, this concept art, and I don't know what designers actually
In the
used.
game, she like openly says that she looks even better. It's the bit.
Look, I do like the original design.
I mean,
actually.
the designs are basically the same. It's just that the second one has more detail. Like this other
Yeah.
one is a little looser, sketchier.
I actually like
Honestly-
some of the details from the first one.
Yeah, honestly, the first one looks like something out of, like, again, a monster manual or something.
It's just a lot of people
Yeah.
complain that it looked like a DeviantArt thing that shouldn't have been in a game. So like, they,
I mean, I understand
Why?
what they're going for because
It's
like I
the same
said,
artist that did
the
Lucifer,
lines
so,
and the
like,
features are a
it's
little
just-
looser. I mean,
Yeah.
it makes sense for the stuff.
Okay, so to put it in perspective, some people probably looked at it and went, "Why did you put concept art in the final product?"
Well, yeah, it does look kind of like the slightly rough sketch.
she's
of the
also one like the
concept art.
first gut
The-
check bosses in.
Look, I know a lot of Persona SMT designs, and this is the one you die on the hill of.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. The fan response was. I'm not saying me. I was neutral on it.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you what. The
I mean,
actual response was,
I
that
think
they're
that
getting a
the
redesign.
there's parts of this that I'm not like. I think the coloring in the original version is a little better. The bone looks more bony. It looks kind of
Yeah.
gold in the new version, which is I'm
It's
not
different
sure what they're
artists,
going
though.
for.
I just learned something extremely stupid about that other one
But I like the
What?
fact that
that I sent you.
Medusa is wearing
Literally,
snake
like,
jeans. She's got snake
She's
pants
wearing-
on. It's pretty.
She's wearing chaps.
It's
wearing,
pretty. It's in the context of a SMT game. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good art call.
She's wearing bondage chaps. It's funny.
She has a biker belt.
Yeah,
on.
yeah, that's good. I like that. Like that's one of those things that like that's fucking nonsense, but also I love it.
Also,
I actually-
she's got
But
like
also
biker chains
kind
for her
of,
hair and all
kind
the
of metal.
so many
Yeah.
skulls inside of like the skeletal part of her tail.
Yeah.
I'll actually
You've
say
got snake heads, but also some biker chain snake heads, which is funny.
I think I like the first one more, just because of the angle that it's shooting Medusa at, because it shows her back, and I think the like showing how like scaly and like demonic looking her back is makes the art look better.
I think. It
Yeah, they
looks
do
like
keep
the
the
other
scale
one,
lines
you can
and
see
the
her
asymmetry.
hand better in like the other one a bit. You can see like at
The
least
first one's also just more imposing, where the second one is
Doing the
Or
seductive thing that is
trying to be seductive.
Also, she doesn't have pupils, and that bothers me.
it's just a snake.
I mean, she does.
Snakes have pupils.
She does have pupils. They're just white.
Snakes have.
Yeah, they're
square
just.
or
It's hard to
rectangular
tell
pupils?
in the because you guys are looking at a slightly smaller image than I'm looking at in my window capture. But
the
no,
first
no,
one
she
has
has
pupils, yeah.
irises and pupils. They're just
Yeah, no, they're just slightly.
her
similar
her
colors.
sclera are gold. Her irises are yellow, and there's like white
Yes.
dots for her pupils. It's a little
Oh, I
weird.
can kind of see
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
It's very...
Like I could zoom in and enhance, but we don't need to do that.
No, please don't.
I like the glow up, but I guess it's
okay.
it's-
I mean,
I
I
usually saw it from like the shoulders up anyway.
I like the second one because I like that it's got like more fleshed out colors and shading and stuff. Like this again, I agree with a consensus if the internet said that one looks like concept art. I think I called it concept art earlier. It does. It has like a weird rougher quality.
Yeah, but I don't
But
necessarily
I
think,
think
it makes it
that-
look worse.
I think that parts of the design for both are good though. Like it's not a perfect fusion. Oh, thank you, Dallas. Don't you worry. That motherfucker's already. That's my. I found out about that guy earlier.
Sure.
Don't worry. We're gonna bring that one in.
So like I
Making sure.
pretty much
That's
that's
fair.
pretty much that's most like I said like the last thing, but
Alright.
so go with like the
Oh
last
my
bits.
god, we're
Yeah,
already way past daily reset. Jesus Christ, guys.
I got
Yeah,
one
we've been
more.
going for 3.5.
This is also because of what this thing is named, but
I think I did also see that one earlier. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Axe. Yeah.
Hey.
It's just.
Thanks for going through all my shit. So
No problem. Just
Yeah,
keep.
no,
keep.
hey.
I thought
now
they were
time to
I thought
rip-
that a lot of them were interesting, and hey,
I
Yeah.
enjoyed them. Now time to rip some SMT designs a new one.
Well, I mean, like, does
don't-
Axe
I
have
never
the
really
final serve, or are we gonna go through the other stuff first? Because like,
go to the first because I wanted the last one because that might lead to other things we have to show. So let's just leave it as like the final iceberg.
all right.
So
Okay.
I'll let you guys do your thing, and then.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna pull up one of the ones Dallas sent me that is also the one I've been sitting on for a while because
Sure.
it's That's the thing.
Which is a shame because apparently the character who has it is fairly neat.
No.
Well, at least the first one or the second?
No, the third thing you sent me.
Oh,
Chemtrails,
that.
because
Okay,
I've been
yeah,
sitting
no,
on that
I
one
need
for
to
a
talk
long
about
time.
that fucking name.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
chemtrails.
Oh yeah. So
That one. Okay.
So here's the weird thing. In 4, they added a new fiend or two, and they're all both based on urban myths. Actually, Omega, you probably want the dumber one version of this, actually.
Is there a dumber version of this?
There's
Yeah,
a
there's a
dumber
dumber one
one?
of this.
This is already pretty bad.
Oh no, you
Yeah.
haven't seen it.
This is a triple GI Joe Army Men are a jet
Have it,
engine.
in have it when it's all see-through. Cheat your quality.
Jesus.
Sorry, hold on. Axe, are you telling me this is meant to be a fucking fiend?
It is. It's a chemtrail. It's based off of Japanese urban myth.
No, an
But a
American urban
fiend.
myth.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, that's not also. Don't call that an urban myth. That's a conspiracy theory.
okay. Well, okay. It's meant to be. It's
This
a
isn't a
conspiracy.
skeleton, Axe.
Well, it's a fiend. It's what it's classified in the game.
Well, they're wrong.
Welcome to why I believe
So-
that this one sticks out on the internet.
So basically, also as a thing about it is that this is a random chance thing that you can randomly have to fight to find. Otherwise, it's just you don't know where it is. So it's just a random chance thing that happens if you run around a park enough times.
You get attacked by the chemtrails. Got it.
Yeah,
This
forget it.
there's a lot about this design. Dallas, do you wanna go off, King? Cause like, oh my god.
Hey,
I don't
guys,
just-
I told
for
you you should use
chemtrail?
plasma. Plasma is the shittier one.
I mean, this isn't like.
Well,
This,
Plasma's a lot less
honestly, this
detail.
wouldn't make my top 5 just because it's not really like representing anything.
It's at least unique.
It's just dumb
Unique isn't always
Beyblade
good.
Army Man.
Yeah, it's
Like-
fucking
Cut in.
weird.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
I thought this was just a silly, goofy design, but until I heard from Axe that this is meant to be a fiend, I have
It is one of the
instantly
fiend fights in 4. Yeah.
reversed around. This guy is the stupidest fucking shit I've ever
Yeah, because also 4 is when they added David in. So
Oh no!
David
Don't worry.
It's a skeleton!
no, I know what I'm saying though is like David was also something they added, which is like they could have done better.
I believe I am here, not there.
Don't worry, Loth. One of the things
Not
I've
the
learned
actual
is a
cool David,
final
though.
boss design.
Oh, fuck you.
If we're
Okay.
talking about.
Yes.
No, it's
Fuck is
fine.
this
I think David is aware that we're talking about David the Fiend Demon.
Yeah.
There's a fiend demon named David.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
I think it's
cool guy.
supposed to be David of Israel. I think.
Let's see, it's from.
He has a violin,
It's a reference to
so-
David on Stradivarius, actually.
Oh, okay.
and he
This-
has a bunch of
this
poison
guy-
attacks.
Without even getting into you made a demon called chemtrails after chemtrails, which is like
yeah.
that's one of those things where like you can tell that somebody
You
very
poke that,
Japanese did that.
You poke that fucking hornet's nest. I don't want to. I don't want to do
sorry,
that.
Let's, a lot of us before designs are just also edited. Here's just David.
Sorry, Axe, did you say this guy's in 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so funny thing is, I played 4 Apocalypse. There's an extra side DLC dungeon where you fight the fiends. This guy is not in there.
Well, it's because he was not great. Because he's also doesn't add anything because he's not part of the whole fiend system.
Yeah, and David's in there. They
He's a
really
weird guy.
understood skeletons only.
I mean, I
Skeletons
think
only
there's
are-
a reason why this guy hasn't come back.
Actually, I need to show
Yeah.
Daisojo. Actually, I need to show one of my favorite fiends. Actually, besides
All right.
Hellrider.
Well, no, people know Daisoju. Daisoju's like probly one of the
Daisoju's
most
great. He's
iconic
just the
designs.
Buddhist mummy.
I've
It's the
already
Buddhist
shared
monk
the
mummy.
image. My,
Yeah,
my favorite image of Daisojo.
Yeah.
So Dallas threw this one up as well, and
Where he's just skeletal.
Oh right, the Wheel of Fate. I forgot about this thing. This
No,
is
that's
Wheel of
not the Wheel of Fate. That's Sanat.
Oh right,
It's
yeah.
not Satan. It's Sanat.
Which
Because
is
fuck
different-
you.
So this is from like when this is when they
Also,
got a
I
different
appreciate
artist
that
to do.
Daisojo
Basically, this is
Skeletor.
from a DLC boss that's meant to be post one of the endings
yeah, and he's fucking weird.
in 4.
Oh wait,
As like a
normal
weird
In Noble
extra
form.
boss.
Because
got a
4 is
lot of
about
faces.
multiple different timelines. 4 is about timelines and like
Yeah,
choices.
He's got a lot of faces, is what I'm picking up here.
I mean,
well, no. Apparently, this
yeah.
guy is a brother of Bishamonten. He's a Sanat Kumara.
It's a design. I don't know what to think of it
Yeah, no, that's where I'm at, X. I don't know how to interpolate this
because
information.
it looks like a bunch of like Hindu demons,
It-
like,
it-
like flesh
Throw
together.
it
Okay,
into a blender.
okay. what I think this tried to do, this to me screams like SMT tried to mash up the quote-unquote biblically accurate angels like aesthetic with
For Hindu?
Buddhism and Hinduism, yeah, and it's like, what is happening? Where
Because
is
Also, one
what?
of his legs is a lamp.
Yes, one of his
Yeah.
legs is an oil lamp, his other leg is a wheel of faces, his fingies have faces. Look, there are angry faces on his fingies.
Wait,
Yeah,
is he meant to be like 100 things merged together?
Maybe?
Yes.
He is a lot of
I don't
different
know right now.
things. It's weird. I don't, like,
I'm looking this up.
I don't-
Interesting.
like I said, I don't know if it's bad, it's just I don't understand how to interpret this. My eyes are confused.
Oh, he's the Ancient of Days. That's what it is. Let's see.
My mind and soul don't follow.
I guess it's a good thing out of all the demons I remember from 4 and 4 Apocalypse. Like some of the DLC demons from 4, not so great. But then you have Demiurge, which is fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah. Also, once again, this is from 4, which further pushes my agenda that
No,
4 has
he-
the worst art designs of all time.
He's from a DLC.
That's still part
Yeah.
of 4.
It's from
Yeah,
it's from a bonus.
4
stage.
DLC, that's what I said.
Yeah, it's in 4. Did I stutter?
No, Axe is trying to recontextualize it, but no, it still was part of the
Don't
4
care.
ethos. All right,
So,
let's.
all
he's
bad things
also,
come from 4.
his original
Or
thing
1.
is he's meant to be a thing that was meant to just to test a type of humanity that fused with demons to survive.
I don't care. It
Yeah.
still looks dumb.
It is dumb looking because it's just a lot of something.
Wait, SMT4 is the one we dunk on?
No,
Yes. I'm dunking the shit out of it. Yes.
you have
It's
to actually
awful.
play it to actually
Feel
have an
bad.
opinion of it because I think it has a good point.
No, it's too big. Okay.
No, I.
Sorry,
I
these
freely
two
dunk on SMT. Oh Jesus, this thing.
are slightly different.
Why is
things.
penis rocket?
Okay,
I think
so
Persona-
I can.
I don't really care for Persona designs. I'm a mainline guy, so like I'm more
Oh,
defensive of that. Rose Persona is
no.
like, they can suck. They just sometimes can suck because they're stupid.
Well, okay,
Oh yeah, that Jiraiya.
that's okay. I
that's
can be
okay,
sure to
I
like.
guess.
No,
Let's not
that's-
Jiraiya.
Is
You're
that-
wrong,
you know
Axe, it's
Takasuchi,
okay.
I forget.
No, that's oh.
I put them both on screen because they
oh,
both fit.
this thing.
I
No,
know
that's
Takasuchi.
Susanoo, I think.
Susanoo, okay.
Yosuke's ultimate persona. Ugh.
So
That doesn't apparently learn a fire attack,
no, because he's wind.
which just makes me angry.
Solder wins, I guess.
So the first one, the rocket run that's Teddy's double ultimate persona. Teddy's original is Kentucky Doji, which has a
I
tomahawk
almost
missile.
put that one up too.
Yeah.
It's not much better.
Well, I mean,
It's very Teddy.
it's a pun is the thing.
It's got a rocket
because it
in
has
its
a
back.
Of course it is.
it has a tomahawk missile instead of a tomahawk.
Yes.
Um,
I can confirm that is accurate tomahawk missile.
yes.
I almost. I'll say this. I almost put Naoto's ultimate persona, but it wasn't quite dumb enough.
I'm gonna be honest. In general, I think a lot of the double ultimate personas don't look very great because I
think
feel
the
like
ones the ones in Royal are fine.
Atlas
but
had to try
feel like
and go
X.
extra to get there.
So
Like
to
they
fit-
had to
yeah,
add
to
the.
ignore David's complaints, but
All right, well,
No,
I
this-
ignore you. All persona designs are perfect, actually, and Axe is wrong. Even though this is a special episode,
Axe
everything
is
Axe has
indeed
said
wrong.
is wrong about everything.
No, I will say that no, I think P4 they didn't quite know what they wanted to do with ultimate personas, and I think P5
I like
does a
Zaiden.
much better job.
I want to fully say that I think P5's ultimate personas are interesting.
Well-
that like
Well,
they're
hey, guess
evol-
what,
they're
Axe?
ev-
David fucking agreed with you.
Let me just
Yeah.
finish the point, please.
Well, then
I think
finish it.
some of them are not great, but it's also because I feel like they are mostly evolutions of the first stage instead of the second stage. And I feel the second stage add more for some of them, so it varies basis.
Yeah.
Well,
So the.
yeah.
I'm gonna be real. I don't understand what the fuck the design of Kamui Moshi is supposed to be. That's supposed to be the realm of the Kamui. It's just even more spacey. Space
it's
bear.
a Teddy thing. It's a Teddy thing.
Yeah, I know. Teddy has bears and has rockets, but I don't know why we decided to make the double bear rocket. It's just not really good there.
It's not. I don't defend Teddy. Teddy rarely made his way into my party.
I like Takagi Zeichin. That's about the only ultimate one I like. Just looking at them, with no other context.
I forget what was.
He's just a big dude with a sword.
No, not him, not him.
telescope lady? I don't know.
No.
I don't even know what we're asking about.
I'll look it up myself real quick.
I mean, the Izanagi one just looks like a Kingdom Hearts protagonist.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think these arts are terrible, mostly because, like, I mean, the rocket one is self-evident. Like, what is this? It's a dude with a rocket shoved up his butt. I don't.
Yeah.
Who is also a rocket, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to double down on all the rocket stuff for.
I'm really now
for Teddy.
reminded of like the thematics for 5. Let's not talk about this.
And
Also,
in
we
what
should
way
we should
is-
clarify. Sorry, hold on, I gotta cycle through a lot
Just
of
in
arts.
what way is that Susanoo? Oh,
Well, so it's not Susanoo though. That's it's a different one. It is it is the long form of his name, Takahaya Susanoo. And I assume what they're going for is the fact that Takahaya, at the part they wrote, means fast building. So like they made him all speedy.
but then why does he have a fire afro?
Well,
I think
because
the original had an afro. I think
so that's
it reminds me of Megami, I guess. Sorry.
yeah. I was just gonna say this is the regular one.
Yeah.
Yosuke's
Yeah,
original. This is his original ultimate, the regular Susanoo.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why he has red hair, other than Susanoo is kind of portrayed as, you know, a ill-tempered asshole. He's a storm god. I assume the reason why, other than him being Jiraiya originally, why they're shuriken, the fan blade stuff is because he's the storm god. Yusuke is your
was
wind
Four's
guy.
thing is they basically made super versions of their tier 2s instead
I'm
of.
gonna be honest. I don't think this
Instead
one's
of-
much better.
Because I remember a thing because I know in 5 is that it starts as a rebel figure and then it evolves into a deity figure and then they make it, then the evolution is then the pseudo deification of the first form. I think for 5 is what the thing is. Like how
Regardless, I think this
Ryuji's was
is...
Captain Kid that became the actual name of Captain Kid, so like there's a whole thing of like it goes between the truth and then the deification. I think it was the thing in 5. like
Well,
Royal?
no, the like for example, just because that was the one that I pulled up first because I'm using my brain. For instance, An's ultimate persona is Celestine, as in the actress who is most
Actual
famous
name
for
of
Carmen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I
Also,
believe the idea is they're supposed to be the truth form,
Futaba becomes
Like the-
Alhazared.
which makes sense because she was Necronomicon to start.
Yeah, I was gonna say, taking main protagonist for instance, Raoul was one of the other aliases of.
I really like
Good
Raoul's set.
old
I wish it wasn't
Arsene.
DLC.
But yeah.
Yeah. No.
So, Luck, you want me to share this? I can share this. Put this on screen.
No.
I'll be honest. A lot of the P4 personas are kind of dumb looking.
I think it was for art design wise, I think it's because it was a little bit of a transitional period. Because
Yeah,
like
I suspect
P3 we
so.
talked about, right? Really like more dark, more gothic. 4 is deliberately very bright, very poppy.
Yeah.
And some of them are better than others. Like we've brought up Teddy and Yusuke, who like if you were to ask me, hey, which characters in P4 are the most dumbest and have the worst sense of design? It would be those two.
I mean,
those
I
guys.
like Yosuke a lot. So
Yosuke's thing is
I-
he's just
I-
kind of a sad mess.
I mean, he's cool, but like he also is just a doofus. He is a
Well, yeah.
brick wall.
He's meant to be your
Kind
dumb
of it.
friend that fucks up all the
He
time.
is your dumb
Well,
man friend, your dude bro.
Let's be honest. Most of the P4 cast are kind of doofuses.
that's
Well, yeah, I brought
very-
this up
I
earlier
don't
when
know.
you weren't here, David. I was talking about how
Yeah.
at one point they after Naoto joins the party, the actual smart person, they explain to
Did you do
Naoto
any research?
like all the different names of the things that Teddy gave them and explained about the TV world, and Naoto is like, yeah, so that's like Jungian psychology and all this other stuff, and everybody else is like, I literally have no idea what you're talking about, and then just ignores that.
What is
We
a
don't ever talk
Jungian?
about it.
Yeah. I think that the main
Carl.
protagonist is the one brain cell in the party until Naoto gets there.
That
Then they
is
have-
true because
And
of how
that
that
is-
works.
that is debatable depending on.
I mean, I'll say this. I think Yukiko's line is perfectly fine. Konohana Sakuya is
Yeah.
like cherry blossom.
Oh yeah, no, sure. I was gonna. that
cheerleader.
was her. Hers was the one that I was trying to remember. Did she end on Amaterasu?
No,
or did she
Amaterasu
have
is
a-
her middle form. Her ultimate
Yeah.
form is Sumeo Okami,
Yeah,
which is just
which
Amaterasu but gold.
It's not bad. It's not good. It's just.
It's kind of mid as a design.
It's too much gold.
I mean,
for me, but that's a
I'll
personal
think this.
problem.
I feel like
Yeah.
to bring a point Axe brought up earlier. I think the issue here is for Golden, we didn't know what we were doing with this thematically because all of the names are just like, what's the fancier version of this character's name already? Whereas the P5 Royal designs have a purpose.
Yes.
And I think, thinking about it, I think like Chie's personas are okay. Let's see, you got
Yeah,
Tomoe.
Chies are fine.
Hers
Gozen's
are
never bad.
okay.
You got Tomoe Gozen.
It's just like Chie and the protagonist ones to me just look very generic and eh. But then again, I have not played the game, so I don't know any other context.
Yeah,
Other-
you should
other
play it through to
than,
see, but
uh,
like I think how did I know
I like
Okami,
to-
her ultimate version is kind of
I like Takeji, Zaiten, but it's just a dude with a sword who looks like a superhero. That's it.
oh yeah, Kanji's ultimate, yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
Kanji's all look like they're big dudes, and then his final form is I have a sword.
I have a sword.
It's just
It's-
which
it's-
I think the funny thing though is the oh god, why are you freaking out, Magaten Wiki? Don't do weird overlays to me. Go, just give me the thing. That name is it's an alternative reading of Dairoku Tenmao.
Yeah.
Which fits Kanji, where it's like, I don't think he'd understand that.
No,
I also love his skills name, The Man's Way.
well,
It's
also
a
I mean.
man, such a man. I know
Kanji's
nothing
again.
about these
Kanji's
characters.
tier 2 is his second. You know, his original ultimate is Dairoku Tenmao. Like it's the actual Demon King. You know, thing going
Yeah.
on. The funny thing, the weirdest thing about P4 is, because they're all like Japanese mythological
I'm gonna
references.
understand none of them. It's gonna
Well,
be
no,
great.
several of them already had demon designs earlier in the series. Like, there's a perfectly normal Amaterasu design, and then there's the Persona, hey, I'm a stand now design.
Well, it's because it also has to reflect the user.
Well, yeah, that's
I'll be honest,
that goes to that
be
thing we
fair,
talked
I
about.
think a
What
lot of
Loki
them
design
are.
is so weird because it's not meant to be Loki. It's Loki as an aspect of another person.
I think a lot of them are improvements because I don't know if you've seen the original Satinel design, but that thing is awful.
Oh,
Eh.
the little snaky dude.
Yeah, the snake,
Oh,
the
the
snake
Satinel design.
businessman,
Oh, I
the
only
businessman
remember.
with a demon coming out of his head.
Oh, that's because that's a dude being possessed.
What? No, that's not Satania. Hold on.
No, this is
Are you
Satania.
thinking of the
Anyway.
Oh, that's a very important dude to your character being possessed by Satsunail.
No, I know, but it still looks silly.
Loth recommended this a while ago.
Okey
I was
doke.
like,
did?
freaky.
Which one? Oh yes, Manananga.
Maranga?
Filipino
Yes.
folklore demon.
Oh, I love that story. That story
She's
is
got
really
a cool
fucking creepy.
animation where she literally like has an
Stitches
orgasm
herself back
sucking your
together?
blood. It's kind of insane.
Oh, no, not that. I was thinking she just sticks herself back together. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Talking about designs that
Well,
are
imagine
accurate and freaky. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
no.
This is
Appropriate.
I don't remember much about the story, but she's a body that floats from descended from her other half, and it's fucking weird.
So what I remember, it's a witch that she gains magic powers when she separates her upper half of her body and then sucks the blood from children out of like the chest with ladies to empower herself.
Weird.
Yep. She is a weird Filipino vampire folklore story. It's funny,
All right.
Hmm.
But
but I was just happy because hey, we got Filipino representation in SMT. That's not a thing that's happened before.
She's also like an alright unit, but she's just like a mid-tier unit, so it's like, hey, but she's still like really cool design of being like, it's just what it is.
Yeah, no, but hey, come on,
Yeah.
what's this?
They also went full stops to the animation being like, no, that's how the myth goes. Yeah, pretty much. She's having a good time drinking your life, drinking your
If I
blood.
wanted to, I could just post Mothman over and over again.
I'll have to see.
It's
There's a
fun.
reason Mothman was not in the listing in any of my shit.
Well, that's because
Why?
he would
Because that
post
Because
was
I
it
don't
over
need
and
to.
over again.
Because he goes without saying.
Yeah.
He's the best design.
Sure. I mean, he's a good one.
Have we skipped over Mothman?
No, because they don't need to show it. Loft brings it all the time.
Chad should know what
Loft-
Mothman looks
Loft
like.
is. I'm real. If Loft had to if Loft had to become a demon, I feel like he would just become a Mothman.
He'd
Would you?
become Lothman.
That is his
Mothman.
persona.
Ah.
Protector of the day, man. Oh God. Sorry, I'm looking at some more SMT demons that are just. Ugh.
All right, so here's one I talked about. Here's a Wambo Cambo. I'm not sure exactly when this started, but so the design on your left side of the screen is Lilith in Soul Hackers, and then this is Lilith. I think this art is specifically from SMT4, but also actually it might not be 4. Maybe
It's
5.
actually the 3 design, but just drawn.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
it's
I believe
3
that
and
design
5,
was also-
but also was in Persona. Was the
I
variation they
don't-
used since P3.
I one moment. I need to show you the 4 design. That's
No, I know the 4
Oh,
design actually.
Jesus.
The 4 design
That's
is,
right.
I think, kind of.
Why
cool
you
and
gotta
fucked up
react
one.
with Mashu Gun?
But yeah, no, that's that. I mean, the 4 design is just it's by the 4 person, so it's that. Also, we can't show that because I'm
It's a
pretty sure there
giant
are some
scarab
nipples in
lady.
there.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
right. She has nipples.
But
yeah.
so
Looks like
this is
angel.
like Snake Lady. This is Gozer. This is Gozer. This is a Ghostbusters reference.
Yes.
Not to say that that's a bad redesign to turn it into a Ghostbusters reference. It's a little weird for Lilith, but there is still Snake involved. But
so, Omega,
yeah, go for it.
I just noticed something.
Yeah.
We're back to talking about Merkaba with the other hat, like the demonic half was. So that turns out that's actually Merkaba when they swallow Lilith. So the giant gate thing, the other half is Lilith, like the dark part is actually.
I think that was most of the ones I got. Oh no. Hold on,
Because if
got
I
one
noticed
that
it,
was
it's
kinda
like
weird,
all of the parts of the weird insectoid angel thing of Lilith.
Yeah.
He's actually the other half of Merkaba.
No, yeah.
I
If you want the
I
art
got
design.
a couple more for you, Omega.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
But yeah, so there's not really anything to say otherwise about this. I just want to let people know this was a conscious redesign to be a Ghostbusters reference, and I am okay
I never
with that.
noted that.
And
I didn't know that.
and it's okay. Look how
Oh my God,
creepy,
Dallas.
Lilith is standing on her toes like that. Like Jesus Christ, my dude.
Oh, Omega,
Yeah.
wait till you learn who that is.
All right, well, I'm gonna fucking share this one. This is fucking. Shout out to Dallas for just like Axe brought plenty of really interesting designs or
Oh.
very character, specific designs and
Why
shit.
is the demiurge here?
Hey, this is Yaldabaoth.
Okay, listen. So this is Yoda from SMT9, which is a very
Which is spelled out 9, by the way, not Roman
Yeah,
numerals
9.
9. It's weird.
Yeah.
Nine. It is Yoda. It is also like.
It's fucking-
I mean, honestly, do a favor. Show the demiurge design next to it because it's basically Yaldabaoth and the demiurge are kind of the same thing.
Oh, you mean the thing I shared earlier?
Yeah.
That
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
much.
okay, we'll grab
The
that.
Yaldabaoth
one.
and the demiurge are literally the same thing. They're just different aspects.
that is the boss fight you fight in 4 Apocalypse and 4. Just
I need to
getting
send you
this,
It's
Shoulders,
also
man.
in Strange Journey because that's what it's from originally.
Yeah.
I've saved some bangers, Omega. Don't you worry.
I forgot
Well,
about
I
this
thank
design.
you. I thank
because
you.
it's
I
kind
thank
of
you.
like
I
really-
knew I
design's
could
not a
trust
good
you,
game.
Dallas, to bring up the weird shit here. Let's
So
just
there's a
literally
reason
transpose
I-
them.
So if we had to,
Sometimes roll my eyes
if we
at
had to make a
SMT.
meme, it'd be it's like Abega is like. So if we had to make a meme, it's like Axe of like, it's like he has like. an
Ah,
art
that's
museum.
that's great, Dallas. I had already gotten that one pulled up that you just posted.
So
Shoulders boy.
Okay,
Oh.
I need to say this,
That's
but
great. Go for it.
I imaged the meme of this stream of like, so Axe has like it's me, my icon, with holding like an art museum map, and then there's Dallas holding dynamite that says bad ideas.
Yes.
Yeah, basically. Like, Axe, you crafted us this wonderful narrative that we still have a conclusion to get to sometime, because it is almost 1 a.m. Not that I'm tired or
Yeah.
anything. I'm having a blast. But we should not let the stream go on too long. Though there were quite
I
a few
still
people
want
here.
to show Omega a video of this.
But,
Dallas is here to show it. Dallas is here to unearth the secret tomb. But
Yeah, like,
I'm
Dallas
here
has
to show you why
brought
I
his A
mock
game.
SMT.
hey,
Because there's some... Listen.
there's over hundreds of designs. There's not
Yeah, that's
all
what I was
gonna be
about to
great.
say. There's a lot of designs, so we gotta get some out of there. All right.
Like Jack Frost wearing the armor of the guy from Strange
Hey.
Journey.
Demon Hill is great.
What?
oh,
if,
right,
what?
oh, right, the Pegasus design, yeah.
Oh, Centaur, yeah.
Centaurus. What if, as a centaur, we were just all horse, everything horse?
Yeah.
What if we were
I forgot
extra
to
horse?
I mean,
forgot how
honestly,
weird that
I don't
time-
hate the art for this too much. It's just the fact that I don't think they know what a centaur is.
Yeah, you called this Centaurus, and it's like, this is just double
This
horse.
This looks like something that I would get out of my art AI if I
Look at the
gave
Demon
it
Neo.
like,
Demon Neo's one of my favorites, but we'll get to that.
like some things, but didn't flesh out the scripting properly.
So the weirdest thing about that Omega is that him showing that reminds me, because that's one of literally that's a level 2 demon in 4. It's one of the starting demons you can get. So that reminds me,
This is a really busy design for a starting demon.
Yeah.
you only ever just see the top half of it.
Oh,
And I
okay.
believe for Apocalypse, he's a high-level demon because you go to the starting area from 4, and it's like, yeah, everything's high level now.
Oh my.
Because you get that
God.
way later. Yeah.
Oh my! I didn't need to
So
see that.
then there's
Oh,
the
Jesus
Paya, who's an
Christ.
original design and her glow up. Because in 4 and 4 Apocalypse, you can see obviously what has a background, what doesn't.
I don't like it when Dallas says that.
No, I'm not posting that. First of all, Omega will get.
Yeah.
As
We
you
know
can
there's a couple
notice,
we can't
it's probably
show.
the same person that did the original Medusa and Lucifer, so like you can see through it.
I'll say what it is out loud, so you can all join with me in this. There is some art of Kirby and Mara.
Blah.
Why?
I don't know.
Internet,
thing is-
I revoke your
Guys,
your
before-
life
so,
privileges.
I need to say one thing. So this design, I did not know existed because Dallas dug this up out of the fucking wretches of the abyss to find this to spite me.
Shiva.
This is why Dallas should never be given any ever power ever.
This is what we're talking about when SMT is sometimes SMT. This is supposed to be Shiva. It's written as Siva. You can't see that right now.
Yeah, but it's also not the actual design they use it anything. That's only used in one game and it was never used again.
Yes, but
You say
look
it
at this
was only- you
fucking
say that
disco
like it
ass,
was a
this 80s ass Shiva.
You say this like it was like some spin-off game. No. This is the original SMT's design.
It's not.
It's SMT1. Yes.
No, it's
this
from
is
Persona.
SMT1.
It's from Persona 1.
No, that is from SMT1. Oh no, it's
not-
from Persona 1, right?
The SMT1 is this.
Oh no. You know how I said Persona is mostly
This is
good
the
about,
SMT1 design. As I put in the progression check, it is the SMT1 design is this. That's
Which
the
is
one
the
from
design
Persona.
you usually see in later
Yes.
personas.
Well, actually, it gets updated to this actually.
Yeah,
but-
yeah. They clean it up because that's literally like a sketch we digitized as usual.
Yeah,
but,
but they cleaned it up to like this, which I think is pretty good. But
yeah.
the
But
point
no,
is, though,
this
that was
fucking
sort of
disco
thing that's from a
ass.
thing that's barely ever seen, and no one.
It's a disco ass Shiva.
It's like
Yeah.
like
Why
that was
showed-
can't even say what it's
shoulders.
from properly. So hey,
Eighties.
I don't
80s.
hate
Omega,
the
listen, stop
design
listening to this man with the
necessarily.
dynamite. His dynamite is bad and dangerous.
No.
I don't hate
I
the
will blow
design
this up.
necessarily. I just don't like what it's supposed to represent.
I don't like the design. The shoulders.
I didn't know it existed, and I was fine keeping it that way.
The shoulders are kind of weird, but it's
Okay,
It's
Omega, I only
weird.
got two more. I've only got two more.
well. We got to do one of the one. I got one of the other ones you did post. It's the pot. So remember what Dallas said about the Aztec stuff?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
we're back
so
to
this
they
is the
don't
Gods of
understand
Filth.
Aztecs.
Dallas, I thought we'd agreed not to do this one.
Why?
Dallas
This
didn't agree
isn't
to anything.
inappropriate,
I
though.
thought we wouldn't do the Goddess of Filth. I just didn't want to talk
But it's
about
not it's not inappropriate.
Anyway,
I'm not
As a
sure.
reminder, I did not post another thing that Dallas linked me
I mean,
earlier.
it's a toilet deity.
Toilet brain, yeah.
I mean, it's not any. Well, it might be a little worse. I don't know, but it's not any worse than Belphegor.
It's
who is
just-
also
I don't
very
like
infamously
it.
a
I
toilet
just don't
man.
like it out where it's like she's a filth eater because it's like the thing in her face. It brought it. Yeah. I don't. Not good.
Anyway,
But
No,
we're just
I
we're,
just
we're
need to
powerbomb.
show the comparison, though. That's what I
Okay.
really wanted to do this for, because they did this for a very specific reason that I'm annoyed by.
Oh no,
It's
Dallas
like
is
Mara's,
annoyed.
Mara is only a penis name because it's a Japanese pun. It's not.
Oh no, yeah, this is very similar. Omega, this is the original design for this.
What am I fucking looking at? Okay, I'll
Nothing
So
to do with that.
I'll
You
grab-
know it's good when Omega's confused.
I mean, he's very.
I mean,
he's all the time.
They were
How dare you.
kind of destroyed by, like... We won't get into it, but these are old
is
texts. Soilitol. No, the reason they did that is because her name can kind of be pronounced toilet.
I thought she was a goddess of filth.
No, she's the goddess that you can technically. So the way Japan read this is an interesting choice because it is technically literally translated as one who eats talihe, which is filthy excrescence. But that is a term in Aztec mythology used for sin. This is the sin eater, not literal excrement.
Yep.
So it's just
It's
look,
weird.
Japan, I love you sometimes, but also sometimes it's just
Alright, Dallas posted this thing. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it exists.
I
it's
don't.
just some low-level demon thing.
Dallas also posted this one earlier. Let's put them side by side.
That's Adam Cadmon, and that's
Oh!
Mikasa.
Yeah, no, because Misako is
Mikasa-
really
Because is
good.
one of my favorite.
Yeah,
designs.
I since I both had these pulled up at the same time, I want to just compare. So,
Yeah, no.
there,
Mikasa is
they,
one of my
I want to
favorite
say there's some similarities in the body shape. Notice how they both have really long feet.
designs. Rakshasa was also a short list for that in a similar vein, but that was kind of redundant with Picasso.
Why do we have like
Yeah.
the original Adam Cadmon? I don't know.
But
Well, Dallas is
So-
not necessarily comparing over years. He's just pulling out ones that are.
No, I'm just pulling out the ones that are bad.
One of the reasons I
Alright.
love Picasso and also Mothman is in the side dungeon in SMT3, there will be a guy who would be like, hey, give me some money and I'll give you this very helpful demon. And you can get a Picasso that has every
Yeah, it's
like dungeon related skill and also like life drain, which is fucking broken.
he's essentially an HM slave. It's really funny.
But he's also really good.
Yeah, that's
the thing
true.
about it is like
And then you
the
get a
Picasso design-
powerful. You get a powerful Mothman who has the Ma powerful version of like every fire, ice, lightning
Every elemental.
skill.
Oh,
Yeah,
like-
I'm
every
sorry, I
elemental-
need to show this last one. I promise this is the last one,
So-
but I just needed to show it.
So I want to say about Picasso is interesting that it's literally designed to be a thing that slides into a person's body and pops out their eyes. So like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's exactly what it is.
That's a fairly
yeah.
good one, Dallas. But we'll get to that in a second. Axe gave me another double header
So-
a second ago that I've cobbled together.
So basically, in 4 they try to do they try to do a different thing than Pixie, because usually Pixie's usually your starting demon, but in
Oh,
4 they made
yeah.
Napaya, who basically is Pixie but a different mythology.
Yeah, Napaya. Yeah, I completely forgot about this little shit.
Yeah, so like I kind of like even design I like honestly. I just think
They're okay designs. I see when you mention, hey, we wanted to switch it up from Pixie. I'm like, yeah, okay, I see that.
Okay.
This is
Fair-
trying
fair
really,
enough.
really hard to be quite unique and different, and it's okay.
However, you can't. The design of Pixie is just really solid though. despite
also
the-
Well, it's
because
very
Pi-
simple.
It's also because Pixie is
Yeah.
very special because in
Uh,
3 it was a very thing about Pixie, whereas Pixie then evolved to High Pixie and then became Queen Mab eventually.
Omega,
Yes, correct.
this next one, this and this is the last one. This next one,
So the last one is
You-
not the one you sent to me just now, which
Yeah.
you said was the
you
last
can
one.
freely tell me if this is too risky to post because I'm kind of on the fence about it.
We're gonna have to at least tell you at some point, Dallas, that the last one has to be the last one.
No, I'm done.
Keep
I'm done.
moving
I
to both
closed my
versions.
browser. I closed my browser.
Okay, all right. So I will do Dallas's penultimate one, the one that he said was the last one first, and then took it back.
The Digimon. I just need to
Rah.
show this because it's so funny.
Guys,
Y'all.
can we take away this lighter just so we can't use the dynamite anymore?
So if I had to ask, who is this?
Oh fuck, he's one of the.
Is that Quetzalcoatl?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
I don't know
sorry.
how they got that from that, but
All right, that's a little too slow. Hold on.
Because I remember fighting this guy.
Yeah, I remember this guy.
I
too.
kind of figured it'd be Quetzalcoatl only because of just how slightly off base it is.
The weird
Yeah.
headdress and the wings is what tipped me off.
Weird draconic sun
Yeah,
god dude.
now that you mention it, yeah, but I never would have drawn that.
I
No, I
think
played enough SMT games. I can see
this
it.
will be
Yeah.
okay, but let's not linger on it too much. Dallas, what the fuck
Yeah.
is this? What is this?
Clearly.
Okay,
Oh, this one! Yeah.
That's- okay.
This is
There are
this isn't
design choices.
Aztec necessarily. This is just this is the source of all living things that You know that meme of the throw the person into the volcano
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah.
This is actually what. That's not Pele. That's the meme. But
Oh, yeah, this
the,
is like
the
this is the
actual
Hawaiian
like
volcano goddess,
god
yeah.
of sacrifice. The god. No, first of all, it's a male.
Oh.
That's the thing they fucked up. It's a guy. It's a dude with a giant gaping hole in his stomach that is a volcano.
Yeah,
Essentially.
so the way where it's like he's all being life-blooded. Yeah.
Yeah, this
So,
one's got a lot of weird stuff going on.
this
It's not
looks
necessarily
like-
bad, but it's like fucking.
Yeah, this looks like they just
Yeah.
transgendered Surtur and just stuck tubes in him.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Also, he has a giant alligator mount, which is awesome, and I wish they'd made that.
The thing is that they designed in the game that like they're basically walking out of the like halfway through the earth, like some other things like certain.
I guess
Yeah,
that's the
it is.
problem
Like,
because
the
he
sprite
is
literally
the.
just
Yeah.
Yeah.
cut off at that point. You see them sticking out of the earth. It's weird.
Well, to be fair, that makes sense. He is depicted as the Earth.
Yeah, that works. It's just still, it's one, it makes it harder for the static image, but also, yeah, there's a lot of, like, I don't think this one is bad. It's just like, okay, we're doing
It's
things.
just that was a choice. The one problem is I just like the whole thing of it is literally people threw sacrifices into it. So that's where I'm like, where is the sacrifice going?
Yeah, I don't know. We
We
got
need to
tubes.
find
We got
what
tubes
it's-
everywhere.
Near the top of the
Like,
volcano.
he's obviously.
Maybe they
obviously,
like wheel the sacrifice in and attach the tube. Maybe that's where the tubes are going. I guess.
I mean, when you said there was a gaping mouth in the stomach, I was like, maybe that's what's going on with like the lava fissures, but it's hard to tell from this weird side shot. Okay,
Yeah.
Axe. It's let's wrap it up. Let's go home.
Let's wrap it up with basically just a giant ensemble thing because instead
Alright.
of going through all of them, let's just show all of them at once. So
Sure.
here's one of my favorite images that I've used for my own personal stuff.
Alright.
It's
that sounds way creepier than you mean it to.
plan. I use it.
Anyway,
I use it as a
feed-
reference piece for things.
Feed me data.
In the
That's
progression
slightly
tab.
better.
Yeah. All right.
Welcome to it's the end of the show with the Jack Bros.
All right. And I will say, this is a piece of fan art that Axe has selected. It has the artist's signature. I
It has
take
the drawing,
no
so I think it's okay.
no credit
There.
for this in that context. Is the right one? Yeah.
It's
no,
credit to the artist.
If you've seen me draw drawing games, you clearly know this is my artwork.
I will
yeah, Dallas,
inflate their
yeah.
artwork
No, I-
slightly
it's like-
to make it more recognizable.
I hope you know that
So
it's a
I'm gonna
joke,
say,
you two.
so I already knew there were a lot of Jacks,
So I'll
because
list
even in
them all.
Persona there's a lot, but this is
So
more
let's see
Jacks than I
here.
thought there was.
All right, so basically,
Yeah.
there's Jack, there's Pyro Jack, there's
Yep.
Jack the Ripper down there, there's Hiko-kun, there is the Demon Busters, there's King Frost, Queen Frost, Luciphage, the Frost 5.
Oh my god, so many of these guys.
There's Demon Niho with Frost Ace and Dark Frost. There's Hyo-kun and Hyo-chun, and I don't know the ones in the top left corner are. But the top right is Luciphage, which is basically a Jack Frost that became a Lucifer.
there
What's
is
the one that
also-
looks like it's in great pain?
At the bottom right.
No, it's like the one under Jack Frost with the Santa hat.
Let's see. There's also Harry Jack, which is the dog down there next to Demon Niho.
That's fucking adorable.
See the second Jack Frost in the background, or
Oh,
not
yeah,
Jack
I
Frost,
see
the
him.
Jack o' Lantern guy.
Yeah, he's talking about
like
this one.
on top of him and he's screaming in pain.
like, "Oh!"
Yeah,
I
like
don't
he's the
know who that
only one that
is.
is not
Jack.
having a good time.
I don't know who that one is.
I mean,
Like, you
yeah,
got-
and off to the right you've got.
I was just gonna say, so you know, we've got Black Frost down here and stuff like that. I recognize
them
some
as
of these.
Frost
You know, you got the
Ace,
normal guys.
The left of that is Frost Ace and Demon Niho. Those are my favorite.
Yeah,
There's
I
Hyo-kun and,
was going to mention Black Frost, but I just couldn't get my words out.
Okay. I'm
Thanks,
kind of
fellas.
surprised to see Queen Frost and like they haven't brought that
She's
back
like in
because like
only one thing.
they should do that more. Because I reckon that a decent
Frost
number
is
of these
fella.
you can buy as plushies. Yeah, King Frost is
I
usually
wish I
in.
could.
I remember him from he's in most of the
The
Personas, I
Demon
think.
Busters are from a very obscure thing. So
Yeah,
One of the
And let me
One
pull
of
up
the funny
specifically
things
this
about
one,
King
the
Frost's design.
Jack Tactical that Loth posted earlier. Because I want you to.
Oh,
no, that's
yes.
the wrong copy. I want
yeah,
you to
no,
see.
he's in the background there.
Yeah,
You
he's
can
in
see
there.
behind
Oh,
the
I
mic.
ended up saving it, not copying him. That's what my problem is. Copy image. Damn you.
One of the funniest things about King Frost is that his design, you can just see that he's standing or sitting on top of a bunch of other Jack Frosts. Oh, yeah, by the way, the image is massive. It was like 2 megs.
It's okay. I got it. I'll shrink it down and de-blackify it.
the Demon Niho is great.
Yeah.
Also to show the guys like on top of Jack the Ripper is the Demon Buster. Based from these things.
Fucking tactical Jack. I know that's not what he's called, but that's what
Based off
that's
of
what his art style is.
It's a Jack Frost wearing the Demonica suit.
Yeah, from Strange Journey.
It's starting, yeah.
apparently in Strange Journey Redux, you get to do a boot camp with him.
That was also a thing in 4.
No, I didn't know. Here's the thing. I played
stuff.
4 Apocalypse, not 4.
4
I didn't
Brothers is a
like-
better game. I will say that.
I didn't like 4.
As a game, it is a better game. As a story,
is.
it is about the same.
I
Actually,
feel like
I
4 is
prefer-
more points. So, yeah, fair.
I prefer the characters in 4 Apocalypse to 4.
I agree. It's fair because I think
But
making
yeah.
a better impression.
Also, just
Mr.
not
Mr.
assholes.
Jack and his friends and family are often like. If you want to ask like what's the cute adorable mascot for SMT, it's Jack Frost and his friends.
It's Jack Frost. Yeah. I wish I had a
Yes.
plushie.
I know for a fact you can get regular Jack Frost plushies.
I want Frost Ace so badly.
I think you could get them in some of the games.
Also,
Yes,
also just as
true.
a bit. Also, just as a bit, the Frost. A lot of these are from like one-off games. Like Queen Frost is really like I think in a Persona. I forget what the fuck she's from, but Luciphage is a very unique thing. I think in a Soul Hackers game. Same with Frost 5 because it's really there is a thing of person keeps making basically Jack Frost based off different kinds of shaved ice.
It's fucking great. Oh my god. How did we take so long to think of that? It's fucking brilliant.
The Frost 5 is like there's like Hawaiian melon frost.
So,
But
Brilliant.
here's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Dallas?
No,
No, I forgot what I was gonna say. Go.
I forgot what I was gonna say too. Shit.
Alright,
Well,
cool.
you know what? It's 1 a.m., so I'm gonna say it's time to wrap this beautiful bastard up. Thank you so much for everybody for being here. We've been going for about 4 hours, and we've had a pretty consistently pretty good. There were some dips and some dives, but we had a pretty high view count overall. Some people rotating in and out. Thanks so much for tuning in. This was Axe's baby. I think it worked off pretty good. We got what we wanted out of it. I don't think we talked as much mythology as we wanted to. We ended up talking much more like SMT and Persona plots and like storytelling tropes, but it works. We did
A
at
lot of
least
the time
occasionally
it's
bring
about
up
the
mythological
showing if, like, it
concepts.
kind of shows because like hey,
Yeah.
I got to show it.
If
I
art
wanted to end with
didn't,
this image because hey, it's better than going through all of them one by one.
I feel
true.
like my summary
very
of
true.
this entire stream is Japan does not understand Aztec Mesoamerican culture.
that was your through plot, sure.
I don't think anyone really understands what they were doing.
It is.
I do. I know what I was doing.
Well, it's different reference. I
Oh my
I like
God,
that you said that way,
you
but
just-
that's not.
You just did the I like me, essentially.
That's not what we were talking about, but I will allow it. Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in to Fail Portrayal.
Sorry.
So we're gonna wrap up today.
I just
Let
think
me
Dallas
double
is
check
Mr.
all
Dynamite here.
let me double check the weeks and days again. Okay, so let's see. Next
Don't
Tuesday
die.
is the 27th.
No, please do
I
die.
don't think I got anything going on. I'll double check. There may or may not be Fail Portrayal that week. If it is,
Oh my God.
guess what? It's gonna be the hell that you chose for us. Don't call it a grave. It's the future you chose. It'll be Blackwing Part 1. Definitely not all of Blackwing.
Wait,
Oh,
we're
they
doing that.
voted for
Oh, we are
Blackwing?
doing that. Fuck,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll double check to
Yes,
be
we
sure,
can.
but Blackwing was way winning. Let me double check.
I
I'm
thought it's a
fairly
tie or
certain.
something. That's not my
No, it was not tied.
Look,
I get some notifications
Blackwing
clear.
is surprisingly prescient at the moment, considering Prague.
Oh, wait. No, hold on. We've got a last-minute upset. I've just checked the completed poll. This will still be long, but at the last second, Fluffle Frightfur has pulled ahead by 1.
Oh, thank God.
Thanks,
I
Bob.
mean, that's still very long.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
no,
but
that's
it's
still going to be a
actually cool,
motherfucker,
though.
because that's
That's
technically
actually
2
interesting,
archetypes. But, yeah, okay, that can probably be 1 stream. So, shout out to whoever saved us from this doom.
I don't know
'cause-
if it could be.
Well, we'll
I think there's
see.
something more to talk
I'll start
about.
composing.
It's like it's a Birdman.
40-ish cards?
Well, Blackwood had like 60 plus.
That's
Black
true.
Man a lot of cards. Yeah, we'll see. We might still need to do it in 2, or depending on the card arts, we might be speedballing it because
also
some of them are not.
It's 3 archetypes, technically.
True. We
Well, we could
while I
probably
called
do
it
them
Fluffle
sets.
Frightfur, you can't talk about it without talking about Ebbage.
Edges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't. The whole point of Frightfur is you take up an adorable plushie and then you hide
And
knives and
unlike
chains
a
and
lot
blades
of-
in them.
Well, you
Here's
cut
the
it up
thing,
and then put them in there. Yeah.
Unlike a lot of archetypes, the spell and trap art on a lot of these matters.
True.
Yep.
But yes, so yes, thank you all for saving us from the hell that is Blackwing, which, as Axe pointed
For
out, is
now.
like 60 fucking cards.
I
was
tried
more
to
than
count it. It
that.
was just like I
Pretty
just got
sure
tired
you
of
could
counting after the end.
summarize Blackwing in like get them in one group shot. and
To be
say,
fair, solo, I'm just gonna go bird.
I mean,
Birdman.
we could talk about some of them in fast order. The problem is that there's a lot of them, which means Omega has to open so many tabs.
It's
Anyway,
a lot of Omega's computer
Omega
hating
is
him
done
for it.
opening tabs. We're done. Thank you so much for everybody who tuned in. I will let you know next week if we can actually pull it off. Like I said, I don't know for sure. But we should be back for Final Fantasy 14. I had to make sure I was saying numbers correctly because we've been doing this for 4 hours. Tomorrow, we're gonna buckle up and we're gonna have a fun time. Tomorrow.
Oh shit, we're still on stream.
Yes, Dallas, we're still on stream.
Dallas, you should probably just put some dynamite.
Welcome to the stream. All right. But don't forget to please like, comment, and subscribe and all that fun stuff. Like I said, we've been stuck at, I think, 3180 for forever. I would love to hit 3200 and get back to work on the 40K fail portrayal concept. And lots of other things. So be sure to keep giving us, subs and likes and everything. Support us fiscally and financially. You can join our channel
God damn it,
memberships
Omega,
through.
I just read what you titled the stream.
It's not good. I don't like it.
I love it.
I know. I'm just listen. I
It
can't.
doesn't make any
I only
fucking
have.
sense.
It doesn't make
Exactly.
any sense. That's why people click on it. I don't
Why
know.
don't
Fucking
make
know.
it into the
Face
stream,
doesn't
damn
make any
it.
sense.
That's the button.
I don't know. I don't know what's
Just-
happening
just
anymore.
You can press it.
Dude, I'm gonna end the stream. The stream's over. The stream's over. Support me on Patreon so you can get more of this. Bye. It's done.